Hey fam, we're back with another banger. What if Godlike Naruto was Perv brother of Grafiya? So before we start, if you are craving adult mature content, join my Patreon now, link are in the description box. Alright, enough talk, let's fire it up. Years ago, deep inside of a lush forest there lay a cabin, one built from hand and made of logs. It was not anything fancy, nor was it something hastily made. It was solid, sturdy even in the toughest of storms. Outside of it birds sung their sweet song while the sun slowly dipped down behind the horizon. Inside though was something else. It looked almost like the workshop of a madman. Pieces of metal and wires strewn across the place and hanging from the ceiling. It was much larger than it appeared, though the reason for that was unclear. A blonde child was sharpening a blade of sorts at a workbench. On the other side of the room was a bed. Inside of it lay a silver-haired woman, her arms and parts of her face covered in bandages. A gentle groan left her lips as her silver eyes flickered open and adjusted to the candlelight that lit the cabin. It didn't take her long to become alert, tossing back the blankets that covered her and fighting through the urge to wince at the pain as she tried to take a step, only for long chains to sprout from the floor around her, circling her form and gently dragging her back down to bed. "So you finally woke up?" The blonde trailed as he spun around. His face was young, maybe only 8 if she was able to guess human age properly. His bone structure was impressive for his age. She could already tell that he would be strong if he trained a little. His blue eyes were surprisingly hard for someone his age. It was almost like looking into the eyes of an old warrior. "I would stay in bed if I were you. You do have a nasty wound after all." The silverette looked down past her shapely figure and saw that she had been treated, from the way she was wrapped. He figured that the child knew what he was doing. Though once out of his sight she would make sure they were properly cleaned at the very least. "Don't worry, I know a fair amount more than you would think. I treated you right and cleaned your wounds. Then you have my thanks." She paused, not knowing the child's name, nor how he was able to read her thoughts. "May I ask your?" "While it is quite rude to do so without giving your own name first, I guess you can call me Naruto. Also about you thanking me, don't," he replied quickly after cutting her off. The woman gave a small nod. "Even still you have it. My name is Grafiya. Though I do wonder if you were living by yourself." She watched the boy with eyes like a hawk. He was strangely aware, not to mention that he didn't seem fazed by helping some stranger. Nor slow to reject her thanks. Maybe she was losing her touch. Then it hit her, the blonde hair, the deep blue eyes. "Why you're?" "Yes, I am the man that you came here to attack. I had hoped that it would take you longer to figure it out. In that sense, I am also the one that gave you those wounds. Though I attempted to only injure you enough to render you unconscious, I was not successful." Naruto offered with a small sigh, dropping off the chair and rapidly changing his form to that of someone in their late teens. He had a tight white t-shirt over his body, doing little to hide his well-developed muscles, while a pair of puffy pants, like one might expect one of those ninja from Japan to wear. They were black in color, while he had leather boots on his feet. Around his wrist was a silver cross. "Why were you targeting me, Grafiya?" He wasn't scared. No, it almost sounded like he was bored. Taking a breath, she blinked a few times and watched him turn back into his child form. Walking up to her and placing the back of his hand against her forehead, she stiffened slightly under the contact before he made an irritable *tch and walked over to a shelf. On it were herbs of a kind she hadn't seen before, along with many, many books, much more than one would expect inside what seemed to be a log cabin. From her eyes, a large number of devils had been killed, though THEY were mostly called murder, done by a blonde male in his late teens with blue eyes. "When I saw you, I figured it to be you. Was I mistaken?" No, there wasn't any hesitation in his voice, nor fear. Though the latter could be because he had already taken care of her once. Doing so in her weakened state would be much too easy. At least that is what she figured. "I have been killing your kin. Though I do not hate devils. If that were the case we would not be having this conversation. I merely did not like them violating the townspeople, thus I killed them. You can call it murder if you will. Though I like to believe that my actions, while they may earn me the hatred of those around me, will help to protect them, if only a little." Grafiya watched as he pulled a few herbs from the ipping up some leaves and placing them into a stone bowl before grabbing a pestle and grinding it into a fine powder. "That is not what I expected to hear. I had figured you were just a man of the church, doing as he pleased for some twisted sense of his own justice. One would think so. Naruto mused as he made up this disgusting-looking liquid. If it had to be described, swamp water would be the closest thing to it. He poured it into a wooden cup that seemed to be hand-carved and placed it on the bedside table next to her. My newest blade was a little more effective than I thought. You have minor light poisoning. It isn't anything serious and will go away in a day or two, but it will make you more uncomfortable than you already are. This drink will be disgusting, though it will purge the leftover light from your body. Take it or don't, though if you do not drink, do not complain about the pain. Grafiya eyed it for a moment. There was no real reason for him to go through all of the trouble of healing her. Only to poison her with a drink, and even she could tell that she had light poisoning. Slowly taking the cup, she brought it up to her lips, taking a small sip which caused her face to go green as she swallowed. Sparing a glance at the blonde child before finishing the rest of the cup off in one large gulp. Surprisingly enough, she could feel the light rapidly leaving her body. It more than made up for the foul-tasting drink. Her body didn't feel so sluggish anymore. That is quite the concoction. No, I won't tell you the recipe. It is something that I remember from my mother. So you could call it a family heirloom. He narrowed his eyes for a few moments before going outside for a few moments, and if her heating was correct, he lit a fire. He entered again a few moments later. Taking a seat not too far away from her, but not close enough for him to touch her, nor the other way without moving from their position. I will have some dinner for you shortly, though I do wonder, Grafiya, to you. What is the difference between justice and injustice? A confused expression crossed her face. Is it not merely right and wrong? If that is the case, what is right and what is wrong? The blonde child mused, tilting his head lightly to the side as he saw the women thinking about his question carefully. Is it not the law of land? I don't think so, Naruto spoke calmly. I don't think that those devils that I killed believed that I served them justice. I believe that they were thinking about how wrong it was for them to die, yet at the same time, those they had killed were probably thankful, thinking about how it was time that the ones who killed them were brought to justice. What I am trying to say is, I think that the world can never come to an understanding. Though that is a very simple view of it, it is also the same with everything else. It is called choice. It allows us to progress so much, yet our nature remains the same: humans, devils, angels. All of us believe ourselves to be right, and the others wrong. Are you following me? Grafiya was confused, not because of what he was saying. No, she was able to follow him. The ity to chose was the reason for conflict. At least she figured that was what he was saying. No, she was confused by the fact that it was a young child speaking such thought-out words, though she knew it was actually an older male. His appearance during this conversation was quite distracting. Speaking about this with one that looks like a child is distracting me, but I do understand what you are saying. I find it strange that a human would think about this though. That's because I'm not. Naruto spoke as he tilted his head to the side in confusion. My father was a god and my mother was a demi-human. Or beast woman, if you will. In other words, while I protect humans, it would be quite the stretch to say that I am one. I had thought that the demi-humans were mostly extinct, though Eing one that looks so human is strange. What kind are you? She figured that he seemed honest enough, plus he hadn't exactly made any signs of aggression since he stopped her from attacking him. In fact, he was even healing the wounds he inflicted onto her. Naruto crossed his arms over his child body, letting out a small hum in thought. From memory, my mother was called one of the fox folk. She was a chaos fox and I change depending on my emotions. Currently I am a ghost fox, though as I start to get angry I turn into a blood fox. I don't like being a blood fox. Grafiya inwardly frowned. She knew of ghost foxes. They were said to be incredibly good at hiding and casting illusions. From what she understood, most of them became assassins and exceeded in the field. The second one though, a blood fox. It was something she hadn't heard of. When he didn't elaborate, she dropped the issue. It was clear that he didn't plan on speaking about it further, or he would have said something. He rose an eyebrow at her. Were you expecting company? No, I doubt that someone would come for me anyhow. Are you sure that they are not here for you? She questioned, having not been able to notice that people had appeared outside until he spoke about it. There was a knock at the door and Naruto slowly turned his head before giving it a small shake. Still in his child form, he walked to the door and slowly opened it. Not at all bothered by the giant golden light that shot down from the heavens behind the two people standing at his door. They jumped apart as large magic circle appeared in front of each. From the golden light stepped two blondes, their clothing beyond immaculate as a black-haired man with blonde bangs dropped down from the sky, large black wings folding into his back. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and gave them each a bored look. I didn't put on enough dinner for all of you, thus I won't offer you any. Though if you have to fight, I will ask you to leave. I made this house myself and I don't want to have to do it again. The one he knew to be Gabriel walked forward and crouched down to get on his level before patting him gently on the head. Are your parents around, little one? My mother has been dead for nearly 2,000 years. I left the side of my father and decided to live on my own, so no, they are not around. What are you all doing on my lawn? He questioned with a small twitch of his brow. Gabriel widened her eyes. Naruto-kun. Correct, in what world would I have a child? This world is screwed up because of the constant fighting between angels, devils and the fallen angels. Why would I want to bring a child into it? The answer is that I am not cruel enough to do so. I am just enjoying myself like this for the moment, he answered her quickly. And even stopped her from asking why he was being a child. Can you may not, Gabriel. Again I will ask why you are all on my lawn, or is that question too difficult for you all to answer? Naruto spoke, cutting off the seraph. She was the mothering type, often going out of her way to hug cute things. He did not want to become one such thing, it was a little degrading. Gabriel gave a small smile. I noticed that devils had approached your house, Naruto-kun, so I quickly grabbed my brother and we made out way over here. Naruto nodded. You doubt my ability to protect myself, I understand. How cruel of you, Gabriel. No, I didn't mean it like that. Naruto though turned his head to the red-headed male, narrowing his eyes before they quickly shifted to the black-haired woman by his side. And you, Devil-san. Sorry for the intrusion, Naruto-san. Do you mind if I call you that? The redhead questioned, ignoring the angels around him for the time. Yes I do, this is because I do not have your name. The devil gave a light bow of his head. I am Searzex, one of the current leaders of the devils. We are recovering from a civil war and you are harboring a criminal. I would ask that you kindly turn her over to us. No. The blunt answer shocked many of those present. May I ask why? Naruto scowled at the man. Why should I? Your war has nothing to do with me anymore. Nor do I want any part of it. The devil that is inside my house was able to have a decent conversation with me, something that is still desired to come from being out here. His eyes turned to the black-haired female and rose a brow. Your reason? My name is Sarah, and I will follow my husband to the front lines. Regardless of what he thinks on the matter, I will not become some stay-at-home wife. The raven-haired woman spoke with a small bow of her head. A thin blonde brow rose slightly, nearly to be covered by the messy hair of the young-looking Naruto. So the leader of hell is being scolded by his wife. It seems that not even those in power can escape the wrath of those that they care about. He gave a bored look as Sarah blushed a little before turning to face the black-haired male, who gave a friendly wave. The name is Azazel. I noticed all the big names coming together in one place and didn't want to be left out. Yeah, that's about it really. He gave a small gr. In that faltered with the next words spoken. So you are as mentally old as I appear to be. That is fine, I guess. I will not judge you on that fact. The small blonde then walked past the group, into the pot and stirring it a few times before bringing the ladle up and taking a small mouthful and giving a small nod. He picked up the pot by the handles and carried it to the door. Is there a reason for you all to be standing on my lawn still? Searzex narrowed his eyes at the blonde and took a step forward, watching how Gabriel and Michael instantly had spears of light in their hands. It seemed like this person was important to heaven. I must insist that you relinquish Grafiya into our care, so that she can be executed without trail. The blonde mused, watching as Searzex widened his eyes for a split second. How narrow-minded of you. Your hands are covered with the blood of the former Lucifer. I actually didn't mind him, a bit old-fashioned, but nevertheless he was nice to talk to. You simply bore me. I will ask you once, please remove yourself from my lawn, Searzex. And if I don't? He paid careful attention to the two seraphs that raised their spears a little high. While Azazel seemed to have a frown on his face, Sarah was looking around, taking them all in. Though something struck her as odd, she could feel the powers of the three around them, even faintly on the devil inside, but from the boy, there was nothing. Like he simply wasn't there. Even humans had a small inkling of strength, normally in tiny mana stores that they couldn't even draw forward, but this boy. It was like someone was just holding a photo of him in front of her. Naruto slowly put the pot down on the ground and let his eyes flicker a few times, turning a much lighter blue and howling a strange pattern before returning to normal. Then I will remove you. Large golems formed from the ground, uprooting trees and turning them into clubs as a bright light flickered through their bodies. They hovered over Searsex menacingly, waiting for him to try something. If you will not allow me to take her with me, can I speak to her at least? 1 month from now she will be fully healed. You may return at that time and I will oversee the discussion that you hold. At such time, you will come alone. There will be no angels here, fallen or otherwise. It will just be myself, Grafiya and you. That is the limit to which I will allow a trespasser. Naruto spoke coldly. Searsex thought it over before giving a stern nod. I will return a month from today then. Until then, Naruto-san. Come Sarah, we still have lots to do. The red-haired male spun on his feet and summoned a large magical circle under him as Sarah nodded, joining him inside before they vanished. Naruto turned his eyes to Azazel. I get the picture. I'll see you around, Naruto. It was good to see you again. Yes, though I hope you have grown up a little the next time. Until we meet again, leader of the fallen angels. Naruto gave the man a nod which was returned as Azazel flew off into the air. Michael gave a strained smile. I do not take pleasure in hearing that you will be staying with a devil for a month. Even more so that you plan to observe a meeting between two in a month's time. I agree, Gabriel stated, gaining the attention and shock of Michael. No woman should be allowed to stay with Naruto-kun. And just like that he inwardly let out a sigh. Of course that was all she was worried about. Don't worry Gabriel, I have protection, Naruto stated blankly. You're planning to have SSSSS. The blonde woman nearly fainted on the spot from his words. Naruto in turn tilted his head to the side in confusion. Why would I be having? Gabriel blushed wildly. But you said protection, Dawn. Humans use that to stop from having babies. The blonde child slowly swiped his hand out to the side, drawing a knife from the air and holding it in his hand. This caused Gabriel to make a large O shape with her mouth. Sometimes you say really strange things, Gabriel. You look flushed. Do you have a fever? Naruto hovered up into the air and placed the back of his hand against her forehead, watching as her cheeks heated up further. Strange. You feel fine. Is there some strange sickness that angels can get that I don't know about, Michael? Michael inwardly smiled before it turned into a frown. Not that I know of, Naruto. Perhaps she should stay with you the night, so that you could check on her and help her if anything comes up. He saw the shocked expression that Gabriel gave him. Honestly, sometimes that girl was too pure. He understood that she had fallen in love with the blonde. It happened during his stay in heaven some time ago. He found it nice. Gabriel was always putting others before herself. So to see her actually want something was a change. Though, she was too shy to speak to him about it. A part of him wondered how long this would continue on for before Gabriel started to regret what she was doing. Maybe she just needed a little push. Naruto gave a small nod, floating back down to the ground. Though I only have 2 beds, she can stay in mine. I will sleep at my workbench as the guest bed is already in use. Gabriel, can I trust you to go inside and serve up some dinner for Grafiya? She should remain in bed. So I am asking you to put aside your conflicts for the moment and help me. Hi. I can do that, Naruto-kun. Is everything still in the same place? She replied quickly. That would be correct. Changing it once I got into the habit of retrieving them from there would not be fun. Naruto responded, watching her for a moment as she walked away and took the large pot inside, his eyes darting across to Michael. Now why are you here? I am worried about you staying alongside the humans. After what happened last time, I was thinking it would be best if you came and lived in heaven. Michael spoke softly, already knowing that if things started to go sour, the blonde would just up and vanish again, taking them decades to find him once more. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and gave Michael a flat stare. I am not my brother. His idea, while noble, was foolish. I am greedy. If something doesn't interest me, I won't partake in it. I understand. You cannot hate me for trying though, can you? I cannot. Maybe once Grafiya has finished healing and has set herself on track. I may return for a while, though until such a time, I cannot. Michael gave a small nod. You are very precious to my sister Naruto. I know, Naruto stated, causing Michael to raise a brow. The Seraphim don't really know who I am, but they have figured out that I am important. They don't want to make a mistake like they did with Christ. The leader of the angels frowned. Did they really treat him like that? Or was that just how he saw their actions? Inwardly shaking the thoughts away, he gave a small bow. I do hope that I get a favorable answer from you in a month's time then. Until then, Naruto, with that, a golden light dropped down and wrapped him up before sending him high up into the sky. Naruto gave a small nod at the blank space before he calmly walked inside, taking a seat at the small table he had built to eat at. Gabriel had already sat down and had finished serving out their meals while Grafiya was still blinking rapidly. In a month's time, Grafiya, there will be a man named Searsex coming here to speak to you. I said you would be here, and while your injuries will be completely healed in just over 3 weeks, you will remain until the discussion is over and an agreement has been made. The bowl in her hands was nearly dropped in shock. Why, you are going to send me off to the wolves? Hardly. I do not believe I am that cruel. I will be there when the talk happens. If I do not agree to the terms, you will simply stay in my care until I do. Or does that trouble you? Naruto questioned calmly as he took a spoonful of the stew in front of him into his mouth. Savoring the taste of the meat that had been roasted earlier and the tenderness it gave along with the enhanced flavor offered by the herbs and vegetables, he had done well once again. I am in no position to complain about the arrangements, Grafiya spoke, taking a small amount of soup into her mouth before her eyes widened at the simple meal and she dug into it with gusto. After a few moments she stiffened, slowly pulling the bowl away from her mouth and bowing her head lightly. I apologize for that unsightly behavior, punish me as you see fit. Gabriel frowned. Her voice almost seemed dead at that time. Truly some devils were beyond saving. Her eyes shot out wide as Naruto placed his bowl down and calmly walked over to her, raising his hand up to her face as she closed her eyes tightly, only for him to lightly flick her forehead. There, I expected you to be hungry. I did the best I could in making sure your body had the nutrition it needed to continue functioning while you were in a coma. It is the reason that I made so much food. He noticed Gabriel's risen brow at him and continued, did you think I was going to share with trespassers? This is my place. And they entered it without asking. For people to be so rude, they didn't even say sorry. Naruto-kun, I'm sorry for coming over unannounced. Hush Gabriel, I said that you and Michael were welcome at any time. I was simply hostile because I was caring for a devil and had thought that you both had come to eliminate her, Naruto answered as he calmly made his way back to the table. He picked up his wooden spoon and scooped up some more stew before pausing, turning to face Grafiya who was looking at the bowl in her hands. Is there something wrong with what I have cooked? I honestly believe that this is better than normal. Quote, no, it is just that the help is not meant to eat alongside their betters. Gabriel frowned and watched as Naruto stood up once again and walked over to Grafiya, taking the bowl from her and lifting the spoon up, taking the stew inside of it and holding it up to her mouth. What are you doing? If you are going to continue acting like a child, I shall treat you like one. Or do you want a bib? Naruto questioned in a stoic manner, pressing the spoon up against her lips that refused to open. If you continue like this it will cause a mess, which will mean that I will have to change your bandages earlier than normal. Or are you okay with making your betters work harder than they should for you? This seemed to be the nail in the coffin as she Avenue a small glare to the blonde before closing her eyes and parting her lips slightly, allowing him to feed her. Do not become used to this, although this more than likely would seem odd to others, the child feeding the adult. I do not plan to make this a regular occurrence. As Naruto went down to scoop up more, a pained look came over Grafiya's face. Excuse me, but I must relieve myself. She tried to stand only for Naruto to place a hand on her shoulder. If I do not I will end up making a mess. I have set up a system that will allow you to remain in bed while it takes care of your bodily functions. Once your legs are healed enough, which should be a few days from now, I will allow you to walk again. Until then, you must stay in your bed, Naruto spoke, watching as the woman's cheeks went red and she avoided eye contact before she became shocked and carefully turned to look at him. As I said, I did set something up so that you will be able to be in the bed for a time longer. Now, Do I need to continue to feed you? Grafiya looked at him for a few moments longer. She seemed to have taken up all of his attention for the moment. If it is possible, could you feed me in your adult form? Impossible. Naruto answered without thought, causing a look of surprise to come over her face. I used too much energy fighting off the effects of my new weapons on your body and repairing it back to normal, as you can tell. It is still taking time for your body to adjust to being alive again. Sadly, I could not put everything back how it was exactly before. Your reserves of demonic RGY are smaller, though they are slowly being expanded by my light magic, which is putting quite a lot of strain on both of our bodies because I have to control it so that it doesn't harm you too much. The small display of strength I used earlier to make Searsx leave was the majority of my remaining energy. Right now I am as weak as a low-level angel. I have taken the form of a child because not only is it more interesting like this, but my energy will come back faster. Do you have an issue with this? I am sorry for causing you so much trouble. I have no issues with my current treatment. Do with me as you will. Grafiya responded, to which she felt the mattress next to her sink a little, the blonde child now sitting on it as he spoon-fed her once again. It was an incredibly awkward time for Gabriel, who was doing her best to block out the image in front of her. Thankfully no more than 5 minutes later had they finished. Only to get worse, much worse. Grafiya stayed still, as the blonde carefully took off her bandages, letting her see the extent of her wounds for the first time. The amount of stitches covering her form was quite repulsive. How had he moved so fast as T.O. caused this much damage before she could even hit him? He gently washed her down, making sure not to miss any areas despite the woman's embarrassment, and dried her off before wrapping her up again. Blushing slightly at the contact, Grafiya found herself unable to meet the child's eyes. I think we should have tea. Maybe we can get to know one another over a beverage of some kind. What would you suppose, Gabriel? Gabriel's head shot up as she heard her name called. Sorry, I wasn't listening in case you were talking about something secret. She lied. In reality she had been picturing herself in Grafiya's position. Having Naruto look after her so tenderly was almost like a dream. I said, what do you think about talking with one another over tea? It has been quite the number of years since my house was this full, so I feel like being a proper host for once. Gabriel gave a warm smile at the suggestion. I do not see the harm. It was later in the night. Gabriel was laying in the bed. Ving pieced together the dots from what she found out from Grafiya. It seemed that the Silverette was basically a slave who had been sent to find out how a human was killing devils. If it was a new type of weapon, then she was to try to get it for their own use in the civil war happening between the two devil factions. Some of her actions allowed you to see that this was true. After all, she felt like she was insulting them just by eating in the same room. Though on that she had seemed familiar, it turned out that they clashed against one another in the Great War. Back then Grafiya had longer hair and a very tight outfit. Grafiya had been more than surprised to hear that the person nursing her was there as well. Apparently he was guarding God until the dragons showed up. He left for a few minutes to form a team to deal with them. During that time God was wounded beyond his abilities to heal. It led to his death. That had caused her to raise a brow. Normally God was protected by the seraphim, 10 angels that were well above the others in strength, yet they were sent away for one demi-human. Did he have some kind of special defense? She never got an answer to that, though her mind did briefly wander back to the golden chains that had held her in bed earlier. Turning her head slightly to the side, she could see Naruto sitting at the bed of Grafiya as he went over some things with her. Mostly it was about her recovery. She noticed that Grafiya, while paying attention, seemed to have difficulty taking the child seriously. Honestly, Gabriel herself felt somewhat similar. However, they meant to take Naruto seriously when he looked like a child. He pulled out what seemed to be a notepad and some pencils, handing them to Grafiya. For if you get bored during the night, I sometimes find writing what is on my mind is entertaining to look back on. That was something that the two learnt. While Gabriel already had an idea, Grafiya knew next to nothing about the blonde. Apparently he hardly interacted with anyone, which was the main reason he didn't really show much emotion. The small tics that he did use were those that he had observed a few times and thought he was using them correctly. Most of what he knew was from books, or from teaching himself. Thus quite a few of the things he did were strange by normal standards, not to mention that even as a child he had incest. Dion working on his weapons in an almost gleeful manner. She looked at the paper and slowly took it. Would you be against it if I was to draw instead? Her question caused the blonde male to stare at her for a few moments. As long as you show me I do not mind, Naruto responded after a few moments, taking a few steps away before pausing and turning to face her. I believe this is where I say good night, Grafiya. He noticed her eyes widened a few fractions before he walked away, moving to his workbench. The sound of lead striking against paper carried through the room in a soft manner, almost. An hour had passed when Grafiya fell asleep. Seeing this, Gabriel calmly and quietly got out of bed, her goddess-like figure hidden behind a long white nightgown. Her feet softly made their way along he sanded and polished wooden floor before she came to stand next to the object of her affection. Her brows focused on the paper in front of him. She could not make any sense of it. What's this, Naruto-kun? He didn't even react to her voice, his pencil still moving along the paper almost in a trance-like state. At the moment the three factions, angels, fallen angels and devils, have a large imbalance in number. Devils and fallen angels can create half-breeds. While they are not as strong, they still have methods of increasing their population. Angels have no such luck. For if an angel were to fall in love with a human, they would fall from grace, their wings becoming stained by the sins of humanity. So I am looking into a method to produce new angels. I didn't think that you were interested in the war. Gabriel nearly whispered out. Naruto though continued what he was doing, drawing out seals and old runic magic onto the paper. You are one of the few people that I have grown somewhat attached to, Gabriel. I would be sad if you and Michael died. I do not think that war will come again, at least not between the three factions. God and Lucifer had always been at odds, now we see what came from this. With both of them dead, there will be a few that try to continue their beliefs, but I believe that they will be squashed by the overwhelming fear of returning to war. This is mostly so that the angels themselves do not die out. Gabriel leaned down and gently rested her hand atop his smaller one, causing his eyes to dart towards her. You should rest for now, come to bed. Impossible, that is a single bed. Thus only a single person can sleep on it, he answered calmly. Naruto-kun, if you are in your child form we will both fit. Now come, you wouldn't want to make a mistake because you were tired, would you? Playing on his need to do everything correct may have been a bit of a dirty tactic, though thankfully she and the four great seraphs were unable to fall. If he had to do things like this to get his attention, then she would. Naruto slowly placed his pencil down and gave a small sigh. If you say so, I will trust you, Gabriel. Standing up, he let himself be led over to the bed. The covers were already drawn back, so he was not surprised when Gabriel climbed inside before turning to look at him, as if telling him that she was waiting. Pushing his thoughts away, he climbed into the bed. Having already been in his sleepwear, which consisted of a pair of pants, different in only their function from the ones he wore during the day, he felt an arm slowly wrap around his chest and draw him closer to the body behind him. Gabriel, I am just making sure that you do not try to return to your project again before you have rested. If Grafiya does call for you, I will relent. Until then, I will hold you against me so that you are forced to rest, Gabriel answered as she shifted him around a little, though he moved and positioned himself at her face level. His blue eyes gazing into her own emerald green. Understandable, though I don't want to be stuck looking at your stomach as I try to sleep. I find your face much more pleasing. Still, from here I will be able to tell if you start to feel sick like before, so I must thank you for remembering that I was meant to be taking care of you. He saw that she became flushed and lifted his hand up with a bland expression, placing the back of it against her forehead again before frowning. Strange, again you have no fever. Regardless, I am here for you, Gabriel. Should you ever need me for anything, please do ask. Gabriel though was blushing up a storm, he found her face pleasing. Did that mean he thought she was attractive? Shaking away the thought, she tightened her grip a little on the blonde child K-man, feeling his arm gently move around her, seemingly returning her embrace before he gave a small smile, his deep blue eyes vanishing as he stopped thinking about the illusion over them, showing her the eyes she loved so much. The icy blue ones that seemed to be able to read what you were thinking. In the middle of them was a black cross. They were slowly covered by his eyelids as they drew closed. Good night, Naruto-kun. Good night, Gabriel. A month passed quickly. It turned out that Grafiya was a very impressive artist. It also turned out that Naruto was stuck in his current project. He needed to gain his strength back before he could try to move further forward. He looked to Grafiya, who was now able to walk again and had the majority of her strength back, enough to be able to fight off a high-level angel without an issue. A seraph though was out of the question. She was in a tight leather suit, one that showed off her devilish curves. She tried to keep a blank face as she looked towards her guide, though a faint blush came across her cheeks. He had recovered enough strength to be in his adult form constantly now, and since Gabriel left to return to heaven to await his answer, he slept topless, tossing and turning in his sleep and often removing the blankets completely, thus giving her the view of the well-toned male in front of her. His hair was messy and managed to cover his eyes. It was clear he would need to have it trimmed in the near future. Then there was his muscles. He looked like he had been carved from stone by a master craftsman. Was this part of his beast blood? If so, she could certainly say that it wasn't unpleasant, and while she was dreading what came from today, having him by her side was something that she could not be more thankful for. Over tea. Past months she had started to feel more and more like a person, not just some tool to be pushed around. Quietly she walked up to the bed, standing firm beside him. Naruto-sama, today is the day of my judgment, she spoke softly. Watching as his eyes snapped open, he had more than likely woken up as soon as she moved from her bed. Those eyes of his, the icy blue ones that she had seen every now and again, were looking at her. It was strange, she felt as though she had seen them before, yet she could not remember, despite how important it seemed. Inwardly shaking the thought away, she saw his deep blue eyes return. She found them almost as drawing as his other ones. He gave a small yawn before he sat upright, taking in her appearance. I'll get started on breakfast. I have already put it on. Tea is waiting for you at the dining table and I am about to go and bring in our breakfast. I do not need your help before you ask, just let me serve you properly for this morning as it may be our last time together, Naruto-sama. Grafiya spoke sternly, not giving him room to argue. This caused the blonde to pout. That was something else she was happy with. He had become much more expressive. After living with her and Gabriel for a time, his range of emotion was no longer just irritated or curious, which was a large leap from the child she had first met, that had force-fed her. Thinking back to that, she gave a light blush. It had happened a few more nights after that before she got the message. He was not going to let her think that she was below him. I don't like it when you do things like this, Naruto replied as he rubbed at the back of his head, but I can't find it in me to deny you. But remember, Grafiya, I'm not going to let you get hurt from this. Thank you, Naruto-sama. She gave a light bow of her head and moved outside to where a fire had already been running for quite some time now. She missed Naruto getting out of bed and moving to the table, savoring the tea that she had prepared. Gabriel had taught her in her stay, and despite their different races the two had become civil with one another. To call the friends was too much of a stretch still. When she turned, she noticed that her blonde keeper was reading at the table, his lips pressed into a thin line as he skimmed through a very old-looking book, no bigger than a small plate. She brought the pot and the pan up, serving fish that had been caught the day before with a side of rice. She didn't understand why, but the blonde really seemed to enjoy Japanese culture, even to the point where he styled his meals and most of his weapons off of their culture. She sat down and gave a small breath as Naruto closed his book. How is your project coming, Naruto-sama? This was something that had been up in the air for quite some time now. The blonde had spent a vast amount of time working on a way to make new angels. I had a change of pace once I started to make progress. I figured that I may need make some adjustments in order to secure a good life for you. It set me back a little, a month, maybe 2 at most. He took some of the fish and a pair of chopsticks, watching as Grafiya gave a shocked look, her chopsticks nearly falling from her hand despite her perfect placement of them after the instruction of the blonde. I have caused you much more trouble than I am worth, Naruto-sama. She bowed her head low, nearly dipping her hair, which she had started to let grow long once again, into her food. Naruto calmly placed his chopsticks down as he folded his hands in front of him, his chest still bare as he took on a thoughtful expression to the woman in front of him. Using one of the clothes on the table, he wiped his face down and gave a small nod before standing and moving over to Grafiya. Lightly grabbing her chin and tilting her head up to face him, her silver eyes looked to be full of shame. Leaning forward, he pressed his lips against hers, causing her eyes to widen as her body froze. It was nothing more than that. He simply pressed his lips against her own, but it was purely for that small yet gentle contact that she was frozen. This man, despite how he should hate her, had shown nothing but kindness. Though he made situations rather awkward at times, instead of being treated like a tool to be used and tossed away, she was treated like a person, and that confused her but also made her feel warm. He took a step away and observed her as her hand came up to gently touch her lips. "Naruto-sama," she trailed, not sure if that really happened. It felt foreign, almost like it was a dream. Yet at the same time she could feel the action herself. "You are precious to me, Grafiya, despite what you think of yourself. You are a good person, one that deserves to be shown the kindness that she wants to bathe others in. Like Gabriel, I will always be there for you as long as you remain true to yourself," he smiled. That was all her body could handle. Her heart started to beat faster as she felt pressure build behind her eyes. She took a step forward into Naruto and rested her head against his chest, letting her eyes break open and let her tears out onto him. "I don't want to go, Naruto-sama." Her smaller arms circled around his chest as she clung onto him. Naruto wrapped his arms around her shoulders, holding her close. Gabriel had said that she felt incredibly comforted when he did this. "We won't be apart for long. For someone that can live for thousands of years, you seem rather attached after a month. You treat me like a person. I want to keep living here. I want to laugh more. To have you feed me more and to just sit around the fire and talk late at nights. I want to make you breakfast, and I want to hold you when it is cold. You're warm and friendly to those whom you find interesting." She sniffled a bit as she tried to bury her face into his chest. "You are friends with angels, yet still kind to devils. But most importantly, you make me feel like I have purpose. When I served Lucifer, I felt unimportant, like if I were to vanish they wouldn't even know. But here I feel." She was cut off as her chin was grabbed again. "Only is time." He didn't just press his lips against hers, he claimed them with his own, his hand gently sliding down her cheek before he stroked it gently with his thumb. A flash of magic went off behind them, and although Grafiya wanted to react, she couldn't force her body away from the blonde. Then again, despite the suddenness of it, Grafiya did find it pleasant. "Well, I think it will be difficult to make an argument to have you hand Grafiya over to me." Sirzek spoke with a sigh. He had been thinking it over and he still could not place why those eyes unnerved him so much. He knew that they were important. The fact that the normally peaceful Michael seemed ready to start a war such a short time ago when Sirzek himself had advanced on the boy had made that very clear. He hadn't exactly expected to see that young child, now an adult though. The duo pulled apart and Naruto gently took her hand, giving it a small squeeze. "It is simple really. I cannot be with Grafiya every moment, so you will protect her for me," Naruto stated firmly. His response was within reason as Sirzek and Grafiya widened their eyes in shock. "I am sorry, but she was a servant of the Lucifer family. I simply cannot do this on a whim. Oh, there is no whim about it. I know what Grafiya has done, and such I am prepared to offer compensation for her work. She is precious to me and interesting. I spent time this month deviating from my goal. Now I have the keys to allowing devils to turn humans into artificial devils, allowing your side to bolster their numbers after the losses you sustained during the war." Naruto's words caused Sirzek to stiffen. "Are you saying that, if we protect Grafiya, a former slave of Lucifer, you will give us a way to make new devils?" He had to repeat it just to make sure he had heard right. Naruto gave a light shake of his head. "No, you need to treat Grafiya as a person and protect her. In exchange I will give you my completed research on the resurrecting humans into devils." Sirzek crossed his arms over his chest. This was something that was brought up the other day, though it was predicted to take years for it to come to fruition. His answer was apparently right in front of him. "What is the catch? It is impossible for copies to be made, and when the files are locked the information they contain cannot be remembered. Plus, I linked them to Grafiya. He is the only one able to open them apart from me. If she feels threatened or passes away, they will lock automatically and can then only be opened by myself. In other words, there is no catch so long as you look after Grafiya." Naruto replied calmly, ignoring the shocked expression from the woman at his side right now. He had no doubt that she would be unhappy with how far he was going for her sake. The red-headed male gave a small sigh. "I have actually given this quite a lot of thought the past month. and I no longer have any intention of trying to remove Grafiya if she doesn't want to leave. Though I do believe it would be best for her to return to the underworld. Grafiya looked at Naruto with pleading eyes, which he saw as he turned to face her. Then can we change the price for the information? She questioned with a small voice. This gathered the attention of both Naruto and Searsex, the latter raising a brow at her, finding it strange to hear her speak for the first time. And what is it that you would ask for? Naruto looked at her with a bit of surprise before squeezing her hand a little, letting her know that he supported her action, at least that is what he was told the action meant. Grafiya took a small breath and looked Searsex in the eye. I want for Naruto-sama to be able to travel to the underworld so he can see where I live. Searsex inwardly shook himself. Hearing a devil refer to someone like Naruto with the Sama honorific was strange, so you want for Naruto to be able to travel to the underworld freely. Grafiya looked at the slightly shocked blow. NDE before giving a nod and looking back to Searsex. That is correct, I understand that he may need someone to watch him while he is there, and that some sections of the underworld are restricted. If he comes to visit, I don't want him to have to walk around with a full group of people guarding him while he is in restraints. Shaking his head lightly, Searsex let out a small chuckle. I belie. We can come to an agreement with that, as long as you live with my family until we can be sure of your intentions, Grafiya. The Silverette gave a light bow of her head. I do not see an issue with that. She glanced at Naruto to see him give a small smile. I haven't been to the underworld before. I would admit to being interested. If this is what you wish for, Grafiya, I will allow it. Naruto spoke in a somewhat detached manner. Grafiya looked between the two and gave a stern nod. I do believe that this is in the best interest of everyone, though I may not be able to stay by your side constantly. I already knew that this was bound to happen as you wish to return to heaven for a time, a place where I cannot step without starting a war. While you, because of what you are, and how you have not claimed a side to rest with yet, would almost be welcomed with open arms as the sides tried to sway you to nest with them. Searsex had to admit that it was much like that, after his report on his last meeting with the blonde and what he had discovered. Some of the higher-ups had come to a vote about what to do regarding him. I agree to the terms, though I think it would be best if you time to settle in before Naruto-san makes his first visit. I was planning a trip to heaven as it was anyway, Searsex-san. Michael and Gabriel have been asking me to visit for quite a number of years, and now that the world is starting to move again, I believe I will play with their whim. He took a small breath before turning to Grafiya and giving her a warm smile, leaning down and giving her a small hug. Would half a year be acceptable? Or is that too soon? Searsex pressed his lips together and thought, that should be fine, I see no reason for why it shouldn't be. Grafiya on the other hand widened her eyes a little. 6 months away. But she had only known him for a single one. What if he found someone else in that time? Though it seemed like he had read her mind with his next words. I know most of those in heaven already, so you don't have to worry about someone making me forget about you, Grafiya. Like I said, you're precious to me. Naruto-sama. I will await for your return then. A large red circle started to form under Searsex as Grafiya stepped away from Naruto, taking a place next to the red-headed male. One of us will return half a year from today to this spot to pick you up, Naruto-san. Until then we will do our best to treat Grafiya with the proper care that she deserves. Searsex gave a small bow of his head before the circle completed and the two vanished. Letting out a small breath, Naruto walked over to his cabinet, opening up the door and pulling out a white t-shirt. Pulling it over his head, he let a bright blue light envelop him before he broke apart into small particles. His cabin locking itself and keeping others from entering until the listed people returned. Gabriel was walking down the white halls. They were bright like always. Heaven seemed to be fully of bright blues, pure whites and the richest of gold and silver. Their colors may seem bland, and to some they were, but after a time you became used to them. It was no different from any other morning. She had just finished bathing and was going to go read a book in the shade to pass the time, seeing as she had nothing else to do for the moment. That was until she passed his room. She froze, hearing the sound of running water from behind the door. Had she not been in public, or down on earth, she may have squealed like a young child, but here she had to stay composed. Thus as he stuck with a small blush alongside a smile as she took to waiting for him outside of his room. She had come up with that plan half an hour ago. 15 minutes ago the water stopped, thus he should have been out 10 minutes ago. Maybe 5 if he was running late. Her foot started to tap in irritation as she waited for another few minutes before a spear of light formed in her hand. She cut through the door. It wasn't like him to be running late, so something had to have happened. Rushing inside, she found the room empty. There were signs that someone had definitely been showering earlier, but when she looked around, all she saw was a ball of fur laying on the bed that looked as well made as it had 100 years ago. The small white ball of fur stuck its head up, tilting its small fox head to the side in what seemed to be a curious nature. Shaking her head lightly, she walked forward and picked up the fox, resting it on her arm as she lightly patted it, a part of her wondering just who brought foxes up to heaven anyway. As she was positive she had seen this one before. "You shouldn't be in here, little one." The fox turned to her with almost human-looking eyes. "And why not, Gabriel? Is this not my room?" It spoke. The fox spoke. Her body and mind seemed to shut down for a few moments before she tossed it up into the air with a shrill cry of, "Kia!" Watching as the fox seemed to float in the air and give her a bored stare. Not exactly the reaction I was expecting. He slowly lowered himself down to the ground, watching as Gabriel took a step back before tripping over her robes and falling onto her behind. Pouting as she rubbed her injury only to stiffen when she felt the fox curl up in her lap. "I must just be imagining things. Foxes don't speak after all," she muttered. To herself only to feel a weight on her as she was pushed to the ground, the small fox standing on her chest and somehow pinning her there as one of its tiny paws was placed on her chin, forcing her to look at it. "You're right. Foxes don't speak, but people tend to forget that my mother was fox folk. As such, I can turn myself into a fox." The white fox spoke again, and this time she was sure of it. Blinking a few times just to get it right, she made out the icy blue eyes with crosses in them staring back at her. "You're Naruto-kun, right?" The fox nodded its head. "Hi. I finished talking with Grafiya and Searsex not long ago and sent myself up her." He was sadly cut off though, as he found himself being crushed between slender arms and bountiful mountains that were soft and warm. "This is the cutest you yet." Though she relinquished her hold as she felt a nasty nip on her. Looking down, she saw a small amount of blood coming from it and pouted at the white fox. "What was that for?" "You were crushing my tail. I will relent on my normal, no hugging, rule while I am like this, as long as you be weary of my tail. It is incredibly sensitive." He didn't get to say much more as Gabriel picked him up again, holding him tight, but letting his tail drop down under him. "Oh, let's keep you being back a secret from brother. It will be fun, won't it?" Gabriel gives a small giggle. Picturing the confused Michael as Naruto had yet to appear or send a message to say that he was going to be late. Naruto looked at her for a few moments before accepting his position. It would seem that he was to be demoted to a soft toy while he was here for now. "I don't really think it is going to work out how you planned." There was a flash of light in the corridor outside of the room before Il walked to stand in front of where Naruto's door used to be, a somewhat confused look on his face. "What happened here?" Gabriel gave a nervous smile. "I heard something moving around in here, so I called out. When nobody responded, I broke down the door and found this little guy playing in here." "Ah, is that true, Naruto?" Michael questioned, looking at the fox resting between his sister's s at the current time. The shock on his sister's face was clear. "Basically, though I think she forgot to mention the part where she stood outside of my room for over half an hour waiting for me to come out," Naruto offered with a foxy smirk. Gabriel looked between the two. "You knew brother Naruto is able to turn into a fox. I have known this for centuries, because he discovered early on that we can't track him in his fox form. Thus he often used it to get out of his lessons when he was younger. He was a lot more lively back then," Michael explained, causing Gabriel to raise a brow in confusion. How didn't she know about that then? Actually, when did any of them get lessons? Seeing those thoughts, Michael gave a strained smile. "It was before your time, Gabriel. I always thought that Naruto was younger than me." "Wait, is he older than you, brother?" Michael pressed his lips together in thought. He was the only living being that knew of what Naruto truly was, sans for the man himself. Lucifer, though he knew, perished in a civil war after the three factions retreated. He was weakened to the point where death seemed to be his only outcome after the Great War. The reason for this was simple. They were created to protect the blonde. He inwardly frowned. Having done a terrible job at that so far, he is, though not by much. Myself, Lucifer and Naruto all grew up together and I am about 100 years older than you, Gabriel, if my memory is correct. As you know, you were created using the dimensions of another woman during her teenage years and joined the rest of us, the Woma. And whose body you is created after is Naruto's mother. Your facial structure is made from the design of God himself along with your hair and eyes. At times I wonder if you were created to not only protect God, but also to stay by Naruto's side. Gabriel looks down at Naruto, who gives her a questioning gaze before jumping out of her hold without any effort, instantly changing into his adult form. Ik was clad in just a pair of white pants. He took a seat on the nearby bed and gave a small shrug. I have no idea, I was mostly kept out of the loop apart from my lessons. So I might have been made to be Naruto-kun www wife? She questioned hesitantly. Michael gave a small grimace. I am not sure, though you are the only female seraph, not to mention you had a strong attachment to Naruto the first time you met him. As you can tell, though I am younger in appearance than Naruto, our structure is similar. While you were made based on his mother, I was made based on him. If God were still alive, we could speak to him about this. But for now all we can do is speculate. I think I was to become like a brother to him. Either way, what you were made to do, and what you chose to become are two completely different things. Just be who you want to be. Michael, Gabriel, you were given the ability to think for yourselves for a reason. Why do you think it is impossible for you two to fall? Naruto questioned. Gabriel widened her eyes while Michael narrowed his own. How did you know? Ghosts can feel sins, Michael. I also watched you give into your anger during the Great War, yet not a single flicker of yours wings. Naruto became quiet after that, the three of them knowing all too well when that occurred. It was when God was slain, a large majority of angels fell from despair until a figure that Gabriel could barely make out appeared, his voice instantly calming the angels as he ordered them to retreat to heaven. Every pure angel, bar Michael, listened and fell back. She remember. The light dimmed a little and she could make out his pure white hair as he appeared next to Michael and calmed him down before her brother came and returned her to heaven with him by her side. For the briefest of moments, the figure gave off the feeling that God did when he was alive. His strength and aura were of a completely different class to even the seraphim. She had asked Michael about it many times. About this person that felt like God, only to get no answer. He said that he knew them, but they were going to keep quiet until it was time to move again. I have a lot to think about. Is it okay if I be excused? Naruto-kun, brother. Gabriel shifted slightly as the two looked towards her. She was feeling a little lightheaded with all these thoughts, plus finding out so many different things about Naruto. Plus there was her situation with him. Michael and Naruto shared a glance before nodded to her as she excused herself from the room. Once she was gone, Naruto lifted his hand and clicked his fingers. The door, which had been all but vaporized, appeared once more and settled itself into position. It gave a bright glow signaling that magic had been cast on it before a poo LSE erupted from Michael to cleanse the room of anything that may have been hidden inside. This is serious business, Naruto. If the others were to know you were housing a devil, they would call for your head. I made a deal with the devils, you know, in order for me to visit Grafiya any time I wish, really. All I had to do was change a couple of things around in my recent project, which in turn made a drastic change that I will need to work out for my original plans, but now devils can resurrect humans into devils. He saw the look of outrage on Michael's face, lifting a hand to stop the conversation that would come forth. I just need to make a few finishing touches for it to be workable for us to do the same, only to turn them into angels. It should only take about a month. After that I was looking at some plans for a new combat suit for the seraphim. Michael now rose a brow. What is wrong with the current one? Naruto gives a small pout, something that surprised the seraph. He had heard that the blonde had started to become more expressive. He was thankful. Since the war, Naruto turned his back on nearly everything. It is too bulky, it gets in the way of finer movements, so I was thinking of scrapping the current ones once I can make my new ones. On those lines, I have been thinking about what the people from the church have been wearing when we have them do jobs for us. Right now they are practically naked. Wearing human clothing, something that feeds off their devotion to their task, offer them a bit more protection when hunting the abnormal. It looks like something has really stirred you, Naruto. Michael reasoned, seeing a look of determination in the blonde's eyes. Normally you would not have gotten involved at all. you simply would have just killed that devil and been done with you. Why the change? Naruto pressed his lips together and thought, hear me out before you say anything please. He got a small nod from Michael which prompted him to start. God said that because of my nature I connected with the world, meaning I was able to tell when it was happy. At the moment it isn't, but I can't tell why. Every day it is getting a little worse. I feel that in the end, all we will be able to do act with force until we can right what is wrong. That is troubling. Are you sure? Michael was hesitant, the last time that the blonde had predicted something like this. The Great War broke out not long afterwards, now they were weak, they would more than likely be crushed. Sadly I am. Michael slowly put the pieces together, you want us to fight alongside the devils. Seeing that Naruto gave no reaction to the suggestion caused Michael to shake his head, if it were anyone else I would cast it away without a thought and branded you a traitor. Though coming from you, I don't think this will go over as smoothly as you plan. Standing up Naruto walked forward and tapped his index finger to his fellow blonde's forehead, watching as his eyes went wide before glazing over. A few seconds later he seemed to return as his breathing became labored and a few beads of sweat formed on his brow. What was that? All that fire, those creatures and the darkness. That I fear Michael, is what is coming, what the world is so scared of. I feel it in my blood, war will be upon us once again. One that will make the Great War look like a scrap between children. The room that they were in no longer seemed like the one from their childhood memories, it now seemed like a tomb. Something that should never have been opened. Trying to ease the tension, Michael gave a light chuckle, which in turn caused Naruto to raise a brow at him. It would be best if you and Gabriel were together at such a point then, don't you think? I do care for her. But I do not know if she returns those feelings. It hurts if I am away from her for too long. In fact, she is the main reason that I continue to return here. Though I still enjoy the change from time to time. Now show me to God's system, let's see if I can't fix it a little. It was now later in the night. Naruto and Michael had left and returned a few times since then. They had been BUSY sorting through paperwork and new projects for the researchers, along with moving some people out of Naruto's forge and laboratory, or was it better to call him her husband? Really, Gabriel didn't know. To hear that her own brother thought at times she was created to be there and to stand by Naruto made her wonder if her feelings were real at all. Or was she just acting how she had been programmed to? Was she even able to be classed as a person now? Were people not those that were able to think for themselves, to make their own choice? The door in front of her opened and she barely noticed that Naruto was giving her a pointed stare. How long are you going to stand out here for this time? Both were clad in their nightwear. For Naruto it was hard to tell as it just seemed to be the same pants that he wore during the day. For Gabriel though, her nightgown was a few fractions thinner, but that didn't make it any less elegant. It clung tightly to her body and swayed gently with the faintest breeze of the night's air. It was the designated time for sleep after all, so the normal white ceiling that floated overhead had dulled down, changing the tempo of the day. She spotted some soot, and his cheek and leaned forward while pulling some cloth from her gown before wiping it off. I wasn't sure if you wanted me to come in or not. Your first day back and you spent the majority of it in the forge. You seem really devoted at the moment, Naruto-kun. Inwardly sighing, Naruto stepped to the side. Do you want to come in, Gabriel? The blonde-haired woman seemed to be confused at that point and bit down on her lip. I do. But I don't know if I want to come in because that is what I want, or because it is what I should do. Naruto walked forward and placed a light kiss on her forehead. Michael said that it was a feeling. Everyone has a purpose in this world of ours, Gabriel. Most of us don't live long enough to find out what it was, or we complete it without even noticing. What should it matter what yours is? As long as you live your life how you think is best. He questioned, taking a step away from her and moving back into his room. He didn't need to look to know she was still standing in the doorway. Her feelings were conflicted enough that she would fall if not for God's protection on her. He moved into bed and climbed under the sheets, hearing his door slowly close. As the sound of soft footsteps littered his ears. The edge of his bed compressed a little and he knew that Gabriel was sitting only feet away from him. What if I don't know what to do anymore? She sounded so fragile right now. Sitting up, Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder. Then listen to your heart. If that fails you, then listen to the world. She turned back to face him, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Naruto-kun. How How do you think of me? Well, when I first met you I thought you were just some little girl who didn't understand what was happening around her, though. Over the years we grew closer and closer, but really it wasn't until the war where I made my final choice. Gabriel, you were always a thing of beauty, though when I saw how you moved, how you protected the others on the front line, while still able to come home and maintain your gentle, cheerful and sometimes aloof behavior, I started to admire you. You were able to stay strong, despite the death of God. You became a rock of the seraphim to lean on while I vanished. Naruto spoke frowning. I should have been there for everyone, but I was having trouble just getting my own head straight. Naruto-kun, Gabriel questioned, not exactly understanding what he was saying. The man in question lightly rubbed at the back of his head. I guess what I am saying is, you're precious to me, more so than Michael and the others. It is stronger like the feelings I felt for my mother, but at the same time different. What I do know is that I don't feel right when you aren't near me. During my exile I noticed that I felt stiffer. Almost like something was holding me back. It feels wrong if you aren't by my side. Gabriel frowned, but as fox folk you need to take multiple mates, which are like wives, isn't that right? That is the curse we have for the actions of our ancestor Aphrodite. Our lust is quite large and when it isn't filled we can't control our changes properly, though if our RGY is depleted we will always return to a childlike state. Thankfully mine is somewhat balanced because I have 2 subspecies instead of the normal one, otherwise there is a chance that I would be Ying to have this conversation with you right now as a fox. I honestly believe that would be both interesting and awkward though. He gave a small smile as he saw Gabriel giggle. Though it changed when her eyes hardened. We are taking this slow though, and I get the final say in your mates. I haven't seen you this serious since you heard that I had the aura Linda. But yes you do Gabriel. Naruto spoke softly as he felt her leaned in and wrap her arms around him as she crawled into bed. Her arms tightened around his neck and she drew their faces very close as her green eyes seemed to sparkle with hidden intent. Yes. When I get serious I always get my way. Now about that book Naruto-kun. His expression changed in an instant as the air in the room stilled. She could be Sejic Tive all she wanted and right now it wouldn't matter. She could try to force it out of him with small threats or by acting serious on the matter, but it would all be for naught now. No. You are not ready to read it. It will break you. This is for your own good Gabriel. When you are ready I will let you know, though for now you simply aren't. And like that she dropped any hope she had thought to be in her hands of reading it. Moo. But how come brother knew that you had it? He walked in when God handed it to me. So now you also know. What do you think it contains anyhow Gabriel? Naruto questioned, seeing a thoughtful look come over her face. I'm not sure, but if God gave it to you it must be important. He always gave you really important missions when he was alive, things that he couldn't trust to angels. Even the seraphim were not allowed to assist. I guess that is why I want to read that book so much, because it is this huge secret about what is inside of it. I like to think that it is magic. Michael thinks that it might be ways of forging, or super advanced technology. She answers honestly before noticing her position and blushes madly. She had been laying in his arms for a couple of minutes now and had just pushed it to the back of her mind. Now though, it was right in front of her. How do you see me Gabriel? Frozen now as those words dug into her. How did she feel about the man in front of her? Yesterday she could have answered without a second thought. No, even now she can still give him her answer. She has known that they were drawn together by something, though whether it was by her creation or purely because of who they were she didn't know. Everyone looks up to you. When you are here everything is deferred to you. I cannot understand how that must feel. To have a whole community depend on you. Even brother asks for your judgment on things when you're here. She takes a breath to steady herself. I often feel like I am out of place around you. Despite knowing that I want to be near you, I find it hard to explain, that I am drawn to you, like you are a flame and I a moth. I am so happy that you have started to open up again, Eve. Ryan was worried when you returned and were colder than ice. Then something changed, you started to return back to how you were before the war. I want to stay by your side, help clean the world and make it a better place for everyone. I will hold you hand and face what comes at us. I will become your guardian angel. She wriggles her fingers into his hand. No one was ever able to catch my interest like you do. Nor do I believe that anyone would be able to. You seem to do what you want, but it always works out well for everyone around you. Even when you left us all behind, we had to become independent without any guidance from you and Michael, as Michael was busy trying to stabilize God's equipment. It was good for us to learn. I only wish that the cost hadn't been so high." He can see the sad look in her face. Pressing his lips together in thought, he moves forward and lightly kisses her cheek. "Tomorrow, come to 7th Heaven, I will let Michael know that you are coming to my forge." "Naruto-kun." She was surprised, which was understandable. Michael and Naruto were the only ones allowed into the 7th Heaven, or the 7th level of heaven if you will, both during God's reign and after it. More so than that, it will be the first time anyone but God or Michael has seen where their armor came from. The Seraph armor anyway, the others mostly had the mass-produced version which was nearly equal in stats after a few centuries of experimentation. "If you want us to spend the rest of ours lives together, you should see the work that I do, not just the finished product. Plus I need to get your sizes for the new suit of armor I am making. It is going to be my finest work yet." Naruto's statement caused a warm smile to come over Gabriel's face. Whenever he started talking about a new project or something that he wanted to start marking, he seemed to go off into his own little happy world. Gabriel was following behind Michael as they moved through the 7th Heaven, her eyes shooting all over the place. Huge golden pillars reached up into the sky with this strange liquid running down them. When she asked about it, Michael had told her that Naruto used it for his forging. There was a large house, and Michael explained that was where God lived before he passed. Now it is empty, and by large house we mean a large golden palace, easily the biggest thing in heaven, at least that is what she thought. It had only been a slight increase up until this point, but now Gabriel was able to feel the sheer heat that was coming from their destination. All that liquid was run into this place and spiraling down a large tube into what looked to be a mountain, though with the amount of smoke raising from the top it looked more like a volcano ready to erupt. "Is that?" she questioned. Michael gave a kind smile. "Yes sister, now for the first time in so many years, someone other than myself and Naruto is going to enter the forge." Is turning in excitement. "It is alive." Michael thought about how to answer for some time. "I am honestly not sure. Naruto would know, also unless he asks you to. Don't touch anything. The forge is a very dangerous place, Gabriel. I am not sure what you two talked about, but he asked me to bring you here." Gabriel didn't answer as they came to large doors that were made of heavy metal. Reaching into one of his pockets, he pulled out a leather glove and drew the door back, heat rushing out and thinning the air around them. Gabriel felt sweat instantly start to form on her smooth skin. "It is a little hot." She trailed, following behind Michael as they entered the mountain. It was only a few more minutes before they could hear the sounds of chains rattling and the pounding of a hammer, entering a large room, easily the size of halls in some castles from the evil ages. They saw Naruto standing there pounding away on an anvil with a strange golden hammer. Chains are extending from his back and pulling on the ones dangling from the ceiling as he adjusts the temperature of the room and the fire. One chain from his back hovers over towards them, seemingly studying them like a snake before moving back to its owner. The hammering stopped for a moment as Naruto looked over his shoulder. Seeing the two seraphs standing there, he gave a small smile. "I will be with you in a moment." The hammer sounds out a handful more times before stopping completely as Naruto puts the blade he was working on out to cool. He walked up to them with a wide smile on his face, and Gabriel could see the muscles in his arms were quite tight right now. No doubt he had been working on that blade since he left this morning. "So, Gabriel, what do you think of my forge?" She looked around in thought. Shining golden liquid was flowing into the room and down the walls, cascading almost like lava. It was the main reason for the intense heat. She knew for a fact that it wasn't gold. Naruto refused to work with such a weak material regardless of its worth. That made her think that it was something special, that only Naruto and Michael knew about. Though steering away from the liquid metal, she saw hanging chains and stiff rock everywhere. Honest why it looked much more like a place one would expect to see in the underworld than in heaven. Large golems, more than likely made of the same liquid that was running through the room, were standing in the four corners, watching. She knew that if they were like Naruto's other ones, then they were fully capable of protecting him if he needed them to. Hanging on the far wall, she could see a lot of formulas, meaning that he was more than likely using magic of some kind in his forging, though when she thought back to what he was able to create, it was quite clear he had been doing that from the start. Then she saw it. His plans for the new armor, and a blush crept across her face before she turned to him, causing her to take him in fully since they entered the room. He was topless, though that was kind of expected given the heat of the room, a very fine line of sweat on his brow. Michael handed him a bottle of water and Naruto took a couple of mouthfuls before pouring it over his head and chest to cool himself down. Gabriel's eyes watching the water run down his body and into his pant line. Gabriel, you're drooling. Naruto deadpanned, causing the woman to blink before lifting a hand to her mouth and finding that there was a small bit of drool there, a small eep, and cleaning of her face later. She was nodding as she looked around the room once again in a serious manner. It is different from what I expected. I didn't think to see something like this in heaven. She trailed a little, making sure to not stare for too long at the blonde's gorgeous body right now. Naruto gave a small nod. I understand what you mean. God thought the same thing at first, but I quickly told him that if we didn't contain the forge like this, the heat would radiate all the way to the third heaven. That would make for somewhat uncomfortable experiences when I am doing heavy forging. Right now the temperature output is only at like 10 to 15% of its safe maximum, at that point. And I can only forge for 2 hours a day before I need to cool my body down, otherwise I can do permanent damage. At that level 7th heaven is off limits to everyone, not even God used to stick around when I was working with those heats. It spreads to around 6th where you can feel a large heat increase, though it is only about as bad as a hot summer day on Earth. So that was you. Gabriel questioned, remembering back to when they were younger and spent days with God, only they happened on really hot days every time and always went swimming. Now that she thought about it, Naruto was never there with them. Yeah, that was when I was making the first prototype that would in the end become the standard Seraph armor. Once I finish Ural's sword I will get to work on the new Seraph armor. I plan on making it much lighter and easier to move in. The blonde rolls his hand a little before clicking his fingers as his chains fly from his back and quickly cool the forge down further. Come and take a seat, Gabriel. I need to take your measurements. Thank you for bringing her, Michael. Her armor is going to take the longest to get through. Michael nods in understanding as he left. Naruto aft. All did spend quite a lot of time on Gabriel's equipment. It had been his way of protecting her since he started using the forge. Naruto lead her over to a table with chairs around it, a few pages of paper littering it, though from a quick glance she couldn't make out much more other than equations regarding the infusion of light into leather. Lightly taking a seat, she was surprised that it was rather cool, colored obsidian. It is rather heat resistant, Naruto replied as he pulls out a tape measure and starts sizing her up, checking fingers, thumbs, arm lengths, foot size, leg length, surprising Gabriel when he asked her to stand and check the size of her behind, her waist and her chest and her best before telling her she could sit again as he did the shoulders as well, though it might seem a little strange to you. I do want this to be one of my finest pieces of work. Thus I cannot leave out any detail. His response was for her pout to continue. It had happened around the time he started measuring her. You didn't have to poke me so much. Mostly because of that, also because she felt embarrassed that he was paying such attention to her body, a part of her wondering if it was the kind that he liked. It was to see how much room would be needed between the armor and the insulated skin between it and your body. Having an armor that is too tight can cause quite a lot of bruising. One that is too loose hardly protects you at all. If anything, it is more of a hindrance than anything else. Always flopping around everywhere and restricting your movements by dropping into the wrong place. He flipped his hand off to the side as he made some notes on a piece of paper. Do you want to be able to deploy your wings while inside of your armor, or would you rather it just allow you the ability to fly through a light converter? What is the difference if you don't mind, Naruto-kun? Tapping the paper a few times, Naruto turns with his lips pressed into a thin line. A light converter will take the action of your wings when you use them, only they won't come out, allowing them to be protected as well, though it will take away from the intimidation of seeing those stainless white wings of yours. This converter, what would it make my light look like? Gabriel questioned. Normally Naruto didn't ever lock something in one place after all. It can either just expel a small trail of light behind you, or I can change it to give you wings like mine instead. Naruto spoke only to hear her gasp. Oh yeah, you haven't seen my wings before, have you, Gabriel? Turning arrow. Slowly he saw her quickly shake her head. Most of us had figured that you didn't have wings, Naruto-kun. Lightly shaking his head from side to side, Naruto put some distance between them, standing out in a large open area of the forge. Not really the case, I just make myself float around because my wings draw a lot of attention to me. Rolling his shoulders forward, the air in the room changed. As two incredibly large wings made of an icy blue energy formed. I only have two, but they are huge, so I think that counts for something, right? Gabriel just stared blankly at the wings. They were beyond reason in their length. 4 times the size of Naruto each wing, and his height and width. They're beautiful, that was all she could say. They were captivating, almost forcing you to stare at them without pause. But they aren't all that easy to use. I need large open spaces, otherwise I can't use my full power. Using them in a hallway doesn't work out well, so most of the time I just veer around by forming tiny pockets of light at the bottom of my feet to keep me in the air. Taking a small breath, Naruto drew his wings back in, watching as Gabriel's attention slowly turned back to him. I can give you wings like that. Though they will be smaller, only a little larger than 4 of your white wings at the moment. Her eyes widened before she eagerly nodded. I would like that very much. Then I have just about all I need then. You can stay if you want to, though I will be busy. Also, before you ask, yes, I can keep an area cool for you if you want. Naruto focuses on the paper that rests on the table. Tapping it a few times before picking the ink from it and chucking it over at the far wall. It splattered and turned into a large design that he could work from. Loots of little gold-looking machines came out, standing at the height of children as they started of the forge. Gabriel made herself comfortable as she crossed her legs in a refined manner, watching the blonde male go back to work. A group of the small machines came up to her and held out some paper for her. She rose a brow before reading what was already written. Apparently they would follow orders written on the paper. Taking a utensil from the desk next to her, she quickly scribbled down for a glass of water, a small snack and something to read. Less than 5 minutes later those items were in front of her with a nice even pace of hammer strikes that almost seemed to ring and bounce off of the walls around them. Peering up from her book, she could see metal floating in the air around Naruto, his ins carving and inscribing runes and seals into the pieces before they found their way to his hammer and were molded to a shape before the process repeated itself, time and time again. It was really nothing else to see the blonde working so hard with a wide smile on his face. Seeing Naruto enjoying his work allowed her to think about the future. She would later find out that he was only staying for half a year. Their time together passed much too quickly for her liking. Now standing in his room, she held an irritated glare. It looked incredibly out of place on the normally soft woman. I do not approve of you going to the underworld. Her arms crossed under her chest as she watched him fasten his new armor. Really, compared to his other set, this was nothing fancy. He was clad in form-fitting black armor over his legs that stopped at his waist, showing a white bodysuit coming up from under it. The only other places it was covered was his arms, coming up to mid-forearm, and his upper chest and back, covering his shoulders, yet made of a more flexible material so that he had full rotation of his arms. I know, you've told me this quite often. Naruto I forb. Gabby, he cut her off before she could finish. Adjusting his right glove before he walked up to her and slowly lifted her hand, showing a bright golden ring. This means I will come back. You're stuck with me now, though if you're really worried about me, I am taking number 1 and number 2 with me. Plus Grafiya will be there, and you know she is no slouch. Gabriel dropped her glare and leaned into him. But what if she hates you now? You didn't know her very long after all. Gabby, I am a pretty good judge of character. Grafiya isn't like that. No one was kind to her before us. Lucifer wasn't exactly the most friendly person, though Lilith was able to keep him in line most of the time. Really though, I think he just found himself above everyone else, so she more than likely would have just been ignored by him. And that can be worse than any kind of abuse. I'm not going to let her think that she is alone anymore. Gabby, devil or not, I'm going to help her. You can't stop that, Gabby. Naruto wrapped his fingers around hers and held her hand tightly. She shook her head lightly before leaning into his body, able to feel his warmth through the strange material covering his skin. It was the same kind of material that was going to be worn by all the seraphim when he was done with his new armor. Most of the sets were already complete, and having been there and watched how he made them, and the amount of time put into each turn and plate of the armor made her appreciate his work more. Leaning up on her toes, she captured his lips briefly before giving him another flat stare. If you don't return, I will never forgive you. Breaking away from her, he gives a warm smile. If I don't return, I won't forgive myself. I'll see you soon, Gabby. Make sure you keep your brother busy for me, okay? His body started to break up into particles before they flew through the ground towards Earth. He never heard her reply as he appeared back outside of his cabin. His fingers spreading out across the ground as he was forced into a crouched landing. Looking down, he saw a large red magic circle, about to jump out of it before he finished readying the inscription of what it was doing before staying put and finding himself flung from his place once again. When he opened his eyes, he had to blink a few times. Not as much fire as I would have thought, was the first thought that flashed through his mind. People say that a lot. Though I suppose heaven isn't made of clouds and golden pillars. A voice that he could remember from earlier in the year spoke from the side, causing Naruto to turn his head. A few gasps were drawn as people took notice of his figure. Hanging from his ear was an upside-down cross, while his hair was held up with a black headband, giving his hair a more spiky than usual look. A grin spread over his face as Naruto calmly stood, brushing off his hands and knees. Actually, it is Sears T. You dare address the Mao in such a casual manner? Came the roaring voice of somewhere nearby. Naruto slowly turned his head towards them and gave a shrug. He wasn't as stiff as he used to be. Gabby had brought him out of that, though he would often revert to that when he was in an important situation. Mostly because it was more comfortable for him. Sears rose his hand and quelled the roaring before it reached higher than what it was by others joining in. This man gave us the idea ND theory behind the evil peace system that is being worked on. He has done more for devildom than most that live here have with that one action. Naruto craned his neck to the side and poked his tongue out at the upstart devil before turning to Sears and giving an inquisitive look to the Mao. How are you going with that, by the way? We should speak about that in private, though your new uniform is interesting. Sears looked over the outfit and could feel a sense of unease from it. Thank you, I made it myself. I would offer you one, but it might be a bit hard to make one for your alignment. Naruto offered lamely. Sears though gave a small wave of his hand. Not that important, though if you do find a way around that I would be interested. Grafiya. The gentle tapping of shoes against the ground drew Naruto's attention. Standing there with her hair braided and sitting lightly on her shoulder was Grafiya. She was dressed in what looked like maid's clothing from England. Though he wasn't quite sure, she gave a small curtsy to the blonde. It is good to see you again, Naruto-sama. To be honest, a part of me thought that would have been our last meeting. Naruto lightly shook his head. Let's get to a more private area. Forgive me if I don't want to spill my guts in front of people who would try to kill me if you weren't standing there, Sears Grafiya narrowed her eyes and spared a glance at those around her before moving to stand next to Naruto. I shall lead you to your quarters, Naruto-sama. Nodding to her request, Naruto followed after Grafiya. Passing down the long halls that seemed to take on a castle-like feel about them, he was sure that the devils here had some strange fetish for England. He stopped counting how many noble-like people walked past him and looked down on him or sneered at him, which of course caused the temperature to drop drastically, as icy crystals formed in the air around him and Grafiya. Thankfully it only take a quarter of an hour to get to their destination by foot, though it was a very cold and quiet 15 minutes. He rose a brow as he stopped by a large set of double doors, large golden crosses on the doors, and he could feel the magic coming from them. It was a barrier against devils. That he found interesting. Seeing his questioning of the door in front of him, Grafiya spoke. When Mao Beelzebub you were coming, he decided it was best if you were protected from devils entering your room. Only those that you or he allow will be able to enter. I overheard him saying he got the idea from your theory on light and its effects on materials. I had figured so. Must have been pretty dangerous for devils to work on something like this. Naruto trailed as he moved forward and touched the cross. It gave a slight glow before opening the door. I did sustain some minor burns while I was putting it together. Before you get cross, I chose to do so. I was not ordered, nor even asked. Just like my position is made for the House of Grimoire. Now, is there anything I can do for you, Naruto-sama? She gave him eyes filled with question. Naruto though took up a thinking position before lightly shrugging his shoulders. The best tea if you could, a pot and 2 glasses. I want to speak with you as I taste what the underworld has to offer, if that is okay. A ghost of a smile graced her lips before she bowed to the blonde. Then I shall return shortly, Naruto-sama. With that she left the doorway. Naruto though looked to the bookshelf, running his fingers along the spines. After a short time he paused, letting out a golden pulse from his body. You can enter now, Sears. Don't worry, I won't bite. There was a small amount of laughter from the redhead as he glanced around the room. Everett Hing was still in place, and he had to admit, he had no idea what the blonde would want his place to look like, though he would like to think that he did a good job. Grafiya was really nervous about whether or not you were going to come back for her, though I believe I did see her skipping down the hall just before. What did you say to her? Skipping? Naruto questioned by repatriation. Yes, skipping. I was quite shocked at first as well. I asked to have tea with her, Naruto stated calmly before pulling out a book and flicking it open and skimming some of the pages, a frown slowly working over his face. He glanced at the front to see that the name had been scratched off. Whoever wrote this is an idiot. Sears gave a small frown. Well, yes, that would be the former Beelzebub. His views were quite There will always be tyrants. Those that have power will try to rule with force. Do not feel bad about that. Just do what you can to stop it. But I wasn't talking about that. No, I was talking about his calculations and his minimal understanding of the universe around him. Know this, former Beelzebub is mentally retarded. Devils are not darkness incarnate. No, they are tainted light. How often people get that wrong grinds me in ways that you can't understand, stranger. No, I guess you would be the current Beelzebub, seeing as you have been readily accepted by the room. Naruto murmured, causing Sears to gasp as a slow round of applause rung from the wall where a green-haired man walked out. His hair slicked back with light blue eyes taking in the form of the blonde. He was in a longish jacket that was a few tones duller than his hair and brown dress pants. And I take it you are the infamous Naruto. That would be correct. Ijuka, when did you get here? Having his first name revealed, Ijuka gave a small sigh, running a hand through his hair before giving a bored look at the room he was standing in. I came in moments after you, Sears, through the transportation circle that leads to my lab. I want to work with Naruto-san further in the future. Though I do agree that devils are not darkness incarnate, after looking at your work I was surprised to find that. Had it not been pointed out and shown how to look for it, I may have continued with my ways of thinking for another few decades. Wait, so we aren't beings of darkness, Ijuka? Sears Styon, causing the green-haired man to shake his head negative. No, as Naruto-san pointed out to me, and after I checked for myself, I came to the conclusion that we are in fact tainted light. Our darkness is purely from the corrupted light of Lucifer, the father of all devils. In other words, we are perfected fallen angels, Ijuka reasoned, causing Sears to widen his eyes in shock. Are you sure? Ijuka gives a wide grin. Yes. I tested the theory on my own body. I could see the light starting to clean itself when I injected a tiny amount into my own body, or as it was formerly known as, light poisoning. No, I still call it that. It is just easier to keep to that name that you devils have been using for so long. Naruto spoke before placing his book back into the shelf. You are the one that is handling my notes with the supervision of Grafiya, I assume. That's right, though I have noticed how advanced some of your formulas are. I wonder, what is your job in heaven? Naruto tapped at his arm a few times. I am the smithy of heaven. I make the equipment for the seraphim, and of course a few toys for myself. Ijuka rose a brow. Are you that Naruto, the holy smith? I wonder how you know that title. Oh, we captured some fallen. They made it very clear that heaven would always make it out alive, as long as you continued to live. Those that once stood beside you now fear you. Whispers that you can make life with a forge not even God could touch. Ijuka spoke with a small smile on his face, knowing that as long as he thought of it as the man himself and not the title, then he would be fine. Naruto gently lets out a breath as he crosses his arms over his chest. Not even I can make life. Then again, I haven't really tried. The closest thing to what they are speaking would be my golems. Or maybe the sacred gear, but that isn't life, merely an existence that is reliant on the orders of others. It would be the same as saying that a wheel is alive because it can move without someone touching it. Ijuka gave a small snort of laughter. I figured, if you could truly create life, then there would no longer be a need for humans, would there? Oh, so you found that out, did you? My. Finding a devil that studies the laws of the universe, a wide smile came across the blonde's face. How thrilling to meet someone that may be able to understand my line of thought. I come to much the same conclusion, though I truly do wonder if the gap between dimensions is as large as it appears, or if it is simply an illusion cast by the nothingness between each exit. Hardly. I do believe that it is as large as it appears. After all, the universe needs room to grow, does it not? If that is the case, then won't we one day run into the other exit? Sears X was Jew. Saint standing there dumbly when Grafiya returned with tea. She had brought a large number of cups, apparently believing that something like this would happen. She noted that Naruto and Ajuka seemed to be conversing about laws of the universe while the current Lucifer looked like a confused child. Lucifer-sama, would you care for some tea? Sears X widens his eyes at her appearance, having not noticed her enter before nodding. That would be lovely, Grafiya. I am feeling quite stupid right now for not understanding what they are talking about. I would not. Apparently Naruto-sama has no on. In heaven he can speak to on equal terms since God died. Gabriel often said that he would spend hours talking to himself as he worked to help ease his sense of self, gently pouring a glass for the mouse. She placed it on the table in front of him and gave a light bow of her head. So basically, he has to dumb himself down so that others around him can understand. Grafiya nodded. That is what Gabriel said. And after looking at the designs that he was playing around with, and the theory behind the devil reincarnation, I can see that his mind works on a different level than ours. In a sense he and Beelzebub seem almost like kindred spirits. Why in the name of all that is holy would you think that a series matrix is a good idea for casting? Naruto roared, drawing more attention to the duo. It is stronger and faster than using parallel, able to increase cast speed by 34.5%, Ajuka responded. Yes, and while that is happening, allow me to shift a single section of your magic circle a degree and watch it blow up in your face. Yes, a series casting is best when you are stationary, but for proper combat, parallel is best. It is safer and more reliable. TCH** number. Wonder none of your spells could break through my barriers in the Great War. That was you. I tried rewriting, even code change, and nothing. Not a single one of my spells could even come close to scratching that barrier around God. He shook his head lightly. Those dragons really saved our ass. If not, then you and God may have slowly just taken us all out before we ever broke through to you. Naruto gave a small shrug of his shoulders. Probably not. The fallen were pushing back the seraphim. I would have left to help them if it came to them being in real danger. Sears X found that he was able to keep up with this. So you were that blonde during the Great War that stopped the devils in their tracks. Seeing the small nod from Naruto, he continued, but I thought you said that the war had nothing to do with you. I said any more. Once God fell, I learned some interesting things. It is partly the reason why I am here. Along with visiting Grafiya, of course, I came here to offer a ceasefire between heaven and devils. Naruto moved to the table and took one of the offered glasses to his lips, savoring the taste before offering a small compliment to Grafiya. He stiffened slightly before returning to a normal rate of breath. Sears X looked somewhat stuck on the thought, while Ajuka narrowed his eyes slightly. There are a few things I would like your eyes to look over for me. If you help me make progress, then you will have my vote. The red-headed Mao gave a tired sigh before looking at Ajuka. I will bring it up with the others, but I can't just put my vote behind you yet. I need to see a little more from you before I make up my mind. Though it was the next words that caught everyone by surprise. That is fine, I have no intention of leaving before we have come to an agreement. After all, a couple hundred years is really nothing to creatures like us. Naruto-sama. Sorry, Grafiya, I didn't think it would be this tight. If it is for you, I don't mind, Naruto-sama. It will start to feel better soon, I promise. Please be gentle, I am still tired from last time. Then why did you say yes? Because you asked for me, Naruto-sama. Ajuka rubbed at his temple, looking around at the others in the room. Most of the scientists were blushing up a storm or had long since passed out. Really, if I couldn't see what you two were doing, I might take this the wrong way. Grafiya gave a shocked expression as a blush crept over her face. Peering up over her shoulder was Naruto, a leather cord in his mouth as he raised a confused eyebrow. What are you talking about? The base suit is a little tight on the first wear. Once it is on, it will adjust to her body. Naruto looked down at Grafiya. She was in a tight black leather suit. One he was currently putting on her. Oh you dirty devils. And there we go, he gave a final tug on the cord in his mouth and a black mist rolled out of Grafiya, loosening the suit a little and producing a fox emblem on he. R left before cloth came out from her waist and added extra covering for her more private areas, namely her behind and her frontal garden. Small patches of gold appeared, namely around the trimming and around her collar. It was by no means loose, but now it almost felt as if she were naked, like it clung to her that tightly that it had become her skin. I feel strange. But good, Grafiya rem. Arced as she slowly lifted her hand up and clenched her fist, aiming at the testing dummy in front of her as a small magic circle appeared in her palm before a giant spear made of ice formed nearly instantly. The dummy was destroyed. Along with everything around it, Ijuka let out a small groan as he saw the outside from his position in the laboratory. The entire wall that the dummy was in front of was gone. He watched as the ice crystals that littered the air slowly vanished. What did my lab ever do to you? Naruto in response poked his tongue out. Parallel magic rules Ijuka. There is no W. That was a parallel sequence, it was much too destructive. No, Naruto-sama is right. After he explained the difference between how I was using magic and his use of parallel over my series 1 converted my spells to the former. Though my ice spear was beyond what I expected, I am glad I didn't try anything more destructive. Was this a good test, Naruto-sama? She questioned hesitantly, only to get a thumbs up from the blonde. It was great. The reason why it was more powerful than normal is because of the suit's features. It takes in the natural energies of the world around it to make the wearer's basic stats much higher. At the moment I would put you at a lower level seraph in combat form with your stats, Grafiya. In other words, it's a boost of nearly 50%, which is nothing to scoff at, mind you. Naruto remarked with a happy smile on his face. Grafiya widened her eyes slightly. Last time was only a 25% increase. Ijuka gave a small nod, if what he was saying was true. Which from the observation was correct then. Yeah, it is still taking some getting used to, and really the only one I can make armor for at the moment is Grafiya. Seriously, you devils are so difficult. Each one of your families has this unique build that needs to be attended to. Naruto spoke. A loud ding rung out once he was done, causing a few of the others to raise their brows in question. Sounds like our other project has finished testing. Ijuka widened his eyes slightly. The concept behind the combat armor that Naruto was showing him was incredibly interesting. Because of this, he had forgotten about what they were actually working on. Letting out a small sigh, he moved over to the spinning turbines as they slowed before pulling out a singular chess piece. He rolled it around in his hand a few times. Is this really going to revive people? It feels so lackluster. A fine blonde brow was raised. Heavens no, that is a control piece, the king from that human game chess. The king is the leader. The game, if you will. The lives of the others are linked to the king. They gain power from the king, fame, fortune. The king is both their leader and the one that depends on them most. Grafiya gave him a blank look while Ijuka nodded. So this is basically just a title, right? Correct. That piece is merely to connect all the others. Once another piece is done, being like right now, we can look over the difference. Walking up to the dispenser, Naruto lightly picked up the queen piece by its top, dangling it lightly. Now you shouldn't even need to touch this to feel the aura coming off of it. Ijuka took in the piece with wide eyes. And this is following that formula of yours? Not exactly. Like I mentioned earlier, while all devils came from the same father, if you will, each of you is vastly different in makeup. That control piece is a blank, an example really. It belongs to no one and cannot belong to anyone, though each piece it controls has a very, very real power boost. You can't replicate these pieces. I made sure of that, as these I feel should be for devils that have no real family left. Ones that will not serve any one person, but the devil side of the underworld as a whole, like guardians if you will. Naruto playfully rolls the piece around in his hand, hearing the sounds of the other pieces finishing their process as he did. Oh, you mean to say that you have been wasting time? Ijuka questioned. His response though was a look of shook followed by mock hurt. Oh dear no, I was never asked to make the evil piece system for you, no. I was asked to show you how it works. I even built most of the machines to create it. Now you want me to make the pieces as well. How rude. I thought you were a scientist. With what I have shown you, shouldn't you be able to make something even more efficient? Ijuka let a faint smile cross his face. There is no doubt about it being more efficient, though would that really be better? Ah, you've noticed. Of course. After all, I am not so simple as to have missed something like that, though I will admit it is quite well hidden and I wouldn't pick it up with just a passing glance, nor without your explanation just then. That piece has no limit. It is set to evolve with whomever it is placed inside of, which means you plan to have it placed into somebody who is already a devil. Ijuka spares a glance to Grafiya. Knowing that the woman is listening intently, though with her eyes trained on Naruto she doesn't notice his own on her for the briefest of moments. How cunning. Well, I am part fox after all. Naruto gave a sly smile before tossing the queen into the air, using a small amount of magic to let it float over to Ijuka. Though like you said, these pieces are incredibly advanced, almost sentient if you will. For you cannot choose who will be accepted by them, only the piece of myself can change that, but now it is much too late, every piece but that queen will find someone to bind with. Though, just because someone has one of these pieces inside of them, does not mean that they cannot become a king. Just a little hint for you Ijuka, though if you will excuse me. I think I want to have a little tea party. Grafiya took notice of the fact that Naruto would be moving soon and strode up to standing in front of his face. Would you like for me to organize a list of guests and bring tea for you Naruto-sama? Naruto spun on his feet heading towards the exit as Grafiya followed him closely. No, I don't think you will need to send out invites Grafiya. I think we will just have tea with Searsex and his family. I understand Naruto-sama, I will make sure to prepare the finest available. It was as they were approaching the exit that Ijuka shook his head lightly from side to side. You are a crazy man, but you have my vote Naruto. He called out, watching the blonde lift up an arm before pointing a thumb up into the air. Ijuka then looked back down at the queen in his palm. Rolling it back and forward as he let the power flowing out of it gently spread through the air. To think that someone from heaven would be able to make such a heavy darkness, truly you are something else. You are not any angel I have ever seen, not even Michael could make me feel this sense of unease. But I agree, if you were able to create a plan for something like this in a month, then you really are too dangerous to remain a foe. Naruto looked at the people that had gathered around the table. It was not just Lord and Lady Grimori, the parents of Searsex, who had been added. No, instead he had some strange yet bubbly woman sitting across from him as well. He had for a few minutes tried his best to have Grafiya join him in the empty seat beside him. Though she was quite stern with the fact that as she was now a maid of the Grimories, it would be incredibly improper of her to sit as their equal. As such she had changed from her combat suit and was in a long maid outfit that came down to her ankles. Less than a week. Searsex trailed. He had honestly expected it to take much longer for the first evil pieces to be made. Yet it was the afternoon of the final day of the week. Ijuka had already informed Searsex of the results, finding it incredibly impressive at how it took the blonde less than 7 full days to make both the equipment and pieces. You are able to get quite large results, aren't you Naruto-san? Once the research is done, forming the object is beyond simple. If a child was able to understand my notes, they would be able to build the dubbed evil pieces. Ijuka now has both the means and the method behind their creation. I look forward to seeing that work evolve with his own touches, Naruto replied calmly as he took a small sip of the provided tea. He also mentioned something about a combat suit. Searsex questioned, unsure really if he had heard the other Mao correct or not. Though judging by the slight stiffening of Grafiya, who had strongly recommended herself to guide the guest around, taking her duty seriously and never leaving his side, he guessed that he was on the money. Naruto gave a small smile as he placed the glass down carefully, making sure not to make a sound as he did. That is correct. At the moment, if Grafiya was to wear her custom suit, she would be the second, maybe third strongest among the devils in the room. I do apologize for that, Lord and Lady Grimori. Lord Grimori, or as some would know him, Hugo, was the one to respond. I was under the impression that you are the main reason for Grafiya being part of this house in the first place, and after you promised not to fight while you stayed here, making your guide more powerful could be considered an act of self-defense. You have managed to protect yourself, along with further improving the strength of my house. Quite the solid move. Then again, you always were an unmovable pillar, not a single attack ever breached that strange barrier of yours during the war. People have said that when it comes to creating something that there is no one better than me. Naruto gave a kind smile to the group, getting a few laughs. Though they all stopped as the next person spoke. What about God? Isn't he meant to be the one that created the world and all that live on it or something? It was the bubbly girl. If Naruto was correct, this was one of the 4 leaders of Devildom now, Serafal. Serafal, I know you weren't exactly there during the Great War. But God died, Sears X whispered into her ear, though with their enhanced hearing. It was easily heard by all. A mortified look crossed her face before she slapped her head against the table in a quick bow. Sorry, I didn't know. Naruto gave a light shake of his head. No. The blame rests sorely with myself, Serafal-san. If I had not have moved to fight the dragons, he may still be here today. Though I would kindly ask that you do not spread this information around. Only the Seraphim and myself know in heaven, Sears X and Azazel know, and now those in this room as well. Grafiya, I had already spoken to about this when I was helping her to recover. But mostly it is hidden from the world. I understand, you can call me Levi Tan though, Serafal-san makes me feel old. I understand, you want to retain your youth despite your age, an honorable goal, Levi Tan. Naruto spoke with a wise expression and giving a stern nod. This earned a few snickers from those in the room while Serafal stood up in shock, slamming her hands down on the table and glaring across at the blonde. Why you think you're all that just because you have a handsome face and smarts? Huffing a few times, she blushes when she notices what she said. I didn't mean it like that. Leviathan-sama, you are forgetting the most important part of Naruto-sama's appeal, and that would have to be his body. It is incredibly toned and feels quite nice when he holds you. Grafiya got out with a stoic face. This allowed her to watch the already blushing mouse sink into her chair, muttering something about evil maids being out to get her. Sears X though gave a light chuckle. Really, Serafal, you are the youngest here, there is nothing for you to be scared of, if anything you are the child of the group. Sears X, you don't understand the troubles of a maiden's heart. Wait, Naruto is older than me. She questions after clicking onto what was said. Sears X gives an uneasy smile. If he was telling the truth about the time that has passed since his mother left the world, then yes, the next oldest is my father, turning 2000 years old next year. He is the oldest in the room. Ew, now I feel like an old man. Thanks for that, Sears X. Naruto trails as he looks down at his tea bitterly. You whippersnappers these days, not showing respect to your elders. He lifts up his fist and shakes it at Sears X, causing the man to gawk at the action. Though in all respects, there isn't a devil alive that is older than me. The original Lucifer was my quiet little junior. Again Sears X gave an uneasy smile. I am sorry, Don't apologize. It was the fault of heaven that he turned out that way, you all just did what you had to. Hugo gave a small frown. That does explain why he told us all to only use enough energy to make it look like we were trying to break through your barrier. Lucifer knew that we wouldn't, he was just buying time for it to drop. Yes, there are only 3 things in the world that can force the barrier I was using back then to break, and none of them were present on the field of battle that day. I have no doubt that if the dragons didn't start to rampage through the battlefield, Luke Ifer would have started to attack the Seraphim in order to draw my attention away from God to them. A sad frown crossed Naruto's face. He was ruthless when it came to battle, but he knew how to make use of the smallest of weaknesses. Couldn't do paperwork to save his life though. This earned a few chuckles from those around him. They tried to picture the mighty Lucifer behind a desk doing paperwork. It was a humorous sight to those that could. Naruto lifted a hand up and wiped away the tear that slipped out from his eye. Please forgive me, but I think I should retire for the night. Sears X frowned internally. Though on the outside he gave a kind smile. We will send someone to wake you in the morning for breakfast. Standing up, Naruto gave a small nod of his head. That would be nice. Thank you all for allowing me a piece of your time. With that he walked out with silent steps. Go after him, Grafiya. It wasn't even really an order, it was more Sears X saying that it was okay for her to do what she had planned. He watched as she left as well before allowing himself to slump in his chair, feeling Sarah gently caress his arm in a soothing manner. I hadn't thought of it before. But those from heaven had it the hardest in the war. His words earned him confused looks from the others in the room. Letting out a small sigh he looked up at the room. The original Lucifer was an angel, and like Naruto said, He grew up with them. Then there is the fallen angels, at a time each of them rested in heaven with the angels. They were fighting former friends on all sides, that is, terrible. I cannot imagine how they must have felt, how they still feel. Fallen angels actively hunt angels, trying to either make them fall, or kill them if they can't. To be hunted and killed by those you grew up with. I can't imagine a worse way of living. His thoughts drifted to the blonde. Again, if he was telling the truth, from what Sears X understood, Lucifer was one of the first angels. Meaning that the blonde was not only beyond old and exceeded the age of any devil alive, but he also knows every single fallen. Though that seriously made him question just what the blonde was. Really, if he was that old, shouldn't he be showing signs of it? Seraphal stood up and gave a small huff. I'm going after them. Before Sears X could register what happened and try to stop it, she was already gone. The doors closing behind her. Letting a sigh drop from her mouth, Seraphal looked down the hall. The duo had already made some distance. Jogging down, she would quickly catch up to them. Though Naruto had yet to notice her. He paused in his movements, causing Grafiya to look at him in worry before it happened. His form changed, placing him back into an even smaller one than the one that took care of her. He looked to be about 4 or 5. The clothing he arrived in had shrunk down to his size and an irritated look came over his face. Looks like I need to recharge again. Grafiya frowned at him. As you said, your energy comes back slower here than it does in heaven. You should make sure to take this into account when you plan on working yourself as hard as you do, Naruto-sama. I guess you're right. I just wanted to get the worst of the work out of the way. Now I can enjoy myself more. I am. He froze as a pair of arms draped themselves over his shoulders. I want it, Grafiya. He is just too cute. Slowly turning his head, Naruto came face to face with the bright eyes of Seraphal. You are incredibly close, Levi-tan. Do I know you? Seraphal mused innocently, slow. WLY, taking in his appearance and who he was with, you actually look like a mini Naruto. Where did he go anyway? I wanted to speak with him. Do you know, Grafiya? Why, you would currently be holding Naruto-sama, Leviathan-sama. Seraphal widened her eyes as her grip around the blonde started to tighten. Naruto-san. Yes, that is me. You wanted me to call you Levi-tan so that you didn't feel old, ARHK. Grafiya, she chalking me. His eyes were bulging out of his head as Seraphal's grip seemed to tighten like levels. Leviathan-sama, I would kindly ask that you release Naruto-sa. Nope, I'm keeping him. His hair is so fluffy it tickles, plus I can cuddle with him and hold him and feed him and love him and pet him and never ever let him go. Huh, where did he go? Her current confused expression was due to the fact that in her arms now was a log with hair on its tops. Grafiya went stiff as hands clung tightly around her leg, warm breath tickling her inner thigh. I do not know, Leviathan-sama. Perhaps you should look for him. Do you think I scared him, Grafiya? She had a downtrodden expression on her face, honestly looking like she was sorry. Grafiya though had a very different expression as her eyes almost rolled into the back of her head, for you see, at some point during getting out of the custom combat suit that Naruto had made for her, and getting into her maid uniform, she had misplaced her underwear. At this moment, Naruto was tightly clinging to her leg, trying to bury his head into her lap while breathing frantically and letting his naturally yet incredibly soft hair tickle her beyond what she can consider being aroused. Then it happened. A squeal shot out from her mouth as one of his spikes entered her moist slit. She collapsed on top of him. His face ended up under her as her cheeks became the same color as the hair of the grimoires. I am not sure. She could feel his tongue slipping between her folds and teasing her entrance. Her walls tightening under the new sensation. Grafiya. Seraphal questioned the blushing maid who seemed to be breaking the character she had worked so hard to obtain. Are you okay? Kya. She released, feeling the object under her increase in size and watching as Naruto's legs came out from under her uniform, the blush on her face increasing to new heights at what had just happened. Standing up, she patted herself down and blinked a few times before clearing her throat. If you will excuse me, I need to go have a very cold shower. Naruto on the other hand lifted up his arm and ran it over his face, cleaning the juices from it, and apart from being bathed in light, that is the other way to get my energy back. Damned lustful ancestor. Oh, hello Levi-tan, you're still there. She was frozen by those eyes of his, the icy blue with a cross through the middle of them, there was just something about them, they felt so powerful, but not an ounce of that power was coming from his body, it was purely from the eyes that slowly turned back to the ocean blue eye. Her eyes trailed down to his chest, barely contained behind the tight white fabric showing off those muscles talked about earlier. She wounded just what they would feel like against her nip. I have got go. In a comical cloud of dust, Serafal's retreating form could be seen running down the hall. Shaking his head lightly, Naruto sat up, staring around at the empty halls before he moved to his feet, walking over to one of the nearby open windows, his eyes rolling over to the ground below the castle. It hardly seemed fertile, though given what they have been through recently, also along the lines of the fact that the underworld was never meant to sustain life for long periods of time. It is not surprising, though at this rate the devils won't be able to stay here for much longer. In a couple hundred of years the ground will no longer be able to support any plant life, which will destroy their livestock industries. Although you already knew this, didn't you, Serafal? The bubbly girl frowned as they took a place next to Naruto on the archway. I thought I'd be able to spy on you if I faked running away. How did you know all that though? I heard you were smart, but that is just crazy, Tilda. I made a garden once, it was said to be the most beautiful and perfect place in the known universe. I watched as it fell apart from improper care, plus my eyes are a little special. He turned to her with those cross-like eyes of his. Searsex is dealing with politics while Ajuka is working on technological advancements. I haven't met the other Mao yet, but I can't figure out what you do, Serafal. I am in charge of foreign affairs. Normally LD be the one that would be taking care of you, but because of Grafiya-chan, Searsex-kun is looking after you, plus you have been spending quite a lot of time with Ajuka-kun. Falby-kun is in charge of military affairs. But he is pretty lazy, so you might not meet him for a long time. The bubbly girl rambled on, only stopping when Naruto placed a hand on her head and ruffled her hair, causing her to pout. Fair enough. But you are getting distracted, say. Levi-tan. Naruto gave pause before shrugging. How about Sarah-chan? Acceptable. Now continue, Tilda. Understood, Sarah-chan-sama. He didn't miss the frustrated look that crossed her eyes. Like you said, I am a foreign affair, so how about we work on fixing the ground around the underworld? After all, I still need to get more votes from Himao to let this ceasefire pass through, and doing things for the betterment of the underworld seems to follow the path so far. I was really worried, you know, Serafal spoke sadly, when Searsex-kun said that someone from heaven was coming. I thought that it was going to be a violent event, but you are much nicer than I could have imagined. You even have a few of the servant girls chasing after you. Though I heard Grafiya-chan beats them off with a stick. She seems to have really fallen for you. Naruto frowned at the sad tone of voice from her. I just treated her right, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. I think this is one of the most important lessons my father taught me, though in the end he couldn't follow his own teachings. My brother though took it to the extreme. In the end it led to both of their deaths. So while I might come across as calm and nice to those around me, I am not above getting angry and lashing out for what is right, or in defense of myself or those I care about. Quote, will you help me save the underworld, Naru-kun? A smile twitched at his lips before he took her hand and knelt down, kissing her fingers lightly. It would be my honor, Sarah-chan. Serafal was clad in a long tan dress that would help cover up any dirt she got on herself, her hair pulled back into twin ponytails as she stared at the person whom was helping her. A small amount of confusion on her face. Standing there topless without shoes on, only clad in a white pair of pants was Naruto. Aren't you going to get dressed? She was having a hard time focusing on anything but his sculpted form as it gave the smallest of ripples as he moved, showing just how tight the muscles were. I didn't exactly bring a spare change of clothing. I have my combat suit and these pants which are made from my body's natural energies. He rubbed at the back of his head before letting out a nervous laugh. I should probably get that fixed, though. You're the only one that has brought this up. So, did you bring what I asked for, Sarah-chan? The bubbly mouth fished through her pockets before drawing out a large roll of parchment. I did, but I see. And understand why we need a map of the underworld. Serafal trailed, stiffening as Naruto gently tilted her hands forward so he could look at the map. I need the general layout so we can find the best places to plant the special trees that will heal the ground, otherwise the effects will take much longer. Doing it like this, it should only take a couple of weeks for changes to start to show. Naruto took a step back and offered his hands out, showing a small sapling in his hands. This tree is special, the better you look after it, the stronger it becomes and the longer it lives for. Really? I didn't know that there were any trees like that around. Seraphol trails a frown appearing on her face. If there were, then this would have been really helpful. Naruto closed his hands and the tree vanished. Giving a light shake of his head, he looked up at the murky sky. No, there really aren't anything like these anymore. Well, that isn't true, there is still one, but it is in heaven. I hear that the seraphim spend a lot of time with it, protecting it from anyone else. They were used to stabilize Eden's gardens and to spread the fertile soil out further by having the trees spread the good feelings and nutrients that they produced because of said feelings. Seraphol stared at him with wide eyes. What are they called? Surely something like this had to have a name. One she would be able to give her thanks to when the soil started to become enriched again. Doesn't really have one, we just refer to them as life-giving trees. They have appeared with many names across different factions. Yggdrasil is the one that comes most strongly to mind, though I will need a bit of your magical power to allow for the changes to take shape and so that the tree doesn't act out against you all. So I guess we are going to be making a new tree together, Sarah-chan. I will let you name it. Naruto gave her a wide smile. From what I saw, it would be best if we start with the Grimoire Hausa. Old before moving in a clockwise rotation of the underworld and finishing at the Sea-Tree household, allowing you to go to sleep afterwards because it is going to be a tiring day. She hadn't believed him. By the time that they were coming towards the Sea-Tree household, even though they had been teleporting all day, it was late in the night. A few of the households had panicked at first when they were told what was happening. Though they were relieved when a solution was right in front of them already, they promised Seraphol that they would look after the trees every few days like instructed and at the duo plant them in an open area of the grounds. Seraphol was wiping a thin bead of sweat from her forehead, looking at the topless blonde as he continued without any sign of fatigue. Really, he was almost like a machine that a Juka would make. Where is the best place for the sapling, Sarah-chan? The Mao in question took on a cute thinking pose, tapping her chin a few times before it looked like she had found her answer. Come with me, Naru-kun, I have the perfect place. She took his hand and led him through the halls at a brisk pace, ignoring the whispering of the servants of her household. When they broke from the halls, they came upon a large garden with a huge glass dome that acted as a ceiling, or at least that is what it was trying to be. Naruto could make out stones that lined the outside, meant to hold beautiful plants, while dried up grass seemed to be covering the majority of it. Sarah-chan, he questioned. I have always been really bad at gardening. For the longest of times I thought it was just me. But I want to give it another try if you don't mind, Naru-kun. Seeing the thoughtful look on his face, Seraphol seemed to panic and waved her hands around in defense. I have been paying lots of attention when you were telling everyone how to look after them, and I promise I will do my best. It is just, I want to be able to create something for a change. Everywhere I go I seem to cause harm. I just want to show that I can do good too, you know. Naruto leaned down and touched the ground, a frown marrying his face. There was nothing you could have done here, Sarah-chan. This ground has been dead for centuries. From the corner of his eye he could see the downtrodden look come across her face. I am going to need your help again if we are going to do this. But I am going to have to plant my own special tree for you, not the one that we have been planting today. Seraphol looked around. The water was still and full of contamination from poor maintenance. And from the soil breaking away and entering the water, it was a nightmare to try to keep clean. Shaking her head free, she gave a firm nod to Naruto. I promise I will do my best, Naru-kun. Smiling, the blonde stood up, took a few steps forward to what seemed like a small island surrounded by a murky body of water. Really, it wasn't her fault. Without the proper plants in place, erosion would keep the water too dirty. And if what he knew from Searsex and Ajuka was correct, this land was dead long before Seraphol was born. She was setting herself up for failure when she tried to build a garden. Digging out a decent hole, Naruto opened his hands up and formed another sapling. It felt a little bit different, though Seraphol thought it still looked the same as the others, like a brown twig. Walking forward, she softly wrapped her hands around it, pushing a small amount of her aura into the plant so that it didn't become hostile. Having seen what a hostile plant could do earlier in the day, When she didn't use this method, she could safely say that she didn't want a rampaging creeping tree that would slowly rip her household apart. Naruto calmly put the tree into the ground and softly covered it in soil before Serafal used her magic to create a small drizzle of water over the sapling. The dry yellow grass around the base slowly started to turn green, causing a wide smile to spread over her face. "Thank you, Naru-kun." Though she didn't get the response she had been expecting, turning to her slightly, he gave a thin smile. "Could you please get me something to drink, Sarah-chan?" Her B-Ro arced in confusion before she nodded, skipping out of the room to fetch them some tea. Once she was gone, he placed his hands on the ground and let his large blue wings out, his hands glowing a white as the sapling in front of him rapidly started to grow, a white coloring taking to the trunk as bright pink leaves started to form as it continued to grow, nearly reaching the ceiling before it came to a stop and grew wider. Nearly 10 feet in diameter, making it an incredibly huge tree, the grass around it quickly turning to a lush green as the pink leaves started to fall, floating softly to the dried up plants that littered the outskirts and the water, purifying and healing everything they touched, bringing the dead garden back to life. Slowly opening his eyes, Naruto looked at his hands. Seeing that he had reverted to being a child, he gave a warm smile before his wings folded up into his back as he fell forward to the sound of flowing water. Serafal returned sometime later, a crash sounding out from the entranceway, causing a few of the servants to rush to her aid, along with the lord and lady of the house. Finding their daughter collapsed on her knees looking into the room, peering in, they gave small gasps. "Serafal, what happened in here?" She looked to the large white tree in the middle. It gave a feeling that she couldn't describe. Looking to the base, she saw the blonde figure laying face first on the ground. Without answering her parents, she ran forward, shocking them as she raced to the child, lifting him up and feeling that his pulse was still strong. He was just sleeping. She leaned back in relief only to feel the tree, a strange feeling flowing through her body. She felt at peace with everything. "Serafal." The questioning tone of her father snapped her from her thoughts. "I spent the day healing the land with the representative from heaven. This is the final tree we planted. Don't worry, it is safe. Mickey wouldn't hurt us, would you?" She looked up at the tree only to have a small leaf land on the tip of her nose. "Mickey?" her mother questioned. "Hi, this is the Mickey tree." Rolling the blonde child over, she placed his head in her lap as she leaned against the tree. Feeling the calming presence wash over her, "Father, mother, come feel the tree. Mickey is really calming, like warm milk before bed." Her parents came forward and placed their hands against the tree skeptically before widening their eyes, nearly melting into the feeling the tree gave off. Her mother was the first to speak. "This young child is heaven's representative. He is normally in an adult form. Though it seems when he is running low on energy he turns into a child, or at least that is what Grafiya-chan said." She was stroking his head lightly before slowly leaning down and placing a peck on his lips, watching as he turned back into his adult form. She said he gains his strength from the love of others, a small frown on her face. "After everything he has done for us today, I can't help but feel that way. Though I doubt he sees me the same. Even still, if the other trees work as well as this one, he will have my vote on the ceasefire between the devils and angels." Her parents widened their eyes in shock, having not known why there was a representative from heaven, only that there was one, and on top of that, it seemed that their daughter seemed to have feelings for the blonde male. A passing crush maybe, but it was the first time she had shown a male this much affection. Stilling stroking his hair before she stiffened. "What Tilda, I dropped the tea I made for us, Tilda." Lady Seatree snapped her fingers and a handful of maids appeared. "Please prepare our finest tea for us and young Naruto. Also he is old, not young," Serafal answered when she no tea. Her mother didn't know Naruto's name. "At once, milady," the maids replied before bowing lowly and filtering out of the room while the lord and lady of the house followed their daughter's actions. Her father resting in her mother's lap as she rested against the tree, stroking his hair gently. It wasn't long before she could hear the small snores of her father. Naruto spent the day planting tree like this one throughout the underworld." Lady Seatree questioned softly, feeling any tension she had leave her body from the tree's calming aura. Serafal gave a light shake of her head. "This one is special. But we spent the day planting healing trees through the underworld to make the soil fertile again. Naru-kun said it would take about a week for results to start to show, though with this tree I saw the ground changing right away. She took the time to look around at all the plants she had tried to grow over the years, seeming them in full bloom and looking brighter than ever before. He said that the trees we used to help the underworld were the same used to stabilize Eden, but this one brought the plants and grass that was dead back to life. I think I understand Ajuka-kun's fascination with Naru-kun now. And why is that, my dear? Her mother questioned softly. He found a way to turn humans into devils so that we can replenish our numbers. He can plant trees that can heal the earth. Plus this special one that brought dead plants back to life. Naru-kun almost seems like a god when you start going through what he has done for us so far. And all he is asking in return is for us to stop attacking angels, while they will do the same to us. He is really asking for nothing in return. Seraphal smiled as she looked down at the blonde in her lap. He seemed almost too pure. But earlier he had told her that he was cold when he needed to be. Really, if only there were more devils like him. Naruto's eyes slowly opened. He noticed a fair few things rather quickly. He had been asleep for a little while. This was because of the aches in his body from being in the same position for a long time. The second was that it was raining and people were singing and dancing in it outside. This was from the noise that was being produced. The third was this: he was in his bed. This he knew by the design on the roof above him, and also by the weight that was resting half on him half on the bed. A sight that would make even the most holy of angels fall. Her silver hair was messy as her naked form pressed tightly into his, almost like she was afraid to let go. He cool. DC faint pink swelling around her eyes. It would appear that she had been crying, thus leading him to believe he had been asleep for a very, very long time. A breath escaped his lungs as he slowly shifted from her grip. With a single thought his pants appeared again as he opened the door, hearing the sounds of dishes being prepared as he continued down the halls. A few of the maids stopped and started to whisper to one another before blushing. Quickening his stride slightly he opened the doors outside. Having been following the flow of energy, Sears was smiling at the scene in front of him while Seraphal and Sarah seemed to be dancing under the sprinkling water along with Lady Citri and Grimoire, while their husbands also stood alongside Sears, wide smiles on their faces. It has been centuries since it last rained. Lord Grimoire spoke. To think that Naruto would be able to make it rain again, Lord Citri responded. It wasn't hard, Naruto spoke, drawing their attention to him as they gave him looks of shock. Your climate was completely out of balance. My trees, while healing the ground, were imbued with the energy of the Citri clan, whom specialize in water magic. Slowly released their energy into the air, gathering water-filled clouds that were ready to burst and shower that energy over the lands, bringing life back to the dying earth. Why, you're awake, Sears muttered. Naruto rose a brow. Why wouldn't I be? Well, you've been asleep for nearly a week now. We were starting to fear the worst, he replied, swallowing a little before turning out and linked to those that were dancing under the rain. He is awake. The dancing stopped and Naruto was promptly tackled to the ground by Seraphal, her arms wrapping tightly around his neck, her face buried into his chest. I was so worried. Then it started to rain. I haven't seen it rain before. I got so excited. You did it, Naru-kun. The trees are strong and the grounds around them are looking healthier than I have ever seen. You have my vote. You have mine too, came a lazy voice, one that Naruto didn't know. Turning to face him only confirmed that he hadn't met him. His black hair was pulled back into a pineapple-like shape while he had a 5 o'clock shadow heavily on his face. A sleepy look seemed to be present in his eyes as his angular face showed hints at trying to pull as many pieces from Naruto with a single glance as possible. We haven't met yet, mostly because it is troublesome, but I am Falbium Asmodeus, the final Mao. I visited Seraphal and found the strange Mickey tree, as she calls it, is able to heal wounds, along with the water that passes through its roots. Using it in our tea and for the water of our troops has already started to make them stronger than before. Actually, I lied. You will have my vote if you place one of those Mickey trees near our military base. A warm smile crossed Naruto's mouth. I can't do that, Falbium. Seeing the looks he was getting, Naruto continued. The white tree that we planted together in the Citri garden is the Mickey tree, right, Sarah-chan? Seraphal widened her eyes lightly before she nodded into his chest. Yes, I am the white tree with the pretty purple leaves, Mickey. Such a nice name, though it is your special tree, Sarah-chan. I will find something for your section though Falbium, but it won't be the Mickey tree. Naruto answered, causing Falbium to give a small sigh before smiling and saying that he understood. Sears X was tapping at his chin in thought. Where is Grafiya? I thought she was watching over you. Naruto paled. I was going to get something for her to eat when I woke up, but there was so much noise coming from outside that I had to check out what was happening. How much trouble do you think I am going to be in? No one got the chance to answer as a chilling presence appeared in the door frame behind them. Seraphol jumped away from the blonde, while everyone turned to face the new presence. It was Grafiya. Her hair still messy as she strode forward, sparing a glance at Lord Grimoire. Please forgive me for my next actions. She didn't wait for a reply as she picked the blonde ale up from the ground and crashed her lips into his before holding him tight, his arms slowly wrapping around her as he felt her shaking. It took him a few moments to realize she was crying. I was so worried when I woke up and you were gone. I tried searching for you by your aura, but I don't know what it is like, and. Shish, it's okay Grafiya, Naruto spoke soothingly as he gently rubbed her back. I am sorry I worried you, but I noticed I had been asleep for a long time and wanted to get us something to eat, but then I noticed everyone was outside and got distracted. Grafiya found something strange. Slowly pulling away from Naruto, she noticed that the girls were all soaking wet. Looking out from under the cover, she saw rain pouring down. She slowly stepped out with her hands stretched out wide. Rain. I haven't felt rain in the underworld for so long. She turned to ask Naruto to stand with her only to feel his arm wrap around her as she did, drawing her in close. It is as if you read my mind at times. And if I did, then you would know what I want, she replied in a soft voice, her hands on his chest as she looked up into his eyes. Seeing him lean down and claim her lips, they stood in the rain, sharing a moment of passion for who knew how long. For them it seemed to stretch much longer for those that watched from afar. Breaking apart, Grafiya smiled as she leaned into his chest. You would be correct, my dear. Oh, no Naruto-sama for the moment. The blonde questioned, feeling her shake her head against his chest. I was forced to take time off from work until you were fully recovered. Her arms were wrapped tightly around his waist, daring not to let go. I was too focused on you to do my job properly. This is how you have affected me, my dear. Grafiya, you do know Ab. Yes. Gabriel spoke to me once while we shared time at the cabin. She understood that you would need to take multiple mates, so that you could work properly. She also sighed. That she wanted to be the queen no matter what. I assume that happened when you returned to heaven. I do not mind being your second wife, as long as you stop making me worry about your safety constantly. Naruto held her close while he gave an uneasy laugh. I don't try to worry you, I am just trying to do what I feel is right. That is what worries me the most. You have no real regard for your own safety. Gabriel must be a saint to put up with this feeling constantly. Grafiya whispered before she slowly started to calm, her stomach rumbling and ruining any mood that had been building. Sounds like we need to get you something to eat. Sweeping her up off her legs, he walked through the rain with a smile like the sun, coming to a pause before Searsex and the Grimoires. Do you guys think we could get something to eat? Quote, Lady Grimoire, or Venelana if you would, or were forced to call her, gave a warm smile. Will Grafiya be sitting with us today? Before the maid happy girl got a chance to speak, Naruto shifted his arm around to cover her mouth. She sure will, Venelana, and if she doesn't eat then I will just have to feed her again. Grafiya went still in his arms, slowly turning to see a mile-wide grin on the brunette devil's face. Really, Naruto? Grafiya must have managed to forget that fact when she was telling us of how she knew you. There were very few things that scared Naruto. One of those was an angry Gabriel. In his long time of knowing her it had happened twice, and one time was his fault. The second fear he has is just as rational. It is of the grin he is seeing now from Venelana. Or as some would know her even better, the brunette ruined princesses. He didn't even know what you had to do to be called a ruined princess, but he was willing to bet it wasn't given to anyone just by ruining someone's day. It is strange that you wouldn't know, dear mother. After all, Grafiya told me all about how much of a charmer Naruto can be, not to mention his what was it? Body made of stone. Sarah-sama. Venelana shook her head though. Grafiya, I have decided that when Naruto is staying with us, it is not fair on either of you for you to continue working as a maid. So you will be on leave whenever Naruto is staying with us. after all it is the least that we can do to help support one of the greatest minds that I have met before. Grafiya pried he herself out of Naruto's grip and quickly moved to stand with Venelana and Sarah as they started to gossip like the woman that they were, while Naruto had a confused look on his face as Sirzex and Hugo clapped a shoulder each. Don't worry. You will only have your dignity ripped apart until you are nothing more than a quivering mess, Sirzex spoke. It is true, my son here just recently went through the same ordeal with Sarah. Just to be thankful that. Oh never mind, there goes Miss Seraphal, I wish you the best of luck Naruto. A horrified look came across his face. I think I may have made a mistake. Oh yes you did. The two Grimoire reply. Haha, come on Sarah-chan, are you even trying to keep up? Naruto called back as he jumped through the air, chasing behind him was Seraphal. A large pout on her face as she was chasing the blonde around the underworld. The reason was that she was meant to be helping him come up with something for Falbium for the military, yet it had turned into a large game of tag. She was wearing a more noble-like dress now with frills around her wrists while her legs were covered, as it was improper for a lady to show her ankles, though that made for incredibly awkward fights. Grafiya stayed home today, feeling like talking to Sarah and Venelana. He felt a sense of dread hanging over his form, hence why he dragged Seraphal out with him. She was like a bright light down in this place called the underworld, like Grafiya, except for the fact that he already knew Grafiya before he came here. Sirzex was fun and all, but he seemed a bit too serious for the blonde's liking. Hugo was pretty cool, but he had his household to run as long as keeping the branch families in line. Now though, Naruto had another piece of clothing, a tan vest with fur around the shoulders and a deep blue collar with a fine golden etching. It looked kinda like something a prince might wear during winter in the human world. Well, they were still quite primitive as they were anyway, the humans that was. To match with his vest he was given an orange piece of cloth to wrap around his neck, kinda like a scarf, though Seraphal called it an accessory that she thought he would look good in. The devils were advancing much faster, something that Naruto wasn't surprised about. Ijuka was a brilliant man, and he was working wonders on uplifting them into a new age, though they were still leagues behind the angels, and it was showing. Though the reason for the humans being so far behind, at least in one country, was because they had been without a king for so long, he had found a way to fix that problem. A blade that would only let someone of a high enough caliber wield her. Naruto had deemed that this country needed a ruler with a good character and a pure heart, but that was for another time. He saw what he figured was his destination as he dropped down from the sky into a large courtyard. A large group of men and women were practicing magic and wielding swords. Then he found them all pointed at him and rubbed his head sheepishly as a long drawn-out yawn rung through the air. Yo. Don't attack this one, he could kill you without thinking about it. Those pointing their weapons at the blonde seemed to stiffen at the voice of their leader. Normally he just slept through their practice completely. Nothing really seemed to interest the lazy man, yet here he was, scratching his head as he walked through the crowd and came to stop in front of the blonde. The both seemed to be about the same height, maybe Naruto was an inch or so taller. Falbium noticed that Naruto was quickly scanning the crowd with glances that were hardly noticeable. You seem to be in good spirits today, he remarked, drawing the blonde's attention back to him, only to watch as he threw a hand out to the side and caught Seraphal mid-fall. He wasn't going to make a comment on that. You're too fast for me Naru-kun tilde. The blonde arched an eyebrow at her before widening his eyes. Thank you Sarah-chan. You just gave me the best idea for the military. Falbium, how would you feel about me installing a repeating gravity sequence over a training area that increases the gravity on a person's body by 5 times? That sounds kinda like a drag really. Seraphal leaned up to Naruto's ear and whispers, what's gravity do again? This of course dragged Naruto back to his point earlier. Devils were still behind on angels in terms of science and technology. While people like Ijuka understood gravity and the importance that it had, there was always a chance that the masses did not. Gravity is what keeps us all on the ground. By making it heavier in a certain area it would make everything you do more difficult, like walking, running, flying, jumping, playing with swords, or even using your magical sequences will become more difficult. Then when you leave the gravity field, you will be faster and stronger. The angels use this training method and it is what allowed us to stay so far ahead of the devils in the Great War. That plus your military leader that was in charge of the masses wasn't the smartest of people. If you had have been led directly by Lucifer back then, we would have had much more trouble. Falbium narrowed an onyx eye on the blonde. His predecessor for his position as a Mao was rather intelligent when it came to combat, though seeing it pushed off so easily without any hint of a care, along with his experience from seeing the blonde in action, made him think it over. Not a single scratch was made on the barrier that day, and he watched when the blonde took up arms against the dragons that invaded their field of battle. It showed him that the angels hadn't taken the fight seriously at all. Their disposition changed in that instant. Their once graceful motions changed to that of battle-hardened warriors the moment his barrier dropped and he summoned that great shining blade of his. But that wasn't even the worst. No, he could still remember those blue wings. Made of pure energy, they were huge and unlike anything that the devils had seen before. He could remember taking a glance at Lucifer only to see him crack a smile and whisper, "Good. It has been too long, my friend." It was that day that he first learnt fear. The dragons that tore through the field, destroying everything in their path, were brought to a standstill by the blonde before he crushed them, making his fight look almost as easy as breathing. Though the Mao at the time were gravely injured from straying shots of the fighting and the devils were forced to retreat, he could remember the ever-imposing form of the blonde before he vanished. Sometime during the fighting, God had died, which came as a shock to him. He had seemed to be invincible for the entire fight. It was then that Falbium made the connection. The blonde before him is what made God seem so imposing. He was hidden away from the scripture that is called the Bible. His name not men. Tioned even in passing from what he knew. Then came the final words from the dying Lucifer as Searsex ran his hand through the man's chest. "Do you really think you stand a chance without me? You have seen heaven's trump card. How do you expect to beat that which you have no knowledge of?" It was true, they had no idea what he was capable of. They couldn't get a reading on his strength, but from what he had seen, in less than 2 weeks he had fixed the underworld's climate issues and given them a way to produce devils at a faster rate. He was the most dangerous kind of opponent, one that was able to change the pace of a battle with a single breath, and now they were in his debt. He wanted a ceasefire for some reason between heaven and the devils. He couldn't understand why. Crushing the devils would be easy enough. No. It wasn't the devils that he was interested, at least not in that thought. "You are uplifting us to fight in some war, aren't you?" Falbium questioned, causing Seraphal to gasp and Naruto to frown but not deny him. Naruto placed Seraphal on the ground before crossing his arms over his chest. "I can't deny that your help might be needed in a coming fight, but I could they easily gone to one of the pantheons for their aid. Believe me, it would have been easier. I wanted to try to patch up some of the issues between devils and heaven while preparing you all for war." "How long do we have?" "I don't know. What kind of enemies are we going to be fighting?" "Monsters, creatures that I can't even name. They are vile and I see them rampaging through both the human world and the underworld before finally coming to heaven." Falbium gave a tired sigh as he rubbed at his temples. "It is troublesome to be dragged into something like this, mostly because you plan on using the underworld as a buffer. After all, that gate is still here, isn't it?" He didn't need to look at the blonde to get his answer. After all, it was something he already knew. It is the reason they have to go through here before they can even look at going to heaven after all. He frowned when Naruto wasn't responding. "You aren't going to try to defend yourself?" "No, because it is the truth. I do plan to have the underworld act as a buffer to what is coming. I know this, you know this, and I suspect that every other Mao has come to this conclusion as well." Naruto spoke softly. "It is the sad truth, but what is worse is that this would happen no matter what. Even if the underworld turned their back on heaven, the enemy would still march through and take what they wanted. If they did somehow manage to make it to heaven without destroying the underworld, then your world would end anyway." Falbium frowned. Ajuka had mentioned this theory before, but if what the blonde was saying was correct, then it may be true. Lifting his hand slowly, he drew the attention of the soldiers onto him. "You can all go home for the day. This conversation is troublesome enough without having to explain it again once he leaves." There was a small amount of grumbling, but they all left. Once the three were alone, Seraphal stood by Falbium's side with a hurt look on her face. "Please explain yourself, Naruto-san." She spoke softly, almost like it was difficult to muster the words. "As you know, the world was meant to end when God died." Seraphal gasped at this information while Falbium gave a small nod. showing that he already knew, a world without God isn't possible, and I have no doubt that Lucifer knew this, and had a plan to hold God captive should he win, but I saw that there was a chance that one day, God might die. I installed a fail-safe in heaven. It is called the system. More specifically, it is doing God's job. It maintains life and tries its best to keep balance in the world, though it is not almighty. It is able to make mistakes, and at times they need to be fixed by those of us in heaven. If this system were to fall, well, the skies would turn to fire. Nope, Naruto cut him off. Large chains coming out of his back, creating a series of what looked like discs with chains connecting them. The chains were strung tight. Okay, now try to keep up here, because this is where most people get lost. As you know, the underworld is not directly connected to the human world, or Earth. Yes, let's use that name. This means that you cannot simply move from one to the other via flight or walking. No, you have to take a portal. Now the worlds are connected via a series of portals that weave in between one another, making up the complex structure that exists in this universe. It is only through these portals that people can travel between worlds like the underworld, heaven and earth, just for the example, because there are hundreds of them relating to all the other religions. Are you still with me? Falbium gave a small nod while Seraphal had swirls in her eyes as she pointed her fingers in random directions, talking about earthly chains. Close enough. Now when a new religion comes into play, the head gods have to gather to reform the chain network and keep the portals operating like normal. These are what make up the dimensional gap, and the reason for why it can seem so large. When you enter, you can faintly see another world on the other side. If you enter it from the underworld, it will be Earth that you see. You can try all that you might to reach Earth through the gap, but you will die long before you can make the journey. This is the light that people see when they die. It is their body floating in the dimensional gap before one of the religions finds it and places it where it belongs. Falbium nodded once again before holding his hand up. And what does this have to do with heaven and the underworld? Getting to that, Naruto spoke out quickly, a little irritated at being interrupted. As you understand, there are multiple levels of both heaven and the underworld. Now all of the levels of the underworld are in a linear path on the chain network, and in the deepest level of the underworld, there is Tartarus. Now you know what is in there, right? Falbium gave a small grunt before nodding. Okay, well, the creatures in Tartarus are being bound by the chain network. They have to stay there. Their bodies are what are keeping the chain network stable. If they were to die, or to be released from their chains, then the entire network would start to crumble. There would be no levels, and the underworld would slowly draw to the center of the network, being crushed together with every other world on its way. And what is in the center of this network? Naruto tapped his chin a few times. It is a place beyond the comprehension of devils and angels. At your current level anyway, it would buy up to a coin toss as to see what happened first. Your bones being destroyed and ripped out of your skin, or your brain turning to mush and leaking out from your ears, and before you ask, yes, I have been there. It was in fact where I was born. And it is one of the reasons why I am one of the people that looks after the chain network. So now do you understand why I think all this fighting is stupid? Falbium widened his eyes slightly, sparing a glance to Seraphal, who was now on the ground sleeping. She did her best to stay focused. Okay, I can somewhat understand what is happening. Basically, Lucifer was charged with keeping the chain tight, right? Naruto placed his hands in his pockets. Basically. And you are some kind of super being. Right now I'm not. See, I kind of made a mistake a long time ago and split myself in half. Well, it was about the time that I made Eden's. Wait. Falbium held up a hand to stop the man. You made Eden. The blonde tilted his head to the side in confusion. Well, yeah. Did you really think that anyone could make a tree that gives off such a large amount of natural energy? Kinda just thought it was an angel thing, honestly, the military man answered. Anyway, so you are at like half of your strength at the moment. Where is the other half? In Lilith, I think. Falbium narrowed his eyes. You are scattered across a town the size of Japan. Oh heavens, no. I meant Lilith as in Lucifer's wife. She is still alive, you know. That is impossible. She was killed before the Great War. He clenched his fists tight and shook his head. He saw her die and break apart into nothing. Naruto lifted his hand up and gave a sad smile. She did this when she died, didn't she? What happened next filled the man with dread, though the color was different, Naruto's being a light blue, while Lilith's had been an abyss black. He turned his hand into particles that floated around in the air before doing the entire thing to his body, appearing behind Falbium. Judging by your face, I am going to guess yes. That is the power to pass through the dimension gap without using the standard portals, which can only be obtained through strenuous training and being born into the right family from the center world. We can create chains and use them as we wish. This is a lot to take in, Falbium stated, more than a little shocked at the outcome, so that wire was half of his true strength at best. Tell me about it. Out of a magic formula walked Ajuka, couldn't sleep for a few days when he told me and Searsex, though he also forgot to mention that that he isn't the strongest thing from the center world, there is a king there that rules with an iron fist. Naruto just escaped from it with God, basically using the fact that they were going to maintain the chain network as an excuse. It isn't an excuse, I am still maintaining it. Naruto gave a tired sigh, though Ajuka is right, and if the king senses that there is a chance that this on of the chain network will cause damage to the center world, then he will just cut the link, letting us fall down further and further away until there is no way for you all to receive support, and your powers will run out. Meaning you will become human, and you will turn to your human age. So I ask you, will you leave whatever is coming, in the hands of the angels? Or will you fight for your future, Falbium? The spiky-haired man let out a small groan. This is way above what I thought was going to come from this. Though I guess if you get this gravity thingo going, then I can give you my vote on the ceasefire. Though as far as becoming your allies and getting dragged into this war, I am not going to throw away the lives of devils. If I don't think that they are ready, I won't let them go. Naruto gave a nod. I respect that, and I can have a recurring gravity sequence up in a few days. Well, I think I am going to go sleep off this coming migraine. Just make sure you take Seraphal home. Oh, and to explain it to her, just say you come from a different dimension that is connected to this one. All that chain network and stuff will just fry her head, Falbium offered before closing his eyes. Does Grafiya know about this? He didn't get a response. What about Gabriel? Again no response. Michael and Lucifer both knew. Well, they knew that I was in a higher position than God and that we didn't come from this world. Naruto was right, making a recurring gravity sequence for the military training grounds was easy, so easy that he even gave them the ability to turn up the gravity or reduce it. Though Falbium had been watching him closely the entire time, his reason was pretty sound. If you are able to keep a straight face to your wives, as you hold back something that big, how am I to know what you are telling me is the truth? Honestly, Naruto couldn't fault him for that train of thought. It was also because of this reason that he was alone in his room tonight. He was standing out on the balcony. Currently he had 3 of 4 votes from the Mao. Even though Seraphal was cross, after explaining what was happening to her, she came to the realization that he was only doing this to protect them, and said that he still had her vote, but she wanted to get to know him better. He couldn't understand why though. The one he still had no idea about was Searsex. Despite being possibly one of the devils he spent the most time with, the true nature of the man eluded him. He was the leader of the Mao, but nothing really seemed to hold him in that place but his strength and caring nature. He peered over his shoulder as the door to his room opened, Grafiya standing there with her arms crossed under her bust, still showing an irritated look as she walked in. Looking around for a few moments before noticing that he was outside. With soft steps she came to stand behind him, clad in a nightgown that was just thin enough for him to see the outline of her body below it. Her hair was still down, having made that a point that it was part of her uniform. She was also without makeup, letting him see her natural beauty. So what are you? My name in full is Prince Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Otsutsuki, heir to the crystalline throne at the center world. Though here, I am just Naruto Uzumaki, my titles mean incredibly little as I am basically in self-imposed exile while my uncle sits on the throne. I am a being that is neither good nor evil, I merely exist to keep the balance. At least that is how I used to think. God, well, he is dead now, so the old Perv, Jiraiya was his name, was basically my caretaker, giving me a place to practice and grow strong for me to eventually take back the throne. But first we need to fix this world, Naruto explained, turning around to face her as he gave a small frown. I am sorry for not being so open about this. I am not upset with the fact that you were hiding this from me, Grafiya let out with a sigh. I am upset that you told someone else before me. The only one I would accept, barely, is Gabriel as she is your first wife. Actually, are you even, fox folk? Yes, Naruto gave a stern nod. Like I said, asking the Pantheons for help would be easy, because they came with me, that is if they remember anyhow. Aphrodite is my grandmother, who slept with a godlike fox. I think his name was Kurama, to make my mother Kushina, who was a chaos fox, whom then married my father Minato Namikaze Otsutsuki, true High King of the Crystalline Throne. Before him it was held by my grandmother Kagaya, or the dimension-jumping rabbit goddess. Grafiya had wide eyes, although she didn't exactly know all those names, really only having heard of Aphrodite before. She was thankful for his brief description of them. That sounds like quite the lineage. On my dad's side at least, most people see Aphrodite as a concubine, and her offspring as mistakes, though this was the reason for my parents' meeting. My father took her in off the streets and turned her into a queen that the kingdom was proud to have. For the most part, Uncle was not thrilled with my mother becoming queen. Naruto nearly spat out the last part. Grafiya understood that there was clearly bad blood in Naruto's family. She could understand, having split from her own brother when she turned her back on the old malfaction. She had a small giggle, wondering if Naruto realized that he had followed in his father's footsteps with her. Well, she wasn't a queen, yet at least, there was still that peace waiting for her. She wanted to have Naruto there when it was placed inside of her. He had effectively saved her from a life of servitude and placed her with a group of people that treated her as an equal. Apart from when she insisted on being their maid. If it makes you feel any better, I haven't told Gabriel yet, so you know before her. I will be frank, it does not make me feel better knowing that my husband has basically killed himself. But at least I am not the last to know. She gave a cheeky smile as she walked forward and took his hand. Because of the time I took looking after you and holding you while you slept. I have grown used to the action, now I find it hard to sleep by myself. You will have to become my pillow from now on, my dear. Or would prefer that I call you, my lordship. I haven't gone by that in so long. Naruto wrapped his arms around the shoulders of Grafiya, feeling her lean body press against his. I would prefer it if you didn't. Grafiya nodded as she rested her head on his chest. As you wish, my dear. Though, I do wonder, how old are you? Ah, dear, I forgot. Grafiya bit her lip to stop herself from laughing. Some almighty being forgot how old he was. Do you have an estimation? I think I am around twice the age as Earth. I think. Wait, what year is it on Earth? 573 AD, my dear, she answered without missing a beat. Naruto nodded, seemingly working out some long equation in his head. Then I should be around, I still don't know, I have lost count. But I think I am near 40 or 50,000 years old. In his arms Grafiya proceeded to go wide-eyed and faint. Grafiya. Really, I am still quite young, Grafiya. Oh, you must be tired, let's go to bed then. Moving the both of them to the large bed off to the side of his room, Naruto let out a small sigh. The world have become more interesting since Grafiya came into his life. It was like she was the spark to many events that happened following her arrival. Naruto brushed some invisible dust from his hands. It earned him a confused expression from Searsex, who was standing by, watching what the blonde had just done, and watching man after man try to pull a blade from the stone it was wedged in. A sword in a stone. They need a leader. That sword will only respond to the person who can lead England to prosper, a person of high caliber, with good intentions and the strength to never give up. No matter how difficult the road before them seems, Naruto answered matter-of-factually. Searsex though just rose a brow before making an shape with his mouth and slapping his hands together. I guess if it is a prince doing this it is okay, right? You really don't plan on letting that go to you? Not in my lifetime, the crimson-haired man smirked. Ard Grafiya fainted when she found out how old you were. Well, at least she didn't beat me like Gabriel did. For someone who is meant to be the perfect woman, she sure has a temper, Naruto let out a sigh as he placed a hand on Searsex's shoulder before teleporting them both to the underworld. It had been nearly a week since he had come clean about everything, and 4 days since he was forced to explain to Gabriel what he was. He still had bruises from that experience. When they appeared back at the Grimoire estate it was as if they had walked into a war zone, though this had been common the past few days. Do you regret taking her? Sears questioned only to be cut off by a childish scream as the woman in question appeared running down the hall with a towel wrapped around her bust. Her still wet hair clinging to her body as she held the towel tight, only to widen her eyes in shock as she slid into Naruto and knocked him off his feet, sending him into a nearby wall. It was not long before Sears joined him. As it would appear that Sarah was the cause of Gabriel's scream from a moment ago, the two sitting side by side as they tried to separate the girls from attacking one another for strange reasons. Not for a moment Sears. There she is. The two men looked up to see Sarah fall running down the hall before she slipped on the water that had managed to gather and slid to stop with her behind sticking up in the air and her face planted firmly in the ground. Mutilda, slowly turning her face upwards, she took in the visage of a confused Sears and Naruto, their clothing sticking to their figures and becoming see-through due to the incredibly wet girls laying on top of them now. Why Utilda? Sarah Fall with her ever-present elegance stated firmly before pouting. Oh, you have returned, Naruto-sama, Sears-sama, I hope that your trip was fruitful. Grafiya spoke calmly as she walked down the hall, taking notice of the large amount of water and stepping around it before coming to a stop. As you can see, it has been quite eventful here. The two males nodded, which prompted Grafiya to continue. As for how this has come to be, it would seem that Gabriel-sama was able to find itching powder and thought that it would be a good idea to place it into the underwear of everyone in the house. Sears gave a weak laugh while Naruto nodded in approval, even giving Gabriel a small high five when he thought no one was paying attention. Hold on, then why aren't you being affected by it, Grafiya? The maid went rigid as her cheeks turned the same color as the hair of Sears. Well, you see, I am. Grafiya forgot to put on underwear again, Sarah Fall answered nonchalantly. Yes, that was the flaw in my plan, I forgot to account for Grafiya's forgetfulness when it comes to underwear. Also, I am still not happy with you, Naru-kun. She pushed the blonde away and stood up, giving a small huff as she stormed away, straight into the water and ending up in the same position as the Sarah Fall before her. For your information, this position looks better on me, Leviathan. What was that, Tilda? I couldn't hear you because of my large ass blocking out your high-pitched voice, Tilda. My voice is not high-pitched. Is not. Both of them turned their heads to where Naruto was, only to find him, Sears and Sarah all missing. Grafiya standing there with a bored expression on her face, answered the question that was on their minds. He left the moment you both started to argue. Meanwhile, with Sears and Naruto, the two were standing under one of the trees that Naruto had planted not too long ago. It was entering its blossoming state. Sarah had left to get changed, saying that she was enjoying how lively the place had become. So, you seem to have done well for the underworld. It is hard to believe that we were fighting a war up until recently. You have my thanks. Naruto rose a brow at the man before sticking his hand out holding a strange necklace. Golden chains were wrapped tightly around some light blue crystal. I still can't think of a way to help you though, so I hope this will be enough. A tiny fragment of my soul rests in this necklace. It will empower the wearer, but it will also act as a beacon. If it is ever destroyed, I will appear to fight by your side. Sears lightly took the chain and could feel the power coming from it. It wasn't larger than his own, but it wasn't anything to scoff at. To think this was a tiny part of the blonde's soul. I don't know if I can take this. I was planning to give you my vote once you got the others. I just hadn't expected you to do it so quickly was all. Then think of it as thanks for looking after Grafiya for me, and for also putting a roof over my head while I was here. Naruto let out a sigh before placing his hands in his pockets. You're important, Sears, and while Lucifer in his prime was stronger than you are now, you are still a pup with lots of room for improvement. We both know that. Sears nodded and placed it within his pocket. No, I have found what you can do to get my vote, though it is selfish. He trailed only to see Naruto raise a brow like he wanted him to continue. I need help getting used to fighting at my full power. In other words, I need a coach and training partner. Naruto gave a wide grin. The last person I trained with was Jiraiya. So this should be interesting. Shifting his stance around, Naruto now faced Sears in a combat stance, his legs a shoulder width long and wide, his front foot planted while his back was resting on the ball. A bend in the knee to keep him level. One of his palms was facing upwards while the other faced the ground. Come, Sears. They had moved to some kind of arena and Sears had gotten changed. Now in a plate and tan pants, his crimson hair pulled back into a tight ponytail as he gave an awkward smile. Naruto, aren't you going to power up or something? Then it happened. He watched as the blonde with all the grace possible stepped through in his stance, pushing his hands past one another as a crushing wave of pressure washed over the arena. I am using the traditional style of combat. I use the energy in the air to fight, and not my own. This style allows for me to fight without tiring myself. You could say that without getting my other half back from Lilith that this is my max. I am a little rough around the edges, but I should be enough to let you refine your skills. Sears nodded and let his power of destruction roll out of him, covering his form like a second skin. I can tell that this will be different from anything before. Without giving Naruto a chance to speak, he flashed forward with his fist raised only to see Naruto smile. The movement seemed slow, almost like it was moving through water, but at the speed he was moving at it had to be much, much faster. It was a push, slow, almost methodical. Sears widened his eyes as there was a feeling in his stomach. It turned and he was flung across the arena, a shocked expression on his red-black skin, his eyes a bright white along with his mouth. He looked up at Naruto, his eyes were a light blue. Wisps of light coming from the corners while he smiled. That was close. It took me a little longer than normal to enter this state, and even still I am having to concentrate to keep it. We can start now. Naruto jumped forward and thrust his hands out, tearing up the ground before large trees shot out with chains rushing from their branches. Sears let a roar out of his throat, sending wave after wave of destruction at the chains and branches as they continued to grow, towering over him and rushing around, circling him completely and wrapping tightly. Naruto watches in surprise as the branches and chains start to erode and crumble before rusting and joining the ground again. Ah, not bad. I guess using natural means to combat you won't be effective. Shifting his hands again, Naruto moved to a narrow stance, forming a blade-like shape with his right hand. Sears was forced to watch, his body unable to move as his eyes were locked onto the hand, watching as it slowly raised into the air before coming down with a thunderous roar. The earth in front of them was split, seemingly cut and pulled apart. Not a single drop of soil moved. It was as if it was meant to be made that way. The split stopping right as Sears' feet, psionic waves. This is my final form of combat. Though it is quite weak at the moment, it should still be enough to get some training for you. Let me just dull the blade a little. Letting out a shallow breath, Naruto turned slightly before repeating the same action with his hand, only this time it just made a large indent. Okay, let's begin. Wait. That cutting motion with your arm. What does it do? Raising a fine brow, Naruto smiled. It vibrates so quickly that it forces atoms to separate like they were never joined. In short, it is like being cut apart so fast that you don't even notice. Only this time, your body notices and thinks that it is normal for you to be missing a limb, thus it just stops trying to heal it. The wound is sealed automatically and cannot be healed with normal means. Sears gave a shocked expression under his power of destruction. That is terrifying. Most people from the center world have an ability that is beyond the comprehension of normal minds. This is just the most simple of this form of combat. It will allow you to dodge as you know where it is coming from, but the only question I have, Sears is, can you look away? Naruto moved his hand again and Sears tried to move only to have his eyes locked onto it, unable to pull away or move his body to dodge. The result of this was a light bop on the head from the psionic waves of Naruto's attack. Hard to move, isn't it? Sears couldn't respond. You feel the need to watch, don't you? Drawing his hand back, Naruto gave a small sigh. The reason is simple really. You can't figure out what it is, even though I have told you. Your body can't react, it doesn't understand what it is seeing. This is primal fear. Walking forward, Naruto lightly tapped his forehead. True fear, something you cannot train away by normal means. The simplest way is to stare into the abyss, letting it gaze back into you and relishing in the feeling. You will understand much, much more than you do right now. Your body will learn to use its deepest and most hidden power. Stepping back, Naruto gave a warm smile. Sears, will you gaze into the abyss with me? Grafiya and the others entered, along with Sarah, who paused in shock at what she saw. Naruto and Sears were missing, but she could feel the right in front of her, inside of some giant black cube. It looked like it didn't belong. Then it started to crack, shattering outwards as shards flew out and turned into black smoke before dissipating. Standing there was a pale Searsex. Almost like he had become sickly ill, Naruto was holding him up gently. That wasn't what shocked them though. No, Searsex felt different, his eyes were black and his body still. Slowly placing him on the ground, they watched Naruto point 2 fingers up into the air, slowly drawing them down to Searsex's forehead. The black faded from his eyes and his skin slowly turned back to normal. His chest shot up as he took a deep breath in, coughing a few times as he gasped for air, looking around frantically before he grabbed onto Naruto tightly, like he was a lifeline. I saw it. I felt it. And are you scared, Searsex? Naruto's voice was soft. He widened his eyes before letting out a few breaths. His heartbeat was surprisingly calm. And no. I actually feel fine, like I understand now. Is this how you feel all the time? Naruto gave a light shrug. You did good, Searsex. You might need some time to get used to things again, but you have a really strong head on your shoulders. As for me, I don't know. I don't remember what it was like before I viewed the abyss. That, Searsex, was true darkness. Do you now see the difference? Searsex lay down and gave a nervous chuckle. Bringing his hand up to his head and letting out a sigh. I feel a little different. I know this will probably seem a little strange. But did you see something? Naruto tilted his head slightly to the side. When you gaze into the abyss, do not expect it to not do the same. You may think that the pantheons, the Shinto, the biblical god and myself are all gods. It is true in a sense. But there is something in the abyss. I spoke to my grandmother, from my father's side, about it a few times. You saw the little girl, didn't you, Searsex? Her skin pale, almost white with deep black eyes and unkempt long hair. Searsex widened his eyes. How did you know? She nearly caught you, didn't she, Searsex? The redhead froze. I figured as much. The closer she gets to you, the more you take on her features. After a while you can't return and become what we call hollow. When Naruto saw that the man was about to speak, he softly added, trust me, Searsex. You really don't want to know. Taking a step back, Naruto gave an awkward smile. The girls were still rooted in place, letting the two speak freely. Why did you show me this? To be honest, Searsex, you reminded me of a friend I used to have. I just wanted to see something was all. Naruto took another step back before he started to hover away in the air. Well, did you find what you were looking for? Naruto tilted his head to the side in confusion at Searsex's question. No, you expect me to know the answer. I guess I am not sure right now, but I know what you are looking for now. I can open the gate to Tartarus for you. Thank you, Searsex. Gabriel and Grafiya appeared beside him, while Seraphal and Sarah appeared beside Searsex. Both groups of girls look at each other and the males confused about what was happening. Searsex lightly shook his head. This will take some getting used to. The complexity of the different dimensions is much greater than I thought. I feel like a Juka. And that scares me. Naruto leaned back and gave a light chuckle. Don't be, we will continue your training when I return, Searsex, only for a time though. I still have to inform Heaven and the fallen angels that we are now in a ceasefire. The fallen have agreed. No, not yet. That conversation was nearly 2 weeks ago, Naruto having left for Tartarus the next day. Sir. Zex was looking down at the paper in his hands before a voice he hadn't think he would ever hear again chimed through the room. Hello, Sir Kun. Did you miss me? Turning his head ever so slightly to the right, he made out the crimson eyes of the speaker, her long wavy raven hair stopping just past her large S. She was clad in a deep red dress that hugged her form and showed off her shapely figure. Her skin was a creamy white, and looked like it would feel like silk to the touch. Her lips were black, along with the shadow around her eyes. Lilith. I hadn't expected to see you again. She took on a thoughtful expression at what Searsex said. When the god of gods comes into Tartarus and destroys your demon army before telling you that you will join him once more, I tend to listen, especially since he is a relative in a strange way. You do understand what he meant by, Joan, right? Yes, he has already taken his soul fragment back. Oh, I must say it was quite thrilling to feel such raw power. My skin tingled just from being in the same area as him. I couldn't handle the majority of the powers and techniques in that fragment, so I sealed them away so that I didn't accidentally use them. Lilith gave a small shrug as she walked around to sit on the front of his desk, her back facing him before she bent her neck backwards, at an almost impossible angle to look at him, I guess. You could say that nothing has really changed, all I lost was, actually quite a lot has changed, now you little devils can kill me. Sears gave a tired sigh, so what are you planning to do now? Not sure. I was going to take over the underworld with my demon army. But they are gone now. Plus I was asked not to, so I guess I could help. Blah, that tasted awful to say, anyway, that word you with running the underworld. She replied, a small frown on her face, I hate that word. Wait, demons. I thought that we were demons. Sears spoke more than confused now. Lilith gave him a questioning look before a wondrous giggle left her seductive frame. It was almost enchanting. No, you are a devil, like Lucifer, you still have light, even if it is tainted. I on the other hand, am a demon. A creature born of darkness, not tainted light. While you are creatures that grown stronger from desires, I am desire. I formed an army of creatures like me, but it was not enough to fight against him. I guess we could call him brother, though in his homeland he was known as the Prince of Chaos. That is a rather ominous title to give someone, Sears muttered. Lilith though gave another shrug of her shoulders, causing her generous bust to bounce with the action, nearly bursting free from her tight dress. From what I could gather from his soul fragment, he once tricked the pantheons into a war with one another because he grew tired of waiting for dinner and found a way to entertain himself. Seeing the look on Sears' face, she gave another melodic giggle. Do not worry. He has changed a lot since then, but I figure it was because of those kinds of acts when he was younger that he gained his name. So how much do you know about him, Lilith? Sears questioned, a little unsure if he wanted the answer or not. I was there during the time when he came to Earth and alongside God created the life that is on it in Eden, and when the pantheons came with him to help govern it. Though we split apart probably close to 10 or maybe 20,000 years ago. During the Great War we were lucky, if he had have given into his feelings at that time, well I think that the three factions would cease to exist. Lilith answered calmly, Jiraiya was like his father. We never really knew Minato, we spent most of our time with Kushina. Our mother kind of. Wow, this is difficult. I want to say that I am like his twin. I have a large amount of his memories, but he was the one that created me, so it is just it feels wrong. Lilith let out a sigh and her form seemed to sag a little. Sears folded his hands together and gave a sad smile to the woman, please take your time. Or I could tell you to go yourself and just leave. She narrowed her eyes on the new Lucifer. Don't push me, boy. I am helping you purely because my prince asked me to. I who is born from darkness, can lead you, who has just viewed it to understand better. Is it really that difficult for you to say help? Lilith gave a curt laugh, that is rich coming from the man that killed my husband. Or did you forget about that little fact, Sir Kun? So, don't you dare think you can just say sorry. Lilith growled out, causing him to flinch back as black trails of energy came out from the corners of her eyes like it had for Naruto. She blinked a few times and it vanished, almost like it was never there. He was a bad man, but you didn't have the right to kill him, that was mine alone. He never loved me, he loved the power that I held. And when he noticed that he couldn't control me, he locked me away and removed my child from me, turning her into his personal devil-making machine. Devils, the product of incest, though sir. You have already come to this conclusion, that your powers are all just mutations formed by interbreeding. Deformities, blemishes. The closest household to me is the Baal. And in that sense, you Sir Kun. The power of destruction. Lilith leaned forward and chewed her stomach as she cackled. Really, is that what you call it? The power of destruction. Please, that is nothing. It is strong, Sir Kun, don't get me wrong. Your little power of destruction will make you quite imposing against most, but it is a single strange of my strength. Stepping away from his desk, she spun around and lifted up her right hand. For a moment nothing happened before an incredibly ominous feeling rolled off of it. You understand what this is, don't you? Psionic waves. It is psionic power, most commonly used as waves by Naruto and some of the other gods. In this state it is strong because of the feeling it gives off. You can now understand what it is, so you aren't frozen. But now that Naruto has his soul back from me, his has become visual. What do you believe is scarier, Sears? A power you can't see, or being able to see the terrifying reality of just what psionic power looks like. She left her question up in the air for a few moments before turning away from him again when he couldn't answer. Oh. I will be staying in Naruto's room by the way, also. He has been gone a long time. Don't you think it is surprising that no one has shown up to check to see if he is okay? Should we be worried about any visitors? Sears thought back to his small spar of sorts with Naruto. He didn't even know how many people there were in this center world or if Naruto was strong for those that were there. Lilith, who was walking towards the door, paused, a smile crossing over her face. Oh, there are a few. Though if I had to give a guess as to whom you should be worried about, I would have to say the woman he was once in an arranged marriage with. He beat her out of it. By playing some tactical game from the center world, her feelings for him were, well, let us just say that she was quite smitten. If there was anyone that would come for him, I believe it would be her. And she won't leave until she gets what she wants, or he kills her. That was troublesome to say the least. Inwardly sighing, he asked the next question that he was dreading the answer to. If you two were to fight, who would win? Honestly, Sir Kun, I'm not that much stronger than you. I just have much better techniques and control over them, though from when I last saw her fight, and the strength I had with the soul fragment and in my prime, I wouldn't last more than a minute. While I was born from darkness, she bathed in it, letting it change her. She is stronger than the gods you know of, Sir Kun. Lilith frowned. She was not happy with admitting that, but it was true, and something that the current Lucifer had a right to be worried about. And Naruto? Lilith felt her lips twitch upwards into a smirk. If he got serious, there would be no contest. You mean he has been holding back? Lilith turned around and placed a hand on her hip. Sir Kun, do you really believe that you can defeat me as you are now? Seeing his gaze lower a little, she chuckled. He defeated not only me, but my army, while I still held half of his soul, meaning half of his power. The next time you find an ant, Sir Kun, place it on your thumb and press down with your index finger with only enough strength to cripple it, yet still leave it alive. Maybe you will get some respect then. Sears let out a small grumble. Such a gap is something I can't picture. No one ever said that devils, angels and the fallen had stopped evolving, Sir Kun. His head snapped up to look at her only to see his door finish closing. Sinking into his chair, he let out a sigh. Did you find what you were looking for, Gabriel? He didn't need to look to his left to see the air changing into the form of the seraph. I knew that Lilith knew I was there. I didn't think that you felt me enter though, Sears. But to answer your question, I think I need to punish my husband some more. He really does enjoy keeping his secrets. A frown married her face as her eyes took on a saddened look. I didn't think that Lilith would be allowed to live, though I guess he trusts her more than me anyway. Sears found himself in an awkward position. First of all, there was another woman inside his office. He already knew that Sarah would more than likely be angry that Lilith was back, let alone the fact that they were alone with one another for a few moments before Gabriel showed up. Yes, another woman that Sarah hardly knew, and yet again, it was still him alone with two women. Now one seemed unsure of herself and he didn't know what to do. Seeing as less than a year ago they were enemies. I haven't known Naruto as long as you have. But everything he does seems to have a reason, Gabriel, and from what Michael has told me, your protection was one of his biggest concerns. Sears saw her eyes widen slightly and he figured he got the words right. I don't know how much help I might be, but I don't want to be defenseless when or if this person comes. I plan on getting stronger. Maybe you should join me. Gabriel looked at him with slightly widened eyes before a soft smile formed on her face. The sky was a bright blue in color. This was thanks to the large sun that the planet was orbiting, a blue giant. Cities littered the once beautiful planet, made of a brilliant and reflective golden color, some even floating high in the sky, to the point where they were almost in orbit themselves. Men cleared the path as sure steps sounded out between them, hissing and drool striking the ground directly behind the walker. The creatures looked to be hideous figures that would haunt normal men, tall slithering snake-like beasts with scythes for hands. In this city, or palace if you will, there was no such thing as poverty. The streets below it were a different story. Large doors seemed to glow before splitting and turning into a walkway towards a central chamber that was currently filled with nothing but darkness. The one leading the creatures strode forward as if this was normal, which to her, though time had passed, it was not an abnormal experience, almost like riding a bike. When she reached the end of the walkway she stopped, the creatures following her actions. The room rapidly begun to spin before the darkness faded and showed a bright another room, lit by the brilliant blue light. It looked like the office of someone important. Turning around, it showed a white-haired male with baby blue eyes. He looked at the hazel eyes that were watching him, like a hawk would a field mouse. "I have returned, Virgil." The woman with creatures behind her near hissed, an ever so slight distortion in her voice. Her skin was darker than white, yet not tanned, and not dark enough for her to be classed as ebon in color. If anything, it maybe had a very slight green undertone. Long brown tendrils, almost like skin-covered dreadlocks, were pushed back behind her head and falling down past her shoulders. Her body tightly secured in a suit that was reminiscent of the one that Naruto may at times be seen wearing. "I take it that you were successful." The professional-looking man spoke calmly. His fingers folded lightly as he rested his elbows on the golden desk in front of him. "Indeed." Virgil gave a small nod. "Then you have come for what I promised you, correct?" He didn't even give time to answer before he kept speaking. "Then I have found where he is hiding. I decided to save this information for you. After all, he did manage to worm his way out of your previous engagement." "He did not. He simply proved that he had no use for how I was." She fought back the sneer on her face. Her humiliating defeat. It had looked like he was even interested in the game. "I was brash, I erred from that time. I have learnt and now I feel comfortable leading. I will make him mine. Of course, that is why I have held on to this until you were ready. After all, I only want what is best for my nephew. After the tragic loss of his father, I only hope he has gathered the skill he may need to lead this network." Virgil spoke, letting out a sigh that looked almost remorseful. The woman gave a single blink as if to say that she was waiting. "Sorry, I just found myself a little lost. Not all of us can kill our emotions like you can." "That is wrong. I haven't killed my emotions. I will just not let them interfere with what I want." "There is a difference," a slight hint of irritation clear in her voice. Virgil shook his head lightly. "I do hope you can find him and bring him back to me, Kerrigan. I do miss him greatly." Virgil tapped a few holographic keys in front of him and brought up what seemed to be a large three-dimensional map, lines zigzagging in seemingly random directions, or better known as the chain network. The name named Kerrigan looked at the map for a few moments before twisting her wrist and shrinking it before placing it into what seemed like a portable computer on her wrist, having it glow and flash for a few moments before giving a light click, signaling that it was done. "I will be on my way. Delaying this any longer would prove wasteful. It is a long trip. Do be careful." "I will. And do take care, Your Highness. I do not think that the kingdom has recovered from the last tragedy." The room faded and Kerrigan stormed out. She hated that man with a passion. He was manipulative and held no emotion besides those faked ones he showed just prior. She hoped that he continued to live a happy life, that way when she returned with Naruto, they could kill him together and avenge his father. Lady Kaguya must be rolling in her grave. Tossing the thoughts away, she approached her vessel, judging by the length of network to reach where Naruto was. It would take her nearly a millennium. She cursed not being able to make her own chains to travel along, and she would never get help from Virgil. This was a power play for the man. He needed to get Kerrigan out of his hair to make his position stronger, because while she was in command of her fleet he couldn't start to create his own army. When she returned, it would be to a different city, that much she knew already. A few of her stronger and most loyal servants had been placed in charge while she was gone. Hopefully that would at least delay the militarization of the center world, though he didn't think it would buy her much time. "I am coming, my prince, just wait for me a little longer." Eyes were trained on a single body that moved through the ground without a care, an innocent and curious look on his face as his blue eyes took in his surroundings with incredible efficiency. A few pairs of black feathers fell in front of him, like a large crow had passed overhead. He didn't need to look up to know that he was being watched. He could feel their gaze trying to bore holes into his body. Internally letting out a sigh, he continued to walk up the stony path in front of him. Large doors to stone castle swung open as three people stormed out, rage and confusion on their faces. He remembered them easily. After all, it was hard to forget the faces of people you grew up alongside. At least that was how it seemed to them. He had already lived long before they had come into the picture and would more than likely survive what was coming, though the races that lived on Earth at the moment would more than likely perish. Azazel came to a stop in front of the blonde male, his eyes narrowed and arms crossed over his chest. The two standing behind him seemed to be in a similar situation. It was not wise of you to come to our front door. Oh, and how would one garner your attention otherwise? Do tell, as I may use that method next time. But while I am here, I believe I should let you know that heaven and the devils have entered a state of ceasefire, one that I would like to extend to the fallen. Naruto replied calmly. After all, he had little to fear from those in front of him. It was just that they didn't know that. As far as they were concerned, Naruto was just an incredibly strong angel, one that outranked even Michael, having been chosen by God to stand by his side without fail. Azazel rose a brow. Oh really? That seems like quite the fib coming from such a holy mouth. What reason would I have to lie? Did you truly think that through before you made such a ridiculous statement? Or would the better question be, why would I lie about such a matter? If that is the case, then why are there no devils with you? Would that not be a more convincing way of showing that you had formed some kind of peace with them? The leader of the fallen spoke with a hint of amusement in his voice. Naruto tilted his head to the side in confusion. Oh. Then let me just call for one. Her name at least you should know. Lilith, please come here for a moment. He watched as their eyes widened, holding his hand out to the side for her to grab as she landed, her raven hair. Burning red eyes clearly showing who she was. After all, there were not many that could claim to have those two traits and a huge demonic aura radiating from them. Not to mention that she radiated lust and wrath. Something even the fallen could feel. Was it perhaps strong enough to cause angels to feel its effects and start to fall? To them Lilith was a strong devil, they didn't know that she was something more. And after all, he could call her on a whim. That was a side effect from her holding onto his soul for so long. They were deeply connected like siblings. Landing with a feather like tea. Ouch! On Naruto's hand she gave a small bow. How long has it been since three of the great powers were gathered in one place? A sly smirk on her face, she was referring to the war. Not as long as you would think, actually. It was less than a year ago that I met with Searsex and Michael outside of Naruto's cabin in the woods, Azazel commented in an offhanded manner, though, I was under the impression that you were dead. Lilith. Me perish. Banish the thought. That bastard husband of mine didn't have the power to kill me, he hid me away in Tartarus. Naruto here freed me and asked me to help the devils get back onto their feet as repayment. She lied smoothly. After all, they hardly needed to know that she was intending to take over the world with a demon army before Naruto showed up. Azazel rose a brow at that. Did she and Lucifer have a spat? Well, maybe this was his chance. No wait, she was a devil. That would be like slapping his father to the ground and then pissing on his body to rub salt into the insult. A shame. Maybe you could have helped him to not receive more grievous injuries during the war if he had have been more suited to one like yourself. You really have no id. How long I have been in Tartarus, Oza-kun? Since my first child, just if you were wondering. There was no chance of me saving him. In fact, I would have sided with the angels just to wipe him from the earth. Lilith commented in an offhanded manner before narrowing her eyes on the man, though we are here to speak about something in the present, not the past. Azazel shook his head lightly. Really, you are always full of surprises. Naruto, come, we should go inside. I feel as though there are too many eyes and ears out here for us to speak properly, he offered with a small guilty smile. Naruto had vanished after the war, and the angels, both fallen and otherwise, had tried to find him for years. Imagine his surprise when they found the blonde in the middle of nowhere by chance. From what he was able to tell, Naruto was still allied with heaven, and now he was traveling around forming a treaty of sorts between the great three factions. It was shaky grounds that he was walking on, full of cracks that could swallow him whole. Yet, it already seemed that he had the devil's support in this idea of his, that could be assumed by Lilith appearing at his side with just a simple call, not to mention that the Queen of Devils held no hostility to any of them. That was a surprise. He had heard that she was ruthless and would kill anyone that dared to enter her chambers without permission. Though thinking about it now, she was never there if her story were true. Having been in Tartarus for more than a few thousand years, it must have been a ploy put into place by Lucifer to hide the fact that she was missing. Waving his hand in a beckoning motion, he led the two inside, down onyx-colored halls littered with long tapestries of old wars and conquests. Walking further down, they were greeted to the sight of large gatherings of women, all of them holding seductive bodies that were near sinful to be allowed to exist. "Oh, do you want some entertainment, Naruto?" Azazel questioned, wiggling his brows suggestively. "No, I don't plan to have Gabriel continue her bouts of frustration at me. Like I said, I have come to discuss a ceasefire and even come offering something to sweeten the deal for your side." Naruto gave a small wave of his hand while Lilith let her eyes linger on the women. Like a predator that had found injured prey, Lilith plans on being professional while we are here as well. To read me so easily. Fine, fine, I will keep my eyes on the task at hand. Maybe I will play with Grafiya when I read to. She paused in her speech as a thin cut appeared on her cheek. Someone is clearly not in a good mood. A very sweet smile appeared on Naruto's face, one Azazel knew all too well. It was the second most feared thing in heaven, the first being when some female angel was trying to speak to Naruto. That never ended well for anyone, with Michael normally having to calm down his younger sister while Naruto frowned at what was happening around him. "No, I am in a good mood, Lilith. But Grafiya doesn't need you causing trouble for her. Understand? Really, you spoil them," Lilith drawled out, referring to both Gabriel and Grafiya, whatever, a high-class tone coming over her voice. "We should finish up here so I can relay the results to the devils and Naruto can return to, well, whatever it is he does when he isn't in public." Azazel rose a brow before shrug. Ingen entering through a large set of wooden double doors. In the middle of the room was a large table with grand seats placed around it. Waving his hand out, Azazel motioned for them all to take a seat. Nodding, Lilith and Naruto moved to a pair of chairs next to one another, sitting across from the fallen angel leaders. Azazel folded his hands, seemingly thinking of something witty to say as the vice-governor spoke. "And what do you believe you have to offer us?" It was Shemhazai through and through, straight to the point and never thinking back. Naruto reached into his clothing and pulled out a black bar. Placing it gently on the table, "I will give you this, what you do with it is up to you. Though, should war break out from this offering, I will fight in full this time." Azazel widened his eyes and seemed like he was about to speak, only for his other friend, one he had known almost as long as Shemhazai, to speak. "What makes you think that black ingot is worth anything? We already have black." Barakil, though, was cut off from his speech. It seemed like Azazel had enough of being left out and cleared his throat. "Is that tainted forma?" he questioned softly. "Forma, that was the name given to the metal that Naruto used in the seraph armor. It was able to be bent into any form by his skilled hand and was twice as durable as anything that had been made since. Technology did, in T, seemed to be able to replicate its results, and it could only be tested in its pure form, before it had been shaped. Currently the ingot on the table had just become solid in that state. Melting it down and reforging it would only take hours in the blonde's hands. The reason this came across as such a big deal was simply because forma, the metal that was used by the seraphim, could only be used by those with outstanding amounts of pure energy, something that the fallen didn't have. This would allow them to build their own armor for the cadre, though it was like being fed scraps from the angels. It would allow them to stand on somewhat even footing if another war broke out. It would cost them their dignity, though it would increase their combat potential by over tenfold. It was clear that while they fallen cadre were strong, against the seraphim in that forma armor, there was no chance. Gritting his teeth, he narrowed his eyes on the blonde, seeing him nod to answer her question. "It is tainted forma, pure, unfolded, without mar of my hammer or anvil, able for you to research and use to your will. I help the devils back onto their feet, and I offer you a way to defend yours. Elves from the harsh environment around you. For this, I ask that you cease the constant fighting with the angels and the devils." The current Mao have already agreed, forcing the fallen into a corner. Naruto took a small breath as he narrowed his eyes. "I am sure you can see what I am speaking of." Shemhazai inwardly smirked at the play. Devils were greedy and easy to sway. Gathering their support before meeting with the fallen was the best move. Now it was two sides that wanted to stop fighting that had somewhat, loosely, joined together. If the fallen dared to say that they wanted to continue, it would be against an allied front from the looks of things. Truly, Naruto had outplayed them this time. Sparing a glance to Lilith, He saw her wide smile. It was clear that she had already known about this set of plans. Though for him to convince Michael, who was seemingly in charge of heaven now that God had died, yes they knew, it was easy to feel that their father had perished, and why. They had disagreements on how to live, it still saddened them. Turning himself to face Azazel, he saw the emotions quickly running through the man's face. He felt betrayed, and weak. Naruto was asking him if he wanted to become stronger. But to place himself in a state of peace, moving from this would cause the other two sides to act. Though if he didn't join them now, the next time a fight broke out, it was over for the fallen. The few in numbers angels now had loose ties to the devils. It was a situation where the fallen were doomed to lose what made them what they were, their freedom. Tting, his teeth, a silent yet deadly breath released itself from the Governor General. To think that such a move would be played by an angel. Painting the world in black and white is a mistake. His world is more twisted than most could believe. It is only after looking at it for a long period of time that you will be able to see this. Angels are holy and pure beings that are meant to protect the world and to try to guide the humans to do the same. Naruto responded calmly, not falling for the man's slight taunt. Azazel dipped his head lightly, turning to either side and seeing them both give him a sad nod. We accept your proposition. Very well. Flicking his wrist, the ingot lifted up off the table and hovered over to the three fallen, while a slip of paper formed in the air and floated over with it. Read this and sign it. As you see, the Mao and the Seraphim have all put their names on the parchment. Lifting it up and reading through the rules and agreements, he found that it was actually quite fair. Then it came to the names. Yes, the Mao had all signed it, as had the Seraphim. Yet both Naruto and Lilith's names were not on the page. Raising a brow, he looked at the two. What is the meaning of this? I am a representative of heaven, while she is the devil's. As such, while we have ties to our respected governments, we are by no means under their control. Our actions are our own. I would recommend having your own representative. It would make discussions easier for all involved. It also allows us to move freely between the other areas to examine and assess the sides that have signed the ceasefire. Naruto informed with a small wave of his hand. Truly it was no bother to him and Lilith, they could come and go as they pleased anyhow. It was not like one could catch them. Azazel and Shemhazai seemed to share the same thought, each giving a small nod before signing their name and rolling the parchment up before tossing it back to Naruto, much to the shock of Barakiel. Seeing his face, Azazel informed him, "You will be our representative, Barakiel, while you are our friend. For the time being, you will not be allied with us directly. The only other one I could trust with this job is Shemhazai, though with his work. You understand, right? When it is placed like that, I can't exactly say that I don't. I am of a high rank yet not in a position where my role is pivotal to our survival. Also you trust me to make sure that the other races are living up to their sides, and not to be swayed by their ways and temptations. I have the time, the role and the attitude for the job." "Thank you for the explanation," Barakiel responded, much calmer than the two fallen had thought he would. Naruto gave a kind smile, though inwardly he was frowning. The reason that himself and Lilith weren't on the parchment was simply because they had their own arrangement. He would crush her in an instant if she moved out of line again. This was something she knew. Plus he had yet to step up and take the vacant place where he was needed. Once that was done, maybe would he place his name on the parchment. It seems that things are in order then. If you need me, Azazel, reach out and I will hear you. Standing up, both Naruto and Lilith vanished into their strange particles before their presence vanished completely, like they were never there. Lightly abbing onto the edge of the desk in front of him, Azazel let out a breath. It was chilling to see it happen. They left and removed all trace of them from ever being there. The only way that he knew it was not a dream was the questioning look on the faces of his friends, as if they were asking if that actually happened, and the single black ingot in front of him. The ability to move and vanish like that is frightening. Could they have been doing this the whole time? Could we even pick up that they had been here prior? Shemhazai questioned, rubbing the backs of his hands stiffly in thought. Naruto was tackled the moment his feet hit the ground. Long wavy blonde hair sprawled out over his lower body, his slender arms gripped around his waist tightly. He was in his room inside of the Grimoire household. It seemed like Gabriel was waiting for him to come back, hence the current situation. Shifting his hand, he patted her head softly. "We will have to go back to heaven soon, Gabby. Can we take Gray-chan with us? The bubbly blonde, who seemed to have forgotten that she was meant to be unhappy with Naruto, spoke calmly. Grafiya is in the care of the Lord and Lady of Grimoire, it is not up to me to decide. Naruto informed her. Gabriel turned around in his lap and looked up into his deep blue eyes with her emerald-like ones, and if it was, then I would say yes, I don't want to stay away from either of you. You are precious to me, Gabriel. Leaning down, he placed a gentle kiss on her lips, watching her eyelids flutter slightly at the sensation. I am greedy, I don't want to lose anything that I care about. I missed you. Also, Gray-chan was released into my care. The Grimoires believe that we get along well and don't want us to part when we return to heaven, Gabriel informed him. Pushing on his chest lightly to make him lie down as she crawled up his body, straddling his waist and leaning close to his face, Naruto-kun. I feel greedy too. I do not want to let you go out alone. Gallivanting around the dimensions looking for pieces to play with. Naruto pressed his lips into a thin line. I am not used to people worrying about me. For over 80 house and years I have mostly lived by myself. Forgive me, Gabriel. A pout came over her angelic face as she leaned in closer, resting her forehead against his. From now on, let me know where you are going. Speaking of which, I met with Azazel. The fallen angels have signed the ceasefire, meaning that they will start sending out the information of their Rouge agents to the other factions. Avayan and the devils will begin doing the same. I didn't think that I was gone that long. Naruto trailed. Though his words did little to ease Gabriel's worry, you forgot about your trip to Tartarus. And fighting off an army of demons, and taking back half of your soul from Lilith, not to mention doing something to her so she has become tame. Of a sort to you, Gabriel listed with little effort. You didn't return during that time. It would seem that I forgot about that. Naruto trailed lamely. I do feel as though we have imposed on the Grimoires for too long, though. We should return to heaven. Also, do not worry. I will keep Grafiya in my personal space so that she doesn't come under any harm. Gabriel wasn't sure who he was saying that for, but she was thankful that he had at least thought her rapid plan through for her, or had he been planning something like this himself? Truly it would be strange for her to be without Grafiya. They had become somewhat close, at least as close as she was to the other seraphs. Though given how distant everyone was becoming in heaven, it wasn't that hard. Naruto stretched his back out as the door opened to his room. Sarah, the wife of Searzek, stood there. Her brows narrowed. Lilith announced your return. In the middle of dinner, wearing a revealing robe. This wouldn't be so bad if it weren't a dinner with the High Council who still didn't know she was alive. Nor the fact that the recent healing of the underworld was done by yourself. This dinner was actually meant to act as a bridge into that topic. Reaching up and scratching at his chin, Naruto let out a tired sigh. Want me to go clear things up? And how do you expect to do that? Sarah nearly spat out. Standing up, Naruto rolled his shoulders forward as Elden bracers and boots formed on his body. A tight white shirt covered his chest as a large coat was strewn over his shoulders. Without mar it stood a bright white with fine golden wings embroiled int. The back along with woven tassels coming down from the shoulders. I will be what I need to be. Gabriel, let's go. Plain robes formed on her body and the duo walked down the hall, leaving Sarah standing behind in shock before she caught up to them. It wasn't hard to find the Great Hall, mostly because he had been there many times before. Throwing the doors open, he saw Lilith standing on the table. A shocked look on many faces as she walked across the table, avoiding the flames of the candles and cutlery with grace that would be expected of a noble woman. Her head slowly turned to the side and saw Naruto. A smile stretched across her face until she saw the scowl he was giving her. What do you think you are doing? He hissed out. Lilith stiffened in response. I was just having fun. Get off the table and apologize for the mess you have caused. Now. Not a second was wasted as Lilith appeared standing on the ground, bowing deeply to those in the room. I regret my actions and will attempt to make it up to you. Quote. The words were clearly forced, though the High Council still watched in awe. A creature that was able to force Lilith into action with only his words. Though that also terrified them. A woman that was too powerful for the past Lucifer to control, now bowed without pause of thought to some stranger. They turned and took in the appearance of the woman standing slightly behind the male and clenched their fists tight before standing up in outrage. Gabriel. How dare you show yourself here? Naruto clenched his jaw and blew out a portion of the floor beneath. His feet during attention back to him, do not take that tone of voice with my wife. Now as for this discussion that I assume is now needed, it can be carried out in two very different ways. The first is calmly, with the council members listening to what has already been done and giving the final stamp. The second is, well, not calm. Turning to face the Satans, Naruto spoke, the tension gone from his voice. I apologize for the troubles my sister caused you, but I think it would be best if I join in the discussion now, or things may get lost in the transfer of information which could cause for another event like this to happen. Is this an issue? The Satans shook their heads. Honestly, they had no real want to speak with the High Council in the first place. To have a new voice would be a great help. Searsex, who is this man? One of the council members roared. Letting out a sigh, Naruto walked to a vacant chair and sat down, Gabriel and Lilith standing behind him on the right and left respectively. Seeing as you are political members and I highly doubt that you would actually know whom I am from my name alone, I shall give you the title I am known by, Naruto Uzumaki, Heaven's legendary smithy. He saw their eyes narrow sharply and their fists clench at the table in front of them. It is a shame that those that would seek to control the government of the underworld are not even present on the field of battle. Though does that make angels monsters for forcing each and every member of our race onto the field so we can all see the atrocities of war, allowing everyone to see why it is such a terrible thing. Something that they can inform their children. Is it wrong for us to force the realities of what our actions cause onto the front door of every family? There was a pause as everyone seemed to be thinking about his words. I will not deny that it is. But that way, even should our government change, they will understand that war is something no one wants to fight in. I ask you, council that seeks to rule where the Formao cannot, do you know what it feels like to watch father and son defend each other, to watch siblings fight over different values? About watching your brothers and sisters become swallowed in madness, believing themselves to be monsters for taking the lives of another. Another silence came over the room where no one dared to speak. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the council. It is for this reason that I haven't bothered to bring this ceasefire to your attention. 1. Because with the vote of the Formao, by your own laws mind you, any agreement between factions can be passed. He saw the Mao widen their eyes as the council narrowed their own before continuing. Secondly, you know nothing of what we are trying to prevent. You don't know what you speak about, Angel. A councilman growled out. Though he was put on edge when Naruto chuckled, hardly. I learned a great many things when I opened my ears to those around me. Barely any laws have been changed in the underworld since the old government was removed from power. In fact, only 2 were. The Mao could no longer form a harem and the council would oversee the running of the underworld if the Mao were ever unavailable. Really, those do not seem like fair rules, but this is not my government. Perhaps you run things more differently than I had thought. But as pointed out, if the Mao come to agreement for a single matter, no voice made by the council holds any worth. Naruto lightly tapped the table in front of him a few times before looking over to the lord and lady of the house. Quite a nice texture, not to mention sturdy, and holds an older look. What wood is this? Caught off guard by the question, Lord Grimori nearly choked with his eyes out wide. The wood came from a tree that is no longer available, having died out when the land became infertile. Too bad. Just so we are all on the same page, angels, fallen angels and devils Avenue come to the agreement that any side taking actions that could lead to war will be quickly disposed of by the other two. Clearing his throat, he stood up from his chair and looked over the room before stopping on the Mao. The council should be there to advise their leaders, if they somehow get it into their heads that they are able to claw away more and more. Well, that is how I ended up an orphan. Family and political movements go hand in hand. Do well to remember that Searsex, Seraphal, Ajuka and Falbium, for I actually have grown somewhat fond of each of you. Turning on his feet, he started heading to the door. Lilith, Grafiya and Gabriel, let's get going. I still have to speak to Michael and the other Seraphim about this. They shook away their shock at how he took control of the conversation and fell into line behind him. The council excused themselves once Naruto had left. There was no longer any need for them, having had the bill passed right by them without so much as a glance to what it contained. Ajuka turned to Searsex with a wide smile. It is in moments like that I believe I can see his royal blood shining through. Sears X gave a small nod before pressing his lips together in thought. He made quick work of the council and put them into place. Though I would like to think better of them, it would be in our best interest to watch them carefully. Reason a few of them served under the previous Lucifer, though that was done to show that we were an evolving underworld that was going to be more accepting of those around us. Was that maybe a mistake? We won't be able to tell until it is too late. Why didn't I get to go with Naruto? Sarah Fall whined out with a pout. She had come to accept that something about that man drew her towards him. Finding out that he was a prince made the little devil inside of her cheer even louder that she should pursue him. Because like he said Sarah Fall, Sears X started, he is returning to heaven. Now that I think about it, I heard Lucifer once speak about the baths of heaven, not to mention the restricted zone and how it seemed to clean every inch of your soul when you bathed. I wonder how that would feel. Grafiya looked around in awe. The meeting had gone off relatively well apparently. After that Naruto had brought them to heaven, she had to wear some strange device around her wrist. But it allowed her to starve off the strong amount of light in the area. Currently she was laying down in one of the large baths in Naruto's area. Gabriel was not far from her, letting her body soak in the rejuvenating water and the steam raising from it to clear her senses. Lilith had been brought back and was currently in a meeting with Naruto and Michael, both of whom were discussing the change that would take place due to the ceasefire. For the angels themselves it didn't make much of a change, they mostly tried to avoid fighting, only stepping in when it was beyond needed. It was say that they controlled that would have to change, the church. They would be told to only hunt devils and fallen that they were given the names of, along with any strays that appeared, which were often in the list of names they would be given. But now, she could safely say that she was the second devil to ever see heaven, the first being the original Lucifer. In other words, she was the only devil alive that could say she had seen heaven, let alone enter its most secured level. She could feel the pure power here, it was beyond terrifying. A natural defense against devils that would take their life without pause if it were not for the bracelet. Rinsing her long hair in the water she let out a relaxed sigh. I am starting to think that the angels have quite the life of luxury. She trailed softly. Though Gabriel heard her clearly, a small frown on her face. We do, and this is a restricted zone. Apart from Naruto, only Michael and myself are allowed to enter here. This is the private space of Naruto, the legendary forge worker of heaven. In a sense, it is considered to be sacrilege to step in this area without his permission. But the reason why this area is so peaceful is simple. Den was formed here before being moved down to the 4th level. At least that is how the story goes. Eden. Yes, the Garden of Eden still stands in heaven and is one of our treasures. I don't care now if you will be able to see it during your stay here, at least not at the current time. To have a devil in heaven is unheard of. Honestly, I think that the only reason Michael is allowing it is Becca. Both myself and Naruto have vouched for you. Lilith is someone he has no choice over. Because as much as I don't want to say it, she is the closest thing to a sibling he has. To banish her would be the same as saying that Naruto was not fit to be in heaven, Gabriel reasoned. Grafiya nodded at that and relaxed in the water as a sharp crack was heard not far from them. Looking over they saw a naked Lilith standing in the air over the water. Touching the steaming liquid with her feet, she gave a wide smile before letting herself slowly drop into it and stretching her body out. Naruto will be back soon. Well, speak of the devil and she will appear, Grafiya muttered lightly, glaring at the raven-haired woman. Now that isn't nice. I am a demon, not a devil. Also, you shouldn't speak to your ancestor like that. Sometimes the elderly need to know when to let the younger generation take a hold of the reins, Grafiya retorted smoothly. Lilith gave a light chuckle as the water seemed to rapidly increase in temperature. Grafiya, is there something wrong with how old Lilith is? Gabriel spoke in a very, very sweet tone of voice. The Silverette looked between the two in confusion before her question was answered by Lilith. Gabriel is older than me, not to mention Naruto is even older. Basically you are like a child here if we are going by age, Grafiya. Age is but a number, came the voice of Naruto. The girls spun around and saw him hovering just above the surface of the water. It was being pushed away by the small orbs of light he used to fly. At least once you reach our age. Where I am from, until you pass the age of 10,000 you are still considered to be a child. As such, I have never experienced being an adult in my home dimension. He took slow steps forward before lowering himself into the water. In saying that, children were expected to have a large amount of experience gathered in all aspects before they reached adulthood. Children were also made to focus on one aspect of their training. It was in this time that I focused on the forge, melding the arcane with metal between my anvil and hammer. I created at first defects, though near the end of his life. God claimed that they had become better than the legendary crafters of old. He let out a tired sigh. I hate that title. To call me a legendary crafter, it is wrong. I make tools, it is the people that wield them which turn them to legends. In a sense, it takes away from the achievement of the wielder. His wings grew out from his back and froze the others in place. I don't plan to attack, to be honest. I really do find you all interesting. My wings though, they can heal most wounds and are the reason for the water's healing properties. In a sense, you are bathing in my essence. Lil. ITH cackled at the looks that crossed the faces of the other two. You really didn't know. Honestly, I felt it as soon as I arrived. Ah, no, that's right. You are not able to sense him. That must be scary. Not to mention that there is a planet that houses powerhouses like you have never seen. The core world, would you last there? Lilith. Naruto trailed, causing the raven-haired woman to let out a tired sigh. Fine. But just so you know, sooner or later it is going to have to be spoken about in full. How long do you think Kerrigan is going to let you wither away here? Seeing the blonde FFEN for a moment, she let out a short laugh. You forgot about her, didn't you? I figure that she wouldn't bother to come. I tried my best to push her away from the line of fire, Naruto murmured out lowly. Seeing the confusion on the faces of the others, Lilith continued to speak. Kerrigan is Naruto's childhood friend. They were, at a point, engaged to be married, though Naruto cancelled the engagement through Kaak 2, or in one of the languages of this world, the King's Game. Being technologically advanced allows the core world to do a great many things, not to mention that worlds connect. Ed on the chain network often pledge resources to the king for him to continue his mercy. A long time ago one world came to us with a game similar to the chess that is played here, only on a planet-sized scale. Seeing that the other two were still watching her, she continued, Minato, the previous king and Naruto's father, then expanded on the game, turning it from a planet into a solar system. This is called Kaak 2, and often played to prove who is a better leader, but is also a way to back out of deals if you are a good player. A wide smile crossed her mouth as she looked at Naruto. The Prince of Chaos is a name that he was given when he was younger for many reasons. Though one that he acquired in his very first game of Kaak 2 was the Golden Armada Naruto. Kerrigan barely lasted a day against him. Though, like Naruto said, he crushed her in such a manner to protect her. He is a natural genius at the game, though when you look at what happened to the humans that he tried to ascend to a higher level here, you can see that their greed is simply too much for him to handle. A frown married her face. She was a demon, but still she knew that too much of any sin was bad. It was the reason why she mostly balanced them out with one another. What happened? Grafiya questioned. She had been drawn in further and further during the conversation. Rocking back lightly in tea. Lilith looked at the two before seeing that Naruto was leaving. He didn't like to talk about it, hence why he was leaving, already knowing that it would be pointless as it was something that would need to be told eventually. Letting out a small sigh, Lilith closed her eyes and tilted her head back, feeling the hot steam gently rolling over her neck as it rose. Babel was the first. Their king, Gilgamesh, bore his fangs at Naruto and Jiraiya, thinking that he had become a god himself because of his greed and lust for power. He had crushed other nations below his foot and was ready to try to fight the sky. The second, and much more recent one is Atlantis. Now that things he come to this point, there is no sense in hiding it. Atlantis was uplifted to the point of being able to leave the planet. When they did, they attempted to destroy it, believing that they had enough food and resources to continue living without ever having to return home. Naruto crushed them without a second thought, vaporizing their ship. If something can get him riled up, his power is incredibly terrifying. Grafiya nodded her head lightly. I know, I heard from Searsex-sama that he can use invisible weapons or something along those lines that cause your body to stop in fright. That was a test. I have no doubt about the fact that he was looking to see if Sir Kun had a high PI. What's a PI? Psionic Index. The highest recorded one from this planet is 9, though I can assume that Sir Kun is more than likely higher than that after his meeting with what lies in the abyss. In saying that though, Naruto was, before he left, recorded to have a PI of nearly 50. Given that he still had time to grow even stronger, as that number won't stop increasing until past his 30,000th birthday. She waved her hand lightly through the air. For comparison, though it is unofficial, Naruto believes I have a PI of around 20. 20 is still more than double the recorded highest of this planet, Grafiya offered. Lilith gave a shake of her head. That was gained by my body and mind from the soul fragment and what remains now that it is mostly gone. I say mostly because if Naruto fully removed it I would die. I think that is the reason that he didn't pull it all out. Anyway, like I was saying, his psionic attacks are not the most terrifying thing about him. As you know, the larger a magic circle is, the more complex and powerful the spell normally is, right? Seeing the girl nod, she continued, then what about a magic circle the size of Europe? That is impossible, Grafiya stated. He had spent a lot of time around magic, so she understood what could and couldn't be done. That was simply too much for a group of skilled magicians, let alone a single person. Gabriel looked down at her hands and clenched them tight. She needed to become stronger. Atlantis was destroyed along with 4 planets behind it. The spell took a few minutes to cast though, so it isn't really combat-worthy. That being said, it was a show of strength to any that were watching, mostly the gods from the other religions. They came to Earth with Naruto in order to protect the prince, but over time, somehow, they've forgotten that and gotten caught up in their own greed. It showed one clear thing though: Naruto was not going to let this planet be destroyed. Yet despite his monstrous strength, he feels that the Re is something eating away at this world that he cannot stop. Gabriel widened her eyes. What could pose a threat to someone that is born to rule over those we consider to be gods? Is it that Gone woman that you or Naruto were speaking about? Lilith frowned at the question. Kerrigan. I don't think she is an issue so long as Naruto can focus on her for a time. Their difference in PI is much too great. He was 20 points above her when he left, and from what I can understand, his 50 has long since been passed through the transformation he underwent. Transformation? Grafiya questioned, her eyes narrowed on Lilith. You may not know it like this, but Earth has only had human life for roughly 39,800 years. Before that it was covered in large monsters that stomped around like dragons. At least until Naruto and Jiraiya arrived, there was a malfunction of some kind with their transport which caused it to crash and all but destroyed the Earth and everything living on it at that time. Taking in their looks of concentration, she continued slowly, at this point Naruto was still whole, so I have all of these memories. He entered the void, and absorbed all of the darkness he could, mutating his body and causing some kind of transformation. When he left, the aura was so strong that it affected the Earth, speeding up its recovery by millions of years and causing man to all but evolve into being overnight. Quote, that. Gabriel started but paused in her speech. It was not impossible. No, she had seen God, or Jiraiya as they seemed to call me, do a great many things that were beyond her mind. Or were they actually done by Naruto, who merely hid himself behind the white-haired male? This aura was potent, so much so that it changed everything it came into contact with. Using the power in the air, Jiraiya created the Seraphim. Lucifer was first and seemed to take in a large amount of the darkness inside of Naruto. It quickly became clear that Lucifer was beyond help. So he was cast out of heaven and I was formed to watch over him as his lover. And silly me believed that there was actually something there. In my weakened state from childbirth he locked me away in Tartarus, where I forged an army of demons, the same race as myself, who was made from dark energy and the negative half of Naruto's soul. Then Naruto came and well, you know how that went. Grafiya swallowed the lump in her throat, blinking rapidly at the raven-haired woman. So Naruto is. Wait, what about Eden? The place where he planted a tree to act as a link to this world, or as it is now called, a Mickey tree. Eden was more or less ground zero in his first creation with this strange power. Before I was removed from Naruto, it was still being heavily guarded as a holy site in heaven. Lilith wrapped her arms around her legs as she drew them into her chest. She could practically feeling the void closing in around her, though she knew there was no way that was possible. Just remembering that time was enough to put her on edge. Naruto created life. Or at least helped it to come along. Gabriel trailed, understanding the topic in place. To think she was made up of a portion of his excess power. Was there any way she would ever be able to stand by his side, or would she constantly be walking in his shadow, even despite being partners now? Grafiya cleared her throat. The core world. How does he stand against others there in terms of power? 40,000 years ago, he was ranked as number 50 in strength. Now, he is in the top 5 without a doubt. And Kerrigan? Grafiya questioned. Understanding even the smallest bit more would help her. Lilith pressed her lips together in thought. She was in the low hundreds, maybe 114. But that wasn't right, she was much stronger than that. I would place her. At least compared to Naruto back then, at around 40 or maybe even 30. Though all of this doesn't exactly matter if you don't have a PI. That is the main measurement of strength from the core world. Along with your capabilities as a leader. Kerrigan, despite her low ranking back then, was still hailed as a genius because of her incredibly young age at obtaining such a score. It was one of the reasons that the contract between Kerrigan and Naruto was formed in the first place. So, Grafiya started, if Naruto is so strong, why didn't he just crush Lucifer at the first chance he had? A few reasons. First, there is the fact that there is an unwritten law that psionic attacks, or PA, are not to be used outside of spatial dimensions. Secondly is because Lucifer was, at a time, a friend to Naruto. Lilith hung her head down a little. A destroy much too well when used by someone with a high PI. Had Naruto used attacks like that in the Great War, nothing would be left. This is the hard truth of the universe. There are two types of combat, the one from the core world, and everything else. That is how they should stay apart from one another. Rules are already being bent with Searsex. Ijuka grit his teeth watching the scene in front of him and all around him. Behemoth creatures were floating through space as they entered battle with shining gall. Den ships that reminded him so much of the armor that he saw the Seraphim wearing. He had fallen into a rut with his work and asked Naruto for some ideas. Though he was not expecting to get something like this. Apparently this was a game that was played in the core world, using a special coin that each citizen held. The rules were simple and easy to understand as this was a basic match. Apparently there were more complicated ones. But in this one it was simple: destroy all enemy forces. The large behemoth creatures surged forward only to be met with powerful lasers from the golden ships, ripping a large majority of them to pieces. He continued watching as he moved forward. Seeing things from Naruto's perspective made him beyond dizzy at first. The blonde's eyes were able to take in even the smallest of details around him. Using that on a large-scale battle must put a large amount of strain on the mind. The creatures didn't stand a chance. They were not able to react in time and were pulled apart by the faster and more controlled ships that Naruto was using. Their lasers ripping holes into the bodies of the behemoths and spraying blood into the empty space. A surge of energy filled Ijuka. He wanted to look around and see what it was, but he was stuck seeing this from Naruto's point of view. Thankfully he looked up at a screen that was displaying him in the space above him. Large blue wings, easily double the size of a person, sprouted from each shoulder, trailing down like tapestries at the end as it seemed to break into small particles. Lifting a hand up, he directed particles to the damaged ships and watched as they healed rapidly and continued their barrage against the large creatures without pause. Your offense is futile, Kerrigan, came the calm voice of Naruto as his large wings gave a few flaps and shot him through the space and passing through the line of behemoths. The creatures turning to attack, presumably to defend the one known as Kerrigan, but Oinso left them wide open to the attacks of the ships under Naruto's control. The small screen in front of his face showed the pure destruction of the creatures. Your defense is fragile. Naruto landed on the surface of a planet. It was covered in tree that blocked out a large amount of sun. Under his feet was this strange purple ground. It seemed to creep along the ground and stick to the trees in the bottom of Naruto's boots. Letting out a small growl, the purple ground crawled away in fear, like Naruto was releasing some strange energy. His vision seemed to slowly adjust. He could act. See flickers of blue flames coming from Naruto. No, they weren't flames, they just looked similar. Was this that psionic power that Searsex spoke about? He heard the faint sound of something too. Ching the ground behind him through the enhanced hearing of Naruto. His body spun as he lifted up a hand, blowing away a large chunk of the jungle in the direction where the sound came from. The ground was gone. The soil turned and the tree uprooted and gone from vision. You are trying to hunt me. A decent idea, but you forget one thing, Kerrigan. The hunter is the stronger one. Leaves rustled from behind and Naruto quickly turned. His hand raised at the form of Kerrigan, who leapt from the trees. A twitch of pain shot through his chest and he didn't fire, instead taking her attack head on. As two large purple blade-like wings shot forward to stab at the blonde. He pinched the two longest blades together in his right hand. The woman in front of him had a sad look on her slightly tinted green skin. Though it was her eyes, they seemed like they could not look at him, avoiding direct contact with his own. I don't want to fight you, Naruto. I really don't. Her shoulders sagged and you could see the pain she was feeling from doing just this much. Ijuka came to the sole conclusion that Kerrigan was in love with the blonde. She clenched her fingers and looked at him with tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. I am not good enough, am I? Kerrigan winced as Naruto clamped his hand down, crushing her wings before lifting up his other hand and breaking them without delay. Taking a step forward, he closed the distance and placed a hand on her sternum, leaning in close to her ear. Let me protect you for a little longer, Kerrigan. His voice was not captured by the camera that was watching them. Nor was the slight movement of his mouth to place a ghost of a kiss on her cheek before he extended his hand forward and shot her across the jungle. The scene blurred and Ijuka found that he was standing in front of Kerrigan again, lifting her up by the neck and glaring at her coldly, despite the pain in his chest. It is an act. He theorized that Naruto indeed didn't want to do this. He didn't want to fight Kerrigan. From what he understood, this would break off their marriage. Given the words spoken by Naruto against the council, it seemed like he was worried about anyone being linked to him. He was cutting his ties with Kerrigan to protect her. To make a decision like that. Part of him wondered who was in more pain, that he knew that he didn't want to be in their shoes. It was cruel, but he could not fault how entertaining it was. From what he could figure, it seemed like they were forced to fight against one another with their armies, while they had people watching them through screens. At least that is what it seemed like. Kerrigan was clawing at his hand, her sharp nails digging in deep his wrist and arm as she tried to free herself. It hurt so much. Yet he could feel his expression not changing at all. His heart was aching, it felt ready to burst as he looked at the gasping woman in front of him struggling for her life. Slowly lifting his free hand, he placed it on her forehead and she passed out, her body breaking apart moments later before a loud roar hummed through the air. Prince Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Otsutsuki is the winner. He vanished, appearing again in a stadium where the battle started. Walking forward, Naruto took the coin from the stand in front of him and had it go back inside of his heart, ignoring the cheering of the crowds as he moved to where Kerrigan was laying on the ground. Taking her coin and placing it above her heart, watching as tendrils broke through her skin and dragged it back in. I want a medic to heal any injuries that she has sustained and for her to recover in peace, free of disturbances of any kind. Naruto's voice was quiet, but well heard as people appeared all around him and placed the CKED out woman onto a stretcher and carried her away. A few others started to fret over Naruto, grabbing at his arm to heal it, only for him to pull it away and glare at the nurses. Heal Kerrigan, she needs it more than myself. He received skeptical looks, but the medics nodded and left him alone with his thoughts. Not for long though, as a slow clap got his attention. Standing there in fine blue robes was a white-haired male who looked to be in his mid to late 20s. The outcome was as expected of your my dear nephew. Uncle, I would figure you had better things to do than to watch such a trivial game to cancel such a vile thing and pointless thing as a marriage contract. Naruto mused aloud. The white-haired male walked forward and lightly touched the cut-up arm of the blonde. As family we must be there for one another. Here, let me fix your arm for you. Do not. Naruto snapped, pulling his arm back and surprising the older male. I want to leave it as a reminder that even on the verge of defeat, an opponent can still deal an injury, and to remind me of a fraction of the pain I caused Kerrigan. He spoke internally as he looked down for a moment. Virgil gave a light shake of his head. You always punish yourself so harshly for your mistakes. You are still young, my dear nephew. What would your parents say about how hard you work yourself? They're dead. I would be shocked if they could say anything. Naruto looked at his scared arm, forcing Ijuka to do the same. clenching it a few times and causing the wound to ooze out blood as it stung deeply. I feel like I need to meditate. I will be in Forge later if you need me. Virgil gave a bow while holding a kind smile. Do try to take care of yourself, you're the only family I have left. Naruto. I understand, Virgil. Perhaps you should find yourself a wife. You are of that age, Naruto offered as he turned away and his vision blurred, appearing inside of a black room. The only light was a faint candle in the middle of the room. Ijuka was forced to watch as the body he was in sat down and crossed his feet as he struck an old meditative position and let out a few calm breaths. His eyes closed and he found himself in a white room. Standing across from a blonde male, his right eye bright and unlike anything he had seen before. His blonde hair was a little longer, yet still just as wild. His pants were strange, like something he hadn't seen before, a strange roughish blue material and a strange white shirt. There were no buttons on it and its sleeves only came to the edge of his shoulders. Ijuka. He spoke with a soothing voice, holding up his right hand and showing the scars that ran rampant along his arm. Naruto. He spoke, surprised to hear his own voice now. Looking down he found his vision moving. Even able to use his own body once more. I take it you showed me that memory for a reason. Ijuka, I showed you that because I want you to create something similar for the devils. Not only was it a good way to deal with troublesome situations, it allowed us to raise our military might. He raised his scared hand and ran a hand through the back of his long wild hair, leaving bang that covered his left eye in place. Ijuka gave a small nod. I think it would be a good way to introduce the evil pieces. Plus creating a new dimension for a game should be interesting. I am thankful you don't look like this all the time though. Naruto rose a brow at the man. Why? You're rugged, you look strong, not just handsome now. Might not be any women for the rest of us if you always looked like this. Ijuka gave a small shake of his head. Does your arm hurt? Always. Kerrigan's attacks hold a strong poison inside of them. I have kept it contained to my arm as a reminder of what I have done. Though I didn't think people would find this form attractive, this is how I look without illusions and when I am not gathering energy, Naruto offered, looking over himself. Show your wife what you really look like. I can bet that she will love it. But I take it that Virgil was the one you told us about. Your relationship with him seemed incredibly strained. Naruto gave a small nod. He killed my parents and stole the throne. When I became of the age to do so, I left, and have been gaining control over my abilities and building an army to go back and destroy him. And the wars are really slowing your progress as you are watching, seeing what they will chain into and acting to control it into your desired direction. That makes sense, and you have seen this unknown threat. For a time I believed that this threat was Kerrigan. That was when I first saw the armies she was leading. Though after seeing her expression when you two were fighting, I find it hard to believe that she would. Ijuka rubbed at his chin for a few moments. It seems like things might be more trouble than you thought. Naruto floated into the air and propped his arms onto his right knee, his left leg dangled down as he rested his chin on top of them. More than likely. But I am putting things into motion to increase our chances. The new method I made to reincarnate humans into angels is not being well received. So it has mostly been placed into the back of our minds. Though, there was another project of mine. I think I might dig up the plans on that. Having a handful of elite soldiers is sometimes much better than having a vast army. An elite force put together by someone that can control gods. I don't know whether to be excited or to fear them, Ijuka remarked with a nervous chuckle. To be weary is always a good choice of action, Ijuka. The blonde turned to the side for a moment, seemingly talking to another before turning back to face Ijuka. Lilith will be returning soon to get you Mao into shape. Currently she thinks you are all little more than toys that she can use to entertain herself. I want you to prove her wrong. Ijuka scratched at his chin. About Lilith. When you said she was your sister. What did you mean by that? For a long time she held half of my soul. In a way, she is like my sister, my younger and weaker sister who has issues when it comes to controlling her impulses. He turned to the side and gave a small smirk. Lilith says that she is going to work you extra hard for questioning our relation. Now though, she only has a tiny portion of my soul keeping her alive. But it shouldn't affect her in any way. She wasn't able to handle the majority of my abilities. Ijuka watched as a strange white glow crawled over the body of the blonde. covering his chest and legs, forming a tight armor that leaked dark energy from it. Are you okay, Naruto? The blonde rose a brow before looking at himself in confusion. Ah. This is the reason why I normally cover myself in illusions. See, this is what some might call a combat form. This white stuff is armor that I gained from the void. Without my normal illusions, it comes out when I start to get irritated. The cause of this irritation at the moment is Lilith. She keeps yapping in my ear. Tell your parents not to give you a sister, they are a pain, Ajuka. Yes, I know you can hear me, damn it. Letting out a calming breath, Naruto reined in his emotions, the sudden dismissal of his strange armor causing his hair to fly upwards, revealing a lone golden animal-like eye hidden behind his bang, staring directly at Ajuka. As if it were sizing him up. As the bang fell back into place, he could have sworn he saw it narrow, though the rest of Naruto's face seemed fine. I took the darkness of the void into me, letting it change and mutate my body. I am neither good, nor am I evil. I am a force that will make worlds crumble if need be in order to achieve my goal. Remember this, Grafiya and Gabriel were the ones that piqued my interest in this world again. Without them I would have abandoned this world when the time came. He scratched at his chin lightly before shrugging. Be friendly to Lilith, though she is a brat. She is still the closest thing to a sibling I have. Before Ajuka could say anything, he found himself back in his lab, seated in his chair holding onto the strange orb that Naruto had given him. A large crack tore through it and it shattered into tiny fragments that spilled out onto the floor before dissolving. He leaned back into his chair and sighed, looking over at the clock to find that only a handful of minutes had passed, and yet he watched nearly a day of Naruto and Karigan playing that game against each other. Shit, I can't believe there is still such a difference. Raising a hand up, he rubbed at his forehead. He looked around at his lab and saw a case of evil pieces he had been working on. Pushing himself out of his seat, he walked over to the desk where they lay, running his hand over the case. They used a similar design to the coin that Naruto and Karigan were using, storing themselves inside of their recipient and allowing a boost in stats. Thought I do not think that the coin boosts stats, just allows for you to connect your mind with others, though the races seem to differ from person to person. Naruto's seemed like aliens that were incredibly advanced, but their numbers were much lower than the beast-like aliens that Karigan used. Stroking his chin a few times, he let out a sigh. Well, I have time, making a game that contains the feeling of a mock battle, along with adding in the safety features needed so that we don't have issues regarding loss of life. Well, I should be able to enjoy this for a time. Naruto watched as Lilith left the room, going back to the underworld to watch over the devils for him. Demon or not, Lilith would side with him over the devils any day. He felt more than a little proud knowing her loyalties lied solely with him. Letting the illusion fall from his body, he looked down at his arm, feeling the stinging of Karigan's poison running through his veins. Clenching his fist a few times, he used his magic to isolate the poison once more. He could feel a light breeze against his back and clicked his fingers, dully noticing the tools around him corroding away under his aura's pressure. A frantic knock came from the door behind him and Naruto lowered his aura, watching as things stopped breaking apart. You can come in, Gabriel. He widened his eyes slightly. He didn't remember his voice being so smooth and deep. The door behind him slowly opened and slowly started to close. Sorry, I must have the wrong room. I was looking for Naruto. You found me. This is what I look like under all of those illusions I use. He waited and heard the door finish closing, shortly followed by soft steps approaching him. Gabriel wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him in close. Rs acting as a pillow for the back of his head as she kissed the top of it softly. I do not care how you look, I love you for you. You are cold, without mercy and able to make decisions that are too tough for the rest of us. Even still you shelter us behind you, never once thinking that we are just creatures that live below you, like most in your position would. Your heart is so large and forgiving, Gabriel. I feel undeserving of your love. Gabriel, I should tell you about Kerr. If this is about Karigan, do not worry. I understand. Well, I don't, but Lilith told us how things kind of were between you two. Also that devils live their lives quite similar to those of your home world, with their harems and desires and all of that. I don't understand, but I am willing to learn too. Slow. Wly pulling her arms away, she strolled around and knelt down in front of his face, taking in his new appearance. Before he looked like a prince, now it was the look of the rugged man that Prince turned into. His jaw was a little more defined, sprinkled lightly with stubble, no more like a shadow. Lifting her hands up, she felt around his face, moving up and pushing away his bangs to see his lone bright eye, the other closed shut. Did something happen to your eye? Naruto looked down. Is it a part of that transformation you underwent? Seeing his eye widen in shock, she put on a small smile. Lilith told us. She seemed to be scared when she did. I won't ask what happened, but I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for what you did, so don't for a moment think you should have to hide it from me. Inwardly sighing, Naruto opened his left eye, its golden iris snapping onto Gabriel in an instant. It won't move itself from the strongest source of energy near me, allowing me to always stay set on my target even when they are moving around quickly. Though, it sometimes leads to tunnel vision in the middle of a fight if I leave it open. She brushed her thumb over the brow and looked into the eye deeply. Feeling it undress her completely down to the bone, it was looking for weaknesses, that is what she figured. She blushed lightly under its intensity. It was primal and savage, a power older than herself and one of the reasons for her creation. Leaning forward, she placed a soft kiss on it. Thank you, she whispered softly, moving back slightly and looking into his eyes as she wrapped her arms around his neck and sat on his lap. His larger arms wrapped around her waist and brought her in closer as he rested his head in the crook of her neck. Dipping her own lightly, she held him tight, rubbing his head soothingly. Naruto, were you serious about wanting to have a child when things were at ease again? She felt her heart skip a beat as he slowly straightened himself up and looked at her with a curious gaze. I was. Jiraiya said that my parents couldn't be happier when they found out my mother was carrying me. I want to be happy as well, but I don't want my child to suffer. In this cruel time that we are currently in, he let out a small sigh. Why do you ask? Would I be able to have your child? A thoughtful expression masked the small amount of shock he inwardly felt. I don't know. That is hard to say. I mean, you would really have to ask my first wife on that. Gabriel gave a stern nod. Yes, I show. Then she noticed what he said and stopped herself from going further. Do you mean that? I do. Gabriel, nodding more to herself than to anyone else, she repeated. Good. A few times. Okay, then we should at least practice for when the time comes. Yes. Before Naruto could respond, he felt his body being shot through space and appearing again in his room, or as Gabriel now called it, their room. Her hands pressing him down onto the bed as she placed a few butterfly-like kisses onto his chest. Lemon. Skip to next. Bold. If you are underage or have issues with them. Gabriel had spent a large amount of time talking to Lilith in her free time, finding out all she could about the art of making love. Sadly, Lilith didn't know much about that, having quite frankly told her that the closest thing to love was when she was raped by Lucifer. But she found out the important things. Like where the penis went, and that was it really. The rest she had to use the humans as an example. So moving further down, she continued to place soft kisses until she reached his waistline. Unbuckling his pants and sliding them down. She looked between his legs. That was where the penis was after all. Now it is meant to be a small piece of flesh that kinda looks like a finger with a larger tip. She started, moving the small arm that was resting between his legs. Maybe it was hiding under there. When she did, she felt the warmth of the arm, along with it slowly stiffening in her grasp. Apparently that happened to penises. But it was much too big. Pushing the thought aside, she gently started to stroke it, feeling a small groan come from the body of its owner. Was this causing him pain? She looked up at his face. He didn't seem to be in pain. Inwardly shrugging, she continued to pump his member, watching as it got bigger and bigger before stopping in front of her mouth. She looked at it in confusion, though she remembered watching a few humans suck on the penis. She didn't understand why but followed their actions. She gave the head a few licks and felt it twitch. The taste was strange. And the liquid that gave from the very tip, which freaked her out at first, was quite salty. Opening her mouth wide, she swallowed what she could, feeling him groan through the shaft in her mouth. It felt empowering, to have this much control over his feelings from her simple actions. With the shaft in her mouth, she continued to bob her head up and down, using her NGUE to attempt to wrap around the member in her mouth. Her right hand pumping the in front of her while her left lifted up her dress and started to play with her growing warmth between her own legs. She found herself surprisingly wet. Which was strange, but the feeling in her lions was something she couldn't ignore. Placing a finger inside of herself, she found it incredibly tight, barely able to move. This is where his large penis was meant to go. It wasn't going to fit, she didn't need to know about to be able to tell that. A horrified thought crossed her mind, what if she was simply too small for him? She froze in her actions and slowly pulled her head back, tears welling in the corner of her eyes as she looked down at herself. Seeing her reaction, Naruto raised a brow in confusion. He leaned forward and kissed her forehead softly. Gabriel, if it is too soon we can stop. Naruto, I can't fit your penis inside of me, she muttered out, crying softly. Bringing his arms up, he wrapped them around her tightly. Gabriel. It is a muscle, you need to train it just like you would build up stretch in your arms and legs, he said a little nervously. Really, this wasn't a conversation he wanted to have. Really? Her tears stopped and she looked at him brightly. I just have to train it. Yes, were you really worried about something like this? I want to be a good wife, making love is part of being a good wife, right? She questioned, seemingly confused herself. Naruto took on a thoughtful expression, feeling her climb closer towards him and pressing herself against his throbbing member. I don't know. It really depends on the relationship between the two. How do I train my muscle? She tilted her head cutely to the side, only to feel her sudden Why become filled and a hand wrapping around her firm behind, holding her in place. I'll help, but basically you just need to slowly expand it. Going too fast can cause damage and will be a very painful experience. At least that is what the books say. He continued to thrust his fingers in and out of her, feeling her walls slowly start to spread apart. Her hands moving and gripping onto his and pumping it without pause as her breathing became heavier. Gabriel felt her vision going strange, the warmth in her body increasing further and further. At this rate she felt like she was standing inside of Naruto's forge. But it was only inside of her, not brushing against the surface of her skin. Mostly between her legs and near her stomach, it was tightening and she didn't know why. And Naruto, I feel street kaya tilde. Her body went ramrod straight as her wide eyes looked up at the ceiling. Slowly she felt her body start to relax as the warmth started to come back, a part of her wondering if she just exploded. Moving a hand down, she felt a warm liquid beneath her as Naruto continued her training. She blushed and tried to pull away, only to feel his grip tighten on her as she did. Naruto. I need to go. I think I just peed. It was an orgasm. In simple terms, you felt too much pleasure to contain it properly, so it came out of you so you could keep going, he explained, but made no motion of stopping. Adding a new finger into his movements and feeling her lubricated walls camp down hard on him again, trying to squeeze everything they could. So I didn't pee. She let out a small squeal at the end, feeling his new finger enter her. It hurt a little, but not as much as it did at first. Her walls were slowly relenting on him, allowing him to pleasure her more. She saw his penis was still standing at attention in front of her. Bringing her hands up, she continued to play with it, finding that it twitched more when she focused on the top. Trailing her fingernails over the head, she watched as it continued to twitch, even after her nails were gone. Gabriel. I think I'm going to. Quote. She questioned, playing with his head more before feeling something splash on her face. Taking her hands off his penis, she brought them up to wipe away what it was, only to see strange white stuff hanging from her fingers. Placing her fingers into her mouth, she found that it tasted salty. Not as salty as the pork that Uriel once cooked for the seraphim, that was just much too intense for the others, but salty nonetheless. It was strange. Wiping at the substance on her face, she found it was the same. Then she placed that in her mouth as well, swirling it around and trying to find what she could compare it to. She lightly grabbed Naruto's face and brought her up to her own and opened her mouth wide, showing its contents. As this, it was slimy and felt strange. She swished it around in her mouth, looking at the bright blue eye that was staring at her. He gave a small nod to her. So this is like your orgasm? Again he nodded, then without pause she swallowed it. What are you doing? Naruto spluttered. Gabriel tilted her head to the side cutely. I liked it. Wasn't I meant to eat it? The next thing she knew, she was laying flat on the bed with Naruto hovering over her, nibbling softly at her collarbone, sending small sparks through her body. Her hips bucked as his hands pulled down her dress and fondled her paying extra attention to the nipples before grabbing the left one and rolling it between his teeth. A sultry moan left her lips as her body sunk into the bed. Leaning next to her ears, Naruto spoke in barely above a whisper, "Are you ready, Gabriel?" She questioned with hazy eyes only to feel his solid member pressed up against her loins. Slowly nodding her head, it begun. Her eyes widening as he stretched her a little, much less than he would have at first, but it was still very much able to be felt. WWY arc. I think you broke something. She breathed out during pants, a small sweat forming on her brows as she tried to fight off the pain running through her body. Your hymen, or in other words, I just removed your virginity, Gabriel, he spoke softly. Not daring to move, let me know when we can continue. He saw her nod gingerly as she gave a few more slow breaths. She could feel herself clamping down tightly on him. It was unreal. She didn't think that love would be this painful. Toughing it out, she took in another breath. Okay, I'm ready. Bang. Maybe it didn't make that sound, but that was how it felt. He hadn't moved much, but a sudden sense of ecstasy flew through her. Her head shooting back and striking the sheets below her as her hands curled into fists, balling the bedding up below her. Strong and Isai's thrusts seemed to be rapidly filling an invisible meter in her, quickly causing her to get into a state like before, her legs wrapping around him tightly, not wanting him to stop. Naruto. I think I'm orgasming. It's Ming, he grunted out. Say that you are Ming, Gabriel. She let out a sharp breath as her walls clamped down tightly on him, and what felt like a dam inside of her broke open. She looked at him, panting a little, and saw he gave a few more solid thrusts before something shot out inside of her. We Ming together. Yes, we came together, he said softly, looking down on her body. A thin layer of sweat making her seemingly shine under the dimly lit bedroom light. He wrapped his arms around her and brought her in close. We should probably go wash up, also I can give you a book that Jiraiya left behind, explaining. Talk, if you want to use it. This earned him a playful slap on the chest. Don't be silly, God wouldn't have a naughty book like that. Naruto just shook her head as he hugged her tightly. At times she could be so switched on, and yet at others she could also be one of the most clueless people he knew. Lemon end. It was silent, barren ear. Surrounding him that would soon be enriched by the decaying corpses that littered the grounds. Standing on top of a large hill, his feet resting on the hilt of a two-handed broadsword that had been stabbed into the ground. More than likely the only thing keeping him from having his feet stained red. 30 years had passed since he and Gabriel had started to practice making children. A small blush threatened to creep onto his face at the memory. Inwardly shaking it away, he looked down at the knight in blue and gold climbing up the hill towards him. He had been convinced by Grafiya and Gabriel to stay in his true form unless he needed to be someone other than Naruto for a time. They agreed that he could at least keep an illusion over his eye. So now he stood, showing his true form to the humans that were dying around him. His bright white pants making him almost shine out against the dull landscape as this brave knight continued to climb, despite slipping and sliding in the mud at her feet. Inwardly sighing, he had to at least admire her determination. Do you want a hand, artist? No, you haven't exactly gone by that name in a while. Would you prefer for me to call you Arthur? The KNIGHT froze, the helmet falling from its head and showing a young girl, maybe in her mid-20s, looking at Naruto in shock. How do you know that? I guess it would be surprising. After all, I am not Morgan, the spellcaster that you gave yourself to. Naruto tapped his chin a few times and thought. I guess you can say, I am that one that placed the sword in the stone, artist, a blade forged on my anvil. Much like the one in your hands currently. I do say that while you humans have tried your best, you are still not at the level of craftsmanship that you need to be to reach me. Artist coughed up a large amount of blood. Barely able to keep herself from falling down because of Excalibur, whom was currently being dirtied by the mud it was stabbed into. Why? Why did you make me do all of this? Naruto tilted his head to the side. To say that I made you do this is wrong. Yes, I gave you the means to be able to do this. I gave you the means to be able to start a war on a grand scale for you humans. But to say that I made you do this is wrong. Letting out a sigh, he stepped off the blade and hovered a few inches off the ground, his feet bare while his golden hair was blown around by a light breeze. Though I guess that with your current method of thinking, that by allowing you to do so, I made you. But why me? She coughed again and this time fell to the ground, only to never hit it. A hand was holding the back of her armor, keeping her from falling to the ground. I wanted someone who could judge humans for what they were really worth to be king. Yet at the same time, they need Ed to have kindness and be able to lead their England to profit. When someone was able to meet these requirements, they would be able to pull Caliburn from its stone sheath. The why for this, seeing as you will not doubt ask in just a moment is simple. I want to gather humans of valuable worth and have them fight alongside me. You are an excellent wielder of blades, a person that is able to connect with others and to let herself express what she truly feels through words. This to me is valuable. He lifted her up without any effort and brought it so that their faces were level. Are you God? She questioned fearfully. This person in front of her had been able to avenue her play directly into some kind of plan. He could not be just a normal human. Naruto gave a small chuckle at that. No. At least not in the sense that you believe. I was raised with the seraphim, I am sure you know whom they are. Artis numbly nodded her head. Did I do good then? Artis, you misunderstand your current situation. Do you not believe that it is strange for someone such as myself to come down to earth in your final moments? He could see that his words sparked questions inside of her. You are dying, yes. I offer you a place alongside me, to help protect the humans from threats they need not know about. You will live well beyond what a human would, and I would save you from this tragic death of yours. She looked at him. What about Morgan and our son? I cannot allow you to directly interfere with their lives. As far as the world is to know, you died here. Though, if you were to, by chance of course, earn some currency for the location where they were, I would have no issue with you sending an angel to the town where they were staying and have them, accidentally, drop the money outside of their house. Naruto gave her a kind smile. It is simple, either way you will in a sense die here. Only if you chose to come with me, you can make a difference, just no one will ever tell of it. Artis. Are you able to become a martyr once more? I am not allowed to interact with my child. Can I at least watch him grow? She spoke softly, struggling to keep her eyes open. Yes, and as I said, you may not directly interfere with their lives. But accidents do occur. Jay gave her a smile, one that eased her mind and made her feel at peace. Swallowing the blood in her throat, as she not throw up on someone from the sky above, Artis slowly opened her mouth to speak. I want to live on. I want to watch my child grow and see what becomes of England. I want to protect humans so they can live. Well done, you may sleep now. Artis, when you next awake we will be in heaven. He lightly touched a point in her body and she slumped down. He stared at her for a moment. It was such a sad turn of events that lead to her death. They were easily avoidable, but in the end, this was the outcome with the least amount of lives wasted. Shaking his head lightly, he flicked his wrist that was holding her upwards. Her body floating up into the air to be swallowed up by his wings. He saw heads turn to him, no doubt caught by surprise of his bright wings. He gazed over the field. It was still littered with men that were dying and clinging desperately to their last moments of life, or feebly writhing in pain from the wounds that they had gained in combat. I suppose this will be considered an act of mercy. Widening his stance, he spread his hands out wide, dark clouds forming above him, inside them, millions of spears of light, barely strong enough to cause any damage to even the weakest of devils. No, this was simply to kill those that were already at death's door in the least painful way possible. With a crack of thunder, the cloud burst and bright rain showered down on the bodies. It almost sounded like a collective sigh raised from the ground as the pain it felt vanished. I do not know what is worse, the fact that I have seen this so much that I no longer even flinch. Or the very fact that I have stopped caring altogether about the needless bloodshed that humans bring upon themselves. Shrugging his shoulders lightly, he broke down his body, along with Artis, and vanished, leaving the ground like he was never there to begin with. The next time Artis opened her ocean blue eyes, she was staring up at a strange ceiling. Oh, you're awake, a soft and warm voice spoke next to her. She tried to turn her head but felt pain shoot through her body. Do not move, your body is still adjusting. My husband said that you should stay still until he returns to make sure everything is done. Your husband? That strange male wearing white with the bright eyes. Yes, I really am lucky that he stopped and listened to me for once so I could convey what I felt. I know he might seem a little cold, but he is a good man. Oh, where are my manners? I am Gabriel. Gabriel widened her eyes as the woman spun over in the bed in shock, staring at her with disbelieving eyes. Gabriel. As in the seraph Gabriel from the Bible? Artis questioned, her throat dry. Her response was a small nod from the angelic woman. I must truly be blessed, though to be honest, I thought you were a male. A pout formed on Gabriel's lips. Well yes, my gender changes from book to book, but I am female. I don't know what has happened to you, but you don't feel like anything, kinda like Naruto and Nona. Naruto. Oh, he didn't give you his name. The man that saved you, my husband, is Naruto, my husband. Artis quirked a brow. I understand, he is your husband. I just want to make sure that you knew he was already taken. Though, no, never mind. Gabriel gave a small shrug. Artis shook her head, fighting back the urge to wince. I have had a child with the man I love, or loved. I am not sure what tense to use here, whether it be past or present. Oh, I am sorry then. I should warn you though that why. I understand, I cannot become directly involved in their lives again. As far as the world is concerned, I am dead. But this way, I can look over them, and try to help them indirectly. I do not assume that this will be easy, but, if it is for my child, I can only do my best as his mother. Lucky, Gabriel pouted, causing Artis to glare at her. Quickly raising her hands in defense, she waved them frantically. No, I don't mean that being separated is lucky. I want to have a child. But Naruto says that he doesn't until the world is a safer place to raise one. Artis nodded in slight understanding. My son wasn't planned, though I did want a child. I wish that I lived a life long enough to make a choice like that, to be able to raise a child in a time of peace, not having to worry about them being drafted into a war that begun before they were even born. Nor having to wonder if you would have to bury them one day because they fell in battle. I find that I believe you are the lucky one, Lady Gabriel. The door slowly creaked open and in walked a short woman. Barely up to the S of Gabriel, her long white, which held the tiniest tint of sky blue, was pulled back into a thick braided ponytail while her faded pink eyes held a brighter pink cross inside of them. She was wearing what some may consider to be a male's state of dress. That being a white dress shirt and black pants, only they had a very effeminate feel to them, more puffy and frilly than most males would let touch them. Hanging from each ear was a gold circle attached by a chain of the same material to a simple band. Her outfit was finished with a large bow, keeping her top together and the slightest touch of lipstick. Ah, Nona, I didn't think I would see you today. Is something wrong? Gabriel offered. The one known as Nona gave a warm smile. Nothing is wrong. Just Naruto is busy dealing with some new issues that have arisen. He asked if I could do the final check of Artis here before I brought her to him. Artis narrowed her eyes, so she apparent. Tly felt like this creature in front of her, that was, disturbing. Creature. I hardly think I deserve to be called that. I have told that this is quite cute. Though yes, we are the same. You, like me, are now an arbiter. I shall slow that down for you. In short, we are extra hands to the seraphim, but mostly Naruto. We act where he cannot and judge where they cannot. As you will come to understand. At times things can become quite busy here, so much so that many protested him leaving to pick you up. I still wonder what he saw in you, but it is not my place to judge the one that made me. Nona offered with a small wave of her hand. You can read my mind. Oh dear, does the former king not want her mind to be read? I would prefer it if you didn't, in all honesty, Artis replied sternly. Nona placed her hands on her hips and gave a small shrug. Come on girls, please don't fight Tilda, Gabriel whined out. She was not sure if she should feel relief when Nona started to chuckle to herself. Why fight her? Please Gabriel. In terms of strength, yes, she has me beat. With the sword her technique is greater, yes. But sans from that, I cannot find a place where she could best me. Still I will do as I was asked. Come here girl or boy, whichever you are pretending to be today. Stepping forward and swatting away the weak defense that the still recovering artist tried to place up was a simple matter. Nona let out a small sigh as she pulled down the sheets, revealing an impressive bust from the night. Shaking her head on the matter, she rested her left fingers on the woman's heart, while her right hand went to her forehead. The sensation could only be described by Artis as someone tightening a rope in her body, kind of like putting the string on a bow for us. She now felt stronger and ready for her tasks. Stepping away, Nona clapped her hands together in a manner of clearing the dust from them. There cowboy, good as you can get. Now I will get you pants, seeing as you like. To play the role of a male I can at least get you the clothing of one for this life as well. Artis let out a small growl only to see Gabriel lightly hold up a dress beside her. It was actually quite elegant. It was white with light frills around the cuffs of her hands. The skirt of it was loose and free-flowing, not propped up like those fancy ones worn in courts. Seeing this, she let out a small sigh of relief. That Nona had never said anything about a top, so she figured she wouldn't be getting one. It might be a little strange at first, but there is a bodysuit inside of the dress, hidden from being seen on the outside. It allows you to move like you would normally. Basically, it looks like a dress but is practical. Gabriel smiled as she handed the garment to Artis. The younger blonde looking at it in shock. Lightly woven into the covering for her bust was Arbiter Artis. She rose a brow and peered over to Nona, who undid her blouse and showed the same whitting on the inside, only replacing Artis with Nona. You were serious? Yes, though we are the same rank as such, I have been at this a few years longer. You will be going through training and will learn how to read minds, ND told, which people you should not look into. Also, not only does Naruto know when we do, he will block you if you try to read his. This also ends up in being strung upside down by your toes with PS of water to strike against your skin until you get the message. She saw the horrified look on her new junior's face and laughed. I'm joking. Just do your job and learn what you are taught. Most of it should come naturally, as that is how we are designed. Gabriel, who had a slight confused look on her face, was about to speak. I would save that question for Naruto. Though you are one of the people we are not meant to read. You were practically screaming that. Sorry, Gabriel. It's okay, Nona, I was just curious is all. I don't ask questions, I just follow my orders and enjoy living my new life. Plus, messing with Cowboy here is fun. A wide grin threatened to split the youngest looking one's face. Artis glared at the short one. Why do you call me Cowboy? You have saggy tits like a cow's udder. But you parade around as a king. Kings are male, therefore you are a boy, with the saggy udders of a cow, therefore, you are a cowboy, Nona reasoned, simply shrugging her shoulders as she walked to the door. Pausing as they reached it, if you want me to call you by your name, Cowboy, earn my respect. Right now I can barely stand to be in the same room as you, she spat out. I will be outside when you are ready. Artis looked down at her in confusion. Don't worry, Artis, they are not saggy, in fact I think they are quite perky. Gabriel tried to cheer her up, though when she looked at the seraph, all she really caught was the sight of her large bouncing like they were made of some kind of rubber. Sighing to herself, Artis stood up and put on her dress. Thank you for trying, Gabriel. Or should I call you Lady Gabriel? Do as you wish, I am really not all that big on the titles. Though I should warn you, most of the seraphim will expect you to show respect. Also, if you see a woman that kind of looks like an older version of Nona, they are not related. Do not make that mistake. Also, she is a friend, regardless of what she feels like, and is in fact Naruto's second wife. Gabriel cheered lightly, watching as Artis slowly nodded her head, struggling with the zipper at her back. Without even being asked, Gabriel moved forward and pulled it up for her, fastening the lips to keep her in place in case of fast jolts as well. Thank you, Lady Gabriel. I said you don't have to worry about that, silly. I think it would just be best of me to show respect to everyone until I learn who everyone is and where they stand. Artis spoke calmly, feeling strangely at ease in this different clothing. It felt freeing, like she could do anything. Like she was wearing armor that was lighter than feathers. Gabriel thought about it for a moment before nodding. That is probably a good way to go about it. Now you should hurry along, Nona is waiting. Also, not everyone here had a happy childhood, Artis. Please be mindful of that. The younger blonde gave a confused look before seeing Gabriel's eyes dart to the door, no doubt motioning that she was speaking about Nona. I will try to be mindful of what I say. Thank you for the advice, Lady Gabriel. The seraph gave a warm smile and waved her towards the door. Now run along, I am not very hard to find if you want to talk about anything. And I am normally quite free. I will keep that in mind should it be needed. And again, thank you. Giving a small bow, Artis moved into the corridor where Nona was standing. I am ready. Yeah, I get it. Hold your udders in. With a snap of her fingers, bright pink poles appeared around them, forming something akin to a cage before it filled, and they felt a strong pull, appearing again atop a large cloud. Steadying herself, Artis vaguely saw Nona walk straight ahead like nothing happened before tapping the shoulder of a man with blonde hair. He seemed to be in a meeting with another one. Slowly he turned around and looked at her with bright blue eyes that froze her in place. It was this Naruto she had been told about. Artis, come here, there is someone that would like to meet you. She wondered why someone from heaven would want to meet her, but followed his request, the glare from Nona making it clear what she should be doing. Coming, she gave a light bow of her head and moved forward. Coming around and seeing what looked like a younger Naruto seated across from him, no, if she had to guess they must be brothers. Also, this is the famous King Arthur, or Artis was it. Michael spoke in a smooth voice almost like velvet. I would prefer to go by Artis, my lord. She bowed her head again. Michael rose a brow before giving a small chuckle. Haha, I see, you don't know who everyone is yet. That would make sense as to why you are treating me with respect unless you really do know who I am, but if you did then you would know that I didn't like to be seen as above others. My name is Michael. Please just call me as an equal, Artis. I understand, Michael, though it may take some time getting used to addressing one such as yourself as an equal. Artis G. Avenue, a small bow of her head causing Michael to give a wide smile. All I can ask is that you try, now seeing as my friend here will have to make sure everything is in place and to activate your eyes. Nona, would you please deal out our new cards? The young girl without pause took the cards on the table and started to shift her hands around. Artis watching in slight awe. Artis, could you please come closer? Naruto called her, causing the blonde to go stiff before nodding. Her eyes being pulled away from the cards as she moved closer to Naruto. She stood less than a step away from him and knelt down a little. Seeing that himself and Michael were seated, there was a small height difference, though not by much. Okay, now close your eyes for a moment. Doing just that, she embraced a strange darkness around her. A few moments passed and she started to feel a prickling sensation inside of them. Do not open your eyes, and do not scratch at them until I tell you otherwise. She wanted to nod, but figured that would be a bad idea. Instead, she just puffed her cheeks out and continued to look at the inside of her eyelids to where she assumed Naruto was still seated. The prickling begun to intensify and a few tears slipped from the corner of her eyes at the irritation, then as suddenly as it increased it stopped. You can open your eyes now, came the voice of Naruto striking softly against her ears. Doing as he said, she found herself greeted to the sight of 2 fingers millimeters away from her vision. Stiffening and pulling back at how close he was, she found herself assaulted by a strange array of vision. No, it was her vision, that much she was sure of. Her head snapped to Nona. The girl had a gray outline around her with strange wings made of what appeared to be steel. Turning Oh Michael, she saw golden wings and a holy aura radiating from him. Then she turned to Naruto, her heart skipping a beat as she took in what he looked like. White horns curving like one would expect a devil to hold protruded from the top of his forehead. His eyes golden and primal with a strange pattern as if wanting to rip her to pieces. Large blue wings of flames that seemed to blanket everything around him in their glow were flowing without pause from his back. Unlike Michael, who had 12 wings, Naruto only had 2, but the sheer difference in their size and what appeared to be complexity seemed to make up for that. There was another comparison that she was able to make. While Michael had a golden halo floating above his head, Naruto had a crown made of blue flames resting on top of his horns, but still. The biggest things was that he had horns. She slowly raised a hand at Naruto. Why you have horns. Nona let out a sigh as she started to deal the cards to the Michael and Naruto. The blonde in question gave a small shrug. The eyes that I just activated allow you to see our true form, and what we can turn out to be. Those from my family have horns like you see on my head, if you should ever. And I want to make this very, very clear, if you ever see someone with horns like mine, tell me without delay. I cannot stress that enough. Artis cleared her throat a little. I believe that there is a large group of people that will have horns like yourself, Naruto. Naruto rose a brow while Nona sighed again. Naruto isn't a devil cowboy. Telling you what he is right now would cause you to flip out. And I cannot be bothered trying to calm you down, so I will let you try to figure it out on your own. But just know, what you are experiencing now is a meeting of the 2 people that run heaven. Now ask yourself, could a devil really be allowed into heaven, let alone to lead holy beings around? But what about G? Do not bring up God. Artis stiffened at that. Lu King across at Nona, who was glaring daggers at her. If I must, I will explain it later to you, cowboy. Until then, just nod your head and do as they ask. This is the easiest of our jobs and one that NLY the highest of angels ever get the chance to do. Michael looked at Artis with a sad smile. I am sorry that there cannot be more of your kind yet, Artis, Nona. But most of the seraphim are against the idea of bringing humans back to life as angels. For now we have to have you act as agents of Naruto, or as he calls you, arbiters, meaning, those who judge. Naruto in response pressed his lips together in thought as he looked at the cards in his hands, placing them face down on the table and leaning back, looking up into the sky. Angels are without a doubt the strongest of the three factions. He spoke out, causing everyone to look to him, but they have let this go to their head, thinking that if they change at all it will only be an insult to the ways that they have lived and what they were able to achieve. At the current rate, within 10,000 years heaven will become little more than just the seraphim sitting around talking. I see. Artis offered. Honestly, she didn't know how to take that. Someone telling her that heaven would fail, it seemed outlandish. A sigh left the older blonde's mouth. No, you don't. Though that is okay, you are still thinking like a human. Life is so short to you all. From now on you no longer age. In other words, how you look now, Artis, is how you will look forever. Yes, your hair can grow, but much more than that is impossible. The real reason for arbiters, which is yourself and Nona currently, is simple. To prove to heaven that even those that were formerly human can help heaven. I wish to remove some of their stern views. She looked to Michael, who gave a strained smile. Some of my brothers can be a little old-fashioned at times. But really they are just following what we were taught. Just not all of what we were taught. Miscommunication, Artis offered. While she had expected Michael to reply, it came from Nona instead. No, more like they do not believe that most of what God said was aimed at them, just that they force the humans to enforce it upon themselves. The child offered before taking a seat next to Naruto and leaning against him. There are three main factions you need to know about, cowboy. Angels, which we are a part of. Devils, which you assumed Naruto was a part of, and the fallen angels. There is a lot of controversy around them, though they mostly fell because of what seems to be a mistake in how they were made. Wait, a mistake? Correct. In short, the regular angels were made by the auras of the seraphim. Because of the views of the seraphim at the time, anything that was deemed by them to be unholy would result in the angel made with their aura to lose their white wings as an act of shame. Nona explained before standing up and facing Artis and clicking her fingers, large like feathers coming out of her back and pointing up on a 45 above her shoulders. We are created from a large amount of Naruto's aura. We cannot fall and we can see the true nature of those around us. This is what you will be learning to control, cowboy. In order to bring out your wings, just focus on them coming from your shoulder blades. Artis did and found that it didn't even hurt when they came out. Despite how sharp they looked. It now made sense why there was gaps around those areas in the back of her dress, though she wasn't able to see her own as clearly as she could see Nona's. It was clear that there was a large difference. Mine seemed to be rusty. She trailed. Was she not good enough? Like I said, you need to learn, cowboy. The more useful you become, the sharper and shinier your wings will become. In order to sharpen your wings, you need to sharpen both your body and mind. Nona gave a small sigh as she pinched the bridge of her nose while Michael chuckled lightly. Naruto seemed like he had gotten bored and was now looking around at the things surrounding him. Artis nodded, long past used to the constant disrespect she got from the smaller woman. So when do we start my training? Nona rose a brow and laughed. When did we ever say we would be training you? Seeing the look of confusion on the blonde's doll-like face, Nona let out a tired sigh. If everything is handed to you on a platter, will you really be any different from the angels? The answer is no. To be simple here, you will learn, on your own, how to refine, how to judge and how to better yourself. You can ask for help. But the answer will never be outright given to you. At best you will receive hints that lead you back onto the path. Then what is the point? Naruto let out a small breath. I both love and hate humans. They are frail creatures that are constantly clinging to their lives. But because of this, they will crawl through the mud and hack their ways to the top. They will cheat, lie and steal to keep themselves alive. Someone who has not experienced this kind of life could never judge them. That is why I have chosen you both. Neither of you died the way you wanted to. And neither of you had an enjoyable life in all aspects. Sighing, he tapped the table between himself and Michael, causing the cards to fly up. Showing that Naruto had the winning hand, in that aspect. I took the frailty away from you, but want to keep your human nature as you make your judgments. Stretching out his shoulders, the cards between Michael and himself burnt to nothing. Is the game over already? It is. Better luck next time, Michael. I think I might need a bit more than luck to win against you, but thank you. Artis, Michael called her softly, causing the woman to lock eyes with him and nod. A lot of angels misunderstand Naruto, that is because they continue to believe that he is an angel to begin with. Do well not to try to fit everything into the judgment you hold for a single race. Artis looked at Naruto, his visage that she could see from her new eyes was both terrifying and enchanting. He was definitely not an angel, but at the same time she could softly say he seemed much too bright to be evil. Bowing her head lightly, she looked back at Michael. I understand and will try my best to live up to the expectations of you all. Though, I wonder, what is Naruto? Nona looked at the three blondes and shrugged her shoulders. Really, sometimes all your games can get frustrating. A sigh slipped from her mouth as she crossed her arms under her chest. Just think of Naruto as your new king and leave it at that for the moment. The other races are coming to the conclusion that Naruto is an important figure in heaven, and some of the devils know what he truly is. It is up to you to figure out what he is though. Artis panned her view to the blonde male with the flaming halo. Not only was he now seemingly her boss, but also one of the leaders of heaven, at least that is what Nona said. Not to mention that Gabriel, one of the seraphim, was his wife. Biting her lip, she locked eyes with him. Those golden orbs stared right into her soul, filling her with both hope and dread. It felt that with a single glance he could rip her apart. Nodding her head lightly, she steeled her nerves. I am ready for any challenge you can think of. Good, then let us begin. Artis. Water cascading down golden pillars before landing softly into the large baths in the restricted zone. Naruto sat in the middle of the bath, letting the water cleanse his being as another rubbed his back gently. Her delicate fingers lathering his back as she kneaded his muscles. They were tight, strained and tired from being overworked earlier in the day. A groan slipped from his mouth and the massage on his back paused. Does it continue to feel well, Naruto-sama? Came the soft voice from the beauty behind him. She still found it difficult to believe at times that she had tried to fight him because of orders from a foolish group of leaders. It's great, Tilda, Naruto groaned out as she dug in deeper. The woman had fingers like magic. How was your day? Interesting. She paused for a moment, as if questioning her answer. I met Artis. She seems lost. Grafiya trailed, thinking about the blonde woman. She was clumsy at times, yet still tried her best to uphold a visage that showed she was important. Honestly though, to think she had gotten her confused with a sibling of Nona. They didn't even really look alike, did they? Naruto pursed his lips together before frowning lightly. Artis has always been troubled. She took up a position where she was forced to become a man, yet had to constantly fight against her emotions and needs as a woman. She has a lot of my respect for doing such. I guess it is why I am okay with her taking longer than Nona did to find her place. Nona. I don't know much about her compared to Artis, yet I have known the former much longer. To be expected. A sigh escaped his lips as a pair of arms gently draped themselves around his shoulders, her chin resting in the gap between her arms and his neck softly. Nona doesn't trust anyone except for myself. Despite the smile she often wears. She is actually a very lonely girl. Not even Michael can speak to her normally without her mask coming on. Why does she trust you then? She questioned in her relaxed state before flinching when she noticed what she asked. Please, foe. Why do you trust me, Grafiya? I nearly killed you, didn't I? She froze at his words. It was true, she would have died from the injuries he had given her, yet she was here now because of him saving her life, because he freed her. Her chest rose and fell as she took a large breath. You took me in and gave me a place I belonged when no one else would have. Where others would have tossed me aside because I was too much of a burden, or because of where my ties used to lie, you embraced me and protected me from harm. Nona is similar in that regard. Shish. There was a soft knock at the door before it slowly opened, showing Gabriel walking in with a nervous expression on her face. Naru-kun. There has been a bit of an issue. She hesitated lightly, unsure of how he would take the news. He rose a brow at her. telling her to continue. Nona and Artist seemed to have, had a disagreement. Naruto stood up, dragging Grafiya up with him, the silverette sliding down from his shoulders and stepping next to him. Bowing her head lightly to Gabriel, said Seraph was having a difficult time keeping her eyes above waist-chest level. The bodies of both Grafiya and Naruto were incredibly appealing. She wondered what it would be like to make babies with the both of them. After all, she had only Ely felt the body of Naruto pressed flush against her, but there was a strange appeal to Grafiya as it was not slender like some of the human women strive for. No, it was curvy. Her legs showed that they had a large amount of power. Her hips were wide, good for child rearing, yet her waist was slim. The faintest lines of definition were on her arms along with her stomach, while her S were incredible. Even more so that water was running down her body. Her face perfect even with the very minor amount of makeup on, that being a very faint level of lipstick, something which made her lips look so much more tasty. Though her eyes were quickly drawn to her blonde husband as he stretched lightly, his muscles rippling as his rugged face tilted to the side with his head as his neck popped back into place. He had been working in the forge all day and was no doubt tired, yet he would not even hesitated to help if he was needed by his arbiters or wives. He jumped out of the water just enough for his feet to touch the surface before springing into the air and flipping over, the water that was on him now gone as a pair of pants formed on his legs before he landed on the surface of the bath yet again. "Could you take me to them?" he questioned softly, though with his now more adult face she found it hard to find his soft voice fitting. Earlier, Artist let out a tired sigh as she sunk into the bath. This was one that was made for the arbiters. As of now it was fine because there were only two of them and they were both female, though in the future she could not picture the mixed gender bathing working well. Though it seemed to work with Naruto and the others, though maybe that was because they all loved him. She felt a pang of pain run through her chest. Love. She held love for a mortal, her husband and her child. She had tried a few times to check in on them, but it seemed that Morgan had placed a barrier of some kind over the two, keeping her from being able to find them. She at her heart lightly as her body sunk into the water, tears forming in the corners of her eyes. She just wanted to see her child. The sound of feet touching the ground alerted Artist to the fact that she was no longer alone. She rubbed at her eyes and looked up to see Nona getting into the bath on the other side. "There was no point in that, I already knew you were crying, cowboy." Artist frowned deeply. Nona was always correcting her or pointing out flaws of hers. It was old after the first day. Now, though nearly a handful of weeks into this strange new life, she had long past had enough. "Call me Artist," she growled out, near glaring at the childlike woman. Nona tilted her head to the side as she started to wash her hair. "Stop making mistakes and I might," she retorted calmly. "Why? Artist whispered out before gritting her teeth, seeing Nona stare at her in confusion. "Why are you always like this?" "I am trying. I am doing everything that I can, it's just that I am not used to this yet." "Can't you just be nice about it?" "Why should I?" Nona questioned, a deep frown now on her face. No longer was she washing her hair. "Why should I help you? Why should I care if you are trying or not? Just do your job right." Artist clenched her fists and stood up, walking over to Nona, who dropped any expression from her face. "What's your problem with me, Nona?" The woman in question turned her head away. "Every time you make a mistake, Naruto has to fix it. I want you to stopping up so that he doesn't have to clean up after you." The blonde stared in shock at what her senior had just said. "He does what? Every time we make a mistake, we step out of line or make a fool of ourselves, Naruto cleans it up. He is always protecting us, keeping us safe and giving us a place to return to. So the least you could do is try to pull your act together, cowboy," Nona hissed out. Artist shook her head from side to side. "Impossible, he." Nona stood up, her fists clenched tight enough the blood slipped from beneath her nails. "Shut up, shut up, shut up. Yo." The silverette was cut off as an open palm struck the side of her face. Artist was glaring at her with daggers, yet there was still a hint of shock in her eyes. Like she hadn't expected herself to do that. Nona though responded in kind, throwing a straight jab to the woman's face and sending her flying across the bath and into the other end. Artist blinked her eyes a few times as she pulled her body out from the wall. Her neck, which had been jostled and her muscles strained, were already repairing themselves. It was happening so fast that she could feel it. She dropped down to the ground and glared at the young-looking woman. "What the hell is wrong with you?" "With me? I am fine, you ungrateful bitch. You slapped me. Who the hell just slapped someone? Someone who is fed up with you treating her like a rug to be walked on. Weeks now, you have been doing just that. Artis craned her neck to the side and felt a large crack as it popped back into place. I'm not one to be easily aggravated like this, but I feel as though you deserve it. Artis flashed forward in a burst of speed, her first stretched out to strike only to watch. The pale hand of Nona diverted past her delicate face, out past her shoulder before diving in with a solid elbow strike to the older-looking woman's stomach. Nona did not give an inch. When Naruto A.N.D. herself had free time, she would spend it with him sparing. Yes, he took it beyond easy on her and she knew that, but Artis was moving in slow motion for her. The elbow was quickly followed by a rolling shoulder that snapped the blonde's head out to the side, possibly breaking some bones in her chin before landing a quick 3 strikes to Artis' chest, putting a small amount of distance between him, allowing her to crouch down ever so slightly to bend her knees and gather strength in her legs for a fly kick that knocked the prissy blonde through the door. A sigh left the petite girl's lips. She was going to hear it about the door. You don't deserve my respect. That means that I can only treat you as beneath me. She knew that Artis could hear her, because she could hear the sounds of the blonde picking herself up down the corridor, and I don't know how to treat you as anything between. She thought to herself, before Naruto found her and gave her a purpose for life, she was little more than a prisoner forced into labor so that she could eat trash. No worse than trash. She knew a life that she would not wish on anyone. To see Artis, who was so lucky, who had so many things given to her, flounder around and still be making such simple mistakes after all this time, really bothered her. Nona stood by what she said. To this day she could not understand why Naruto chose her to be an arbiter. She grit her teeth lightly and clenched her fists. What was it about Artis? What about the big Ed woman made her so important? Was it her looks? Doubtful. With the way Naruto looked now, he could get almost anyone. Plus it seemed like Artis was set on this man she loved. Blood dripped down her white knuckles. Love. Artis was showered in it while she lived under the name of Arthur, Eve. And finding a man to love her despite the facade she put on. Nona. The closest thing to love she had felt was when Naruto stopped her from jumping into the spike pit. One was dying in a war she didn't want to fight, while the other chose to take her own life to stop her mistreatment. One scorned, one loved. One worshipped, one discarded when her use was over. She could still hear the faint sounds of whips being cracked as anguished cries roared in the near distance. Nona looked slightly up as Artis entered the room again, blood leaking from her forehead causing her hair to flatten against her wet skin. A scowl etched deeply on her face. You're skilled. It was a statement, one that came from the cracked lips of Artis. Nona pursed her lips slightly. Not enough, nowhere near enough. I am an ant compared to the powers out there. Compared to Naruto I feel like I am even less. Why do you dislike me so much? It cannot all be because of my performance, can it? Nona mumbled something out which Artis couldn't catch. Could you repeat yourself? I don't know how to treat you. You aren't worthless, yet you also don't deserve my respect as someone above me. I don't know how to take it slow and can only give everything my all. You frustrate me because you can make mistakes and look back at them with an awkward smile. The scowl left Artis' face as she blinked in shock. Though Nona just continued speaking, you're different from me, not just in how we look. I watched your life, well, parts of it. I am negative, you are positive. Artis was about to say something only to think back on Gabriel's words. Not everyone here had a happy childhood, Artis, please be mindful of that. Back then she could not figure what the seraph was speaking about, but now, was it possible that she had been speaking about Nona? Had she just been spoiled so much that it seemed like her life had been bad to her? Inwardly she frowned, or there was the chance that Nona just had it so much worse that her own life looked like a positive experience. I am not sure that I follow you, she questioned softly. At best it seemed like Nona wasn't going to attack, hopefully that remained the case. Yes, her body might be much more sturdy than the wall of a castle, only she was not used to feeling herself crash through metal and stone like it was nothing. Her back was burning along with the areas that Nona struck. She hadn't even seen the small girl move. There was no chance for her to react. I'm not going into it, mostly because I don't want to, but you had love and were supported, you had warmth and felt happy. The only thing I had came to me as I was about to end it all. Naruto, Nona gave a pained smile before lightly shaking her head. Get out of here, I'll fix up the door in the bath. That explained a lot for Artis. Naruto saved the poor girl from herself, she practically worshipped him because of it now. He gave her a home, a place to call her own and people that gave her smiles on a daily basis. To Nona, this must be a paradise. Then she came in and started to make mistakes, putting extra work on the subject of her admiration. Shida would be angry if she were in Nona's shoes. Though having the younger-looking woman tell her to just leave it to her bugged her a little. Really Ica. Oi Artis. I said I have it, just go, I don't know, play with those udders of yours or something, okay? Nona flashed her a wide smile. There wasn't any emotion behind it, but it seemed like it was a gesture made to express that she was somewhat happy. Honestly, Artis didn't know anymore. Nona was like a book that was written in a different language to her. Then it dawned on her, that was the first time that Nona had called her Artis since they first met. Not bitch, not cowboy, not whore, so. Utter brain, milk mother, or even spunk bubble. How did she even find ways to come up with all of them? Thanks Nona, she offered, still completely confused. The Silverette gave a small shrug of her shoulders before freezing in place as she looked past Artis. Too late. She squeaked out. Artis turned around to see a pair of bright eyes looking at the two. His face formed into a mixture of irritated and displeased. She turned back to Nona and nodded her head, agreed. Nona saw his chains flicking around rapidly before holding up a large metal slab, one which looked similar to the door. Only it had become distorted and warped. His bright eyes scanned over the two as he walked forward, ignoring their state of dress, or lack thereof, as he placed a hand gently on the head of Artis. Try not to break my door next time, Artis, and Nona. Try not to throw Artis into my door. He snapped his fingers and the metal molded back into its original state. The baths are meant to be a place to relax. If you feel the need to beat on each other, please use the training grounds. He pointed over to a corner of the room before making a gesture with his finger as if he was calling someone over. Did you think I wouldn't notice you, dear sister? The air distorted slightly as Lilith walked away from the corner, showing herself to the others. For Artis, it was her first time meeting this person, yet they felt strangely familiar. She looked up at Naruto with her eyes, taking in his hidden form before looking to Lilith, surprised that they looked incredibly similar. Only his blue was replaced by black on her. Lilith pressed her lips together in thought for a moment before placing a finger on her chin and quilting her head slightly. Do you want me to undress as well, brother? Or is this not a naked party for you? Nona and Artis looked at one another, now taking in their appearance. The latter quickly covered herself while sporting a rather large blush, while Nona pursed her lips slightly before clicking her fingers and having a towel appear in the air next to her. She wrapped it around herself gently and looked at Lilith, who seemed to be fiddling with the strap that barely held her dress on her seductive body. I believe it would be preferred if you kept your clothing on, Oni-sama, came the surprisingly stern, yet at the same time, warm voice of Gabriel. Artis looked at the two women in shock. Oni-sama. She had a small understanding of the Japanese language, yet still found it was strange for Lilith to be addressed as her sister. Gabriel, though, a kind smile to the young arbiter, though it was Naruto that answered, his eyes flickering over to Lilith, as if conveying a silent message to the woman, who gave a sheepish laugh. Gabriel married into my family. That said, she is a part of my family, just as much as Lilith is. Lilith is older, barely, but she is still older, thus for her to be referred to as Oni-sama is not strange. Though if we were on my home world, even if she was younger, it would be the correct way to call her. As if someone was stronger than you, they were above you in all sense of the matter. He saw the confusion on Artis' face and paused, his lips pursing together in thought before he gave a small nod. I never did tell you, but I am not from this world. I have been alive for a while longer than humans have been on this planet. Artis watched the blonde male intently as a bathrobe was draped over her shoulders by Gabriel. She found it hard to believe that he was from a different planet. A lot of angels misunderstand Naruto. That is because they continue to believe that he is an angel to begin with. Those were the words that Michael had spoken to her. She had thought them over and over. Naruto was not an angel. Yet he was not a devil either. She knew this, though to think he was older than either of them, older than humans themselves. She felt herself drawn back to their first meeting. She had truly believed him to be an angel in that moment. He stood so beautiful above a field of death, he knew what to say and he took her in without any worry. A different planet, if that were the case. There were more than likely people at his own level of strength. She had a taste of Nona's own. It was scary to face someone that outclassed her so completely, but to Nona she was still not strong enough. She could only think that Nona had been referring to Naruto. To be able to help him with what he had planned. That scared her so much. She had heard a few conversations with Michael, asking Naruto if everything was going to his plan, though the blonde seemed to be somewhat evasive when it was brought up, almost as if he was scared to answer the question out loud. I think I understand. She gave a small nod only to watch Naruto place a hand on his chin and shrug. No you don't. He did that often, always telling her that she didn't understand what he was explaining to her. It aggravated her. Surely she would have understood if she said so, right? Though she had glanced over some of his notes at a time, Nona had been carrying them to his forge. To think that he understood drawings and symbols like that just by glance. She was lost for hours trying to figure out what the few she could remember could possibly mean, yet Nona said that they were only drafts for reference, hardly containing anything compared to his actual notes. She placed a hand softly on her chest. He had given her wings and made her so strong in what seemed like a moment for her. Did they truly see E-world in such a different manner that she would never understand him? She glanced to Nona. She would have to try to understand her Silverette comrade before she tried to do the same to her boss, so to say. Artist stiffened as she watched Naruto walk up to her, crouching down slightly to be on the same level as her. He dabbed lightly at her forehead with a washcloth he had summoned, she assumed, wiping away the blood that had poured from her skull from the impact without any questions. Have the two of you come to an understanding? His voice was soft and comforting, the kind that made you feel safe around him. I would like to think we understand each other better than before, Artis replied, not entirely sure if she was saying the right thing. He finished with the washcloth and T burst into flames before he ruffled her hair lightly. She turned to look at Nona, who seemed to give a small shrug, seemingly not bothered by her words. Naruto turned to Nona, his eyes narrowing a slight fraction. Not enough for Artis to pick up, yet the person his gaze was directed at certainly did. I will try to be more lenient and slow down explanations. And your temper. I thought you liked my temper. A sly smirk formed on the blonde face as he walked forward and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. I do, and in the future it won't be a problem. Yet Artis is still not used to her body, so you have to be careful. In fact, your relationship reminds me very much of the one myself and Michael used to share when we were younger. Much younger. A melodious giggle gained their attention and drew their eyes to Gabriel, who lifted a hand to try to muffle the sound, but it was too late. Seeing that she was caught, she decided to just go with it. Naruto and Michael had a fight that nearly tore heaven in half once. It was over something really small as well from memory, yet it continued to escalate until it was something that you could ask any angel about. Oh, it was about a type of food. Ramen is not just a type of food, Gabriel, Naruto stated sternly, a sigh leaving his lips as he ran a hand through his hair, pausing slightly for a moment before he frowned. Another failed test. He muttered more to himself than anyone else as he vanished from the room. Lilith looked around and saw the confusion on their faces before pouting herself. He is always getting caught up in his projects. He is trying to make a new Omega. Her words were enough to gain the attention of Gabriel. Yes, the power source is quite unstable at the moment. I thought the former Omega was perfect at what was designed to do. The blonde seraph questioned. The conversation going way over the heads of the arbiters. Lilith though didn't seem to worry much about their confusion. She had just mentioned it to make sure they understood that Naruto was not calling them failures. He wouldn't do that to them, yet his words could have been taken as such. Its output has been increased by over 100%. The old power source cannot sustain it anymore. Gabriel pinched the bridge of her nose gently. That would explain his frustration. Indeed, Grafiya muttered surprisin. Many as most had forgotten that she was there. It also explains why he has spent so much time in his forge of late. Perhaps I should visit Ajuka and see if they can think of something together. Our question was passed between Gabriel and Lilith before the latter vanished, much like Naruto had earlier. Grafiya pursed her lips together. It irritates me when they do that. Gabriel widened her eyes slightly. Oh good. I am not the only one then. Greece, Athens, Archopolis. Naruto walked calmly down the large streets, ignoring the stares of confusion from those around him. They could tell that he was different. He was by himself. This was going to be a taxing conversation without others around him as it was. Having to explain details as they continued would only serve to irritate him. Entered a grand garden that was part of the temple there, ignoring the looks that were directed at him as he found the large pond that was incredibly well maintained. He walked out to the middle, standing on top of the water as he drew a large circle with his index finger. The water outside of the circle was disturbed while the liquid inside of it stayed perfectly still, capturing his image for moments longer before swallowing him whole. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, already knowing that the transportation was rapid, yet at the same time very different from his own method. His feet hit the ground of his destination, Mount Olympus. He also felt a large number of blades and spears pointed at his person. He cracked open an eye and looked at the people. They were a mixture of O's that were able to live on the bottom of the mountain of the gods to protect it. His lips thinned as he stared at the path he had to take before walking forward, ignoring the splutters of those around him. Halt. One managed to get out in a somewhat commanding tone. Naruto gazed at him, a faint interest in his eyes, or maybe it was just the direction of which the light was hitting them. He rolled his shoulders lightly and spread his wings out wide, watching as the heroes jumped back out of the way. Less than a moment later a bolt of lightning struck the path in front of the blonde. It seems that they know that I am here now. Everyone listened to the rumbling sound that came near before the pantheon came down from the high clouds above. The heroes bowed deeply, sending out glares to the blonde who seemed defiant in their gaze. Why you should bow before your betters. Though what happened next froze them in place. Zeus, an older man with graying hair that came down to his shoulders. It was kept in place by a thin golden band, a white toga covering his body while his feet were covered by straw sandals. This was the leader of the pantheon, and the strongest being in existence to the heroes. Thus when they saw him and those that followed him bow to the blonde stranger they were surprised. You have changed, my prince, came a surprisingly soft tone from the leader of the pantheon. The situation has changed, thus I needed to as well. I cannot save my people from tyranny if I cannot change myself into a leader that is worthy of them. Zeus, does your pantheon still follow me in my dream? A strange look passed through the eyes of Naruto, like he was worried about the answer he was about to receive. Zeus though took a strong step forward and clapped the boy on his shoulder. Because of the state that Greece is in at the moment, we cannot truly offer aid, though we still believe in you, my prince. There was a small cough that drew their attention to someone in the back. She too was wearing a toga and sandals like Zeus was, though her skin was an olive in color as her hazelnut hair was pulled back into a wavy ponytail. Her eyes were a pale blue that looked somewhat out of place on her body, though it caused you to be incredibly drawn towards them. I have heard so much about the prince, yet I never met him. Seeing as my acolytes have theirs orders and my temples are about learning not warfare, I see no issue with giving my own assistance to the prince, as well as learning more about him at the same time. A small giggle came a little further back from a beautiful redhead. She looked nearly the same as Naruto's mother once had, only her hair was wavy in a brighter shade of red. It was one of his grandmothers, Aphrodite, as little Athena. Pleased by the appearance of my handsome grandchild, Naruto rose a brow in the direction of the named Athena, a new goddess. He questioned only for Zeus to give a hearty laugh. Indeed, one of my daughters. She might even be as smart as you, my prince. Zeus looked to his daughter and gave a wide smile. Why don't you say hello to the true ruler of all that is known, my dear? Athena rose a brow as she studied the blonde. I am Athena, daughter of Zeus and Métis, the Titan Slayer and Titan respectively. The way that you hold yourself would pose the suggestion that you are confident with your abilities. Yet from what I have seen, you only guide and have never made a large splash of your own. Otherwise you would have drawn more of my attention. Though you are offering your assistance, I cannot truly see what you hold to offer me. Naruto rose a hand to his temple and rubbed it softly. Your family has gotten much bigger since I saw you last, Zeus. Though what did happen to Métis? Was she not with you when you arrived to Earth? A pair of arms draped themselves over the blonde's shoulders as a set of perky S rubbed against his back. Naruto, why don't we save this boring talk for later? No. Aphrodite, I would prefer it if you kept your hands to yourself. I am no longer a child that needs to be coddled. In fact, I find your current performance to be quite insulting. Also, because of the nature of your abilities and your wilder tendencies, I have had to talk multiple mates. Do you understand how difficult that has made my living arrangements, not to mention and I will need to explain all of this to Kerrigan. No, I believe that you can do that, that is if you wish to continue displays like this after all. He spoke calmly, though those in front could see the slight twitch in his brow. Aphrodite though tightened her grip around her grandchild, though if one were to look at them without knowing that relationship, one may consider them to be close friends, or even lovers. They appeared to be the same age and it was clear that the woman found the male attractive. Now that isn't very nice. Though if you are having trouble I could always show you some of my techniques to really help build the pleasure in the bedroom. Naruto clicked his fingers and a black bolt of lightning broke through the air, calling out Lilith, who appeared next to the blonde with a curious look. Oh brother Tilda, did you finally call me for a threesome? The red-haired goddess blinked in shock at those words, as did many of the others around them, not knowing that there was a sibling to Naruto. Excuse me? Aphrodite questioned in slight shock. Meet Lilith, this is what happens when I separate myself into half for too long. Naruto waved his hand in her general direction. I don't need to say which half she was, do I? I would say that I was the better half. Hearing the stories of what you did once we parted makes it sound so boring. Though I must admit, I do not remember our grandmother being so beautiful, Lilith remarked, licking her lips slightly. Aphrodite widened her eyes before jumping off of Naruto and wrapping her arms around the black-haired beauty, groping every inch she could find. Yes. Yes, you are differently a descendant of mine. To deal with a UAL deviant you need only to add another, Naruto remarked dryly before turning back to Athena. Do you wish to come of your own will? I do. As I said, I have heard tales of you, yet I actually know very little of you. From what I have heard, you are a tactical genius and have been for quite the number of years. I have also heard that you made great advancements back on our home planet, despite being so young, even going as far to be revered as an equal to the dark gods, Athena explained, simply blinking twice at the blonde. So yes, I do find you interesting and offered myself to your cause, though I do not agree with the act of war. Sometimes it is unavoidable. From what I have heard of Virgil, there is no other option. Her words had caught everyone's attention. The dark gods were not spoken about, and for a very good reason. While they made a large number of advancements, they were a stain on history. One that was erased by Kaguya. The majority of them anyway. Kaguya though could not bring herself to strike down her own sister and instead sent her to the void where she would be trapped for the rest of time. Everyone knows of the lady in the void, yet very few actually know who she is. Naruto himself found out when he merged with the void. Basically it was kept to the royal line and those that lead the mythologies on earth. Though it was more the fact that it seemed like the pantheon did not know that Athena held that knowledge, about the dark gods, that is. Virgil is not dumb. He will be expecting me to build an army to go against him. It will be a war that will shake the foundations of our worlds once more. It is for that reason that I brought a large amount of gods from the core worlds with me. I hold no doubt that many more will join us as we approach, but this was the most that myself and Jiraiya could bring without making it seem far-fetched for guard detail. Naruto felt a small pain in his chest at the mention of the white-haired male. He really did hate that he wasn't able to save his godfather, the person that had taken care of him for so long that he may as well have been his parent. It also leads to the reason why I am here. Two of them actually. The first was to check that you were still allied with me. He held up a finger and saw the paw. And the on smile at him as if telling him it was a stupid question. Okay then. And secondly, I need help building a power source that can handle the output of 2 capital ships. Zeus widened his eyes in shock. What could you be building that requires that much energy? I am upgrading Omega. The father of the Greek pantheon let out a laugh. I had thought that that machine was already perfect. At least that is the feeling we had from your previous game. Far from the truth, Naruto let out a small sigh. I want to increase his power to that of a god-slaying class golem. He isn't. Zeus K's. Tioned in slight shock as many of the others also held the same look of surprise on their faces. No, the blonde male remarked with a slight shake of his head, while he can fight on the level of gods. His current power output is only at the level of a high-class nation ruler. Omega's sense of tactics and his wits in battle have allowed for him to make up this difference. I had made him at that level. Purely so I knew that I could best him in combat if I absolutely had to. Now though, I can push his limits further and I just need a new power source. Zeus stroked his beard in thought. He saw the confusion on his daughter's face. Omega is a creation of the prince. A golem of sorts that fights by his side. It shows the pure level of skill that the prince holds in crafting something that is able to mimic and learn combat from those it watches, twisting their styles and making it into its own unique type of combat to deal with any threats to the prince. Ares fought against it once. The mentioned orange-haired god rubbed at a patch over his right eye, the tissue behind it holding a scared and empty socket. The prince can't have more than one, it's a good thing on that as well. Omega is stupidly smart. Not quite at the level of the prince, but having more than one would allow them a chance to rebel. Why is it called Omega? Does that not mean the end? Athena questioned, rightly so she believed as well. Because Omega signals the end of the match. When that golem enters the field, the end is drawing near. Once Omega was created, along with Alpha and Beta, the prince never lost a match. Zeus looked to the blonde who was giving a stoic expression, though I believe this talk of long ago is just a waste of time now. Indeed. Athena, if you are ready gather things and you shall come to my district in heaven. Lilith, if you are done trying to grow a penis so that you can rape your grandmother, would you care to join me in our trip back? Naruto waved his hand to the side and promptly felt the soft touch of his sister's fingers in his palm. She gave him a sultry smile. I will come whenever you call brother. Lilith ran her hand down his arm, pausing at his neck before leaning inwards and nibbling lightly on his collarbone. I have been a good girl haven't I? You have. I have also convinced Ajuka to come and help with Omega, she purred lightly rubbing her S against his chest. I haven't seen Ajuka in some time, it will be nice to catch up with him. Between the three of us we should find an outcome, Naruto remarked, snaking an arm around the waist of Lilith. What do you want? I want a reward. One that you will find very, very nice for you as well brother. We should talk about it later, in private okay? Purred the demoness. Yuto though rose a brow before inwardly shrugging, he would humor her. Athena vanished in a flash of light, claiming to be going to get her things, which left Naruto with the gods and Lilith once more. Only now his grandmother decided to join his sister. Sometimes he disliked his family. Heaven. Athena's feet hit the ground and her eyes went wide as she took in her surroundings. Not to mention he was also trying to ease her squeamish stomach from the rapid breakdown and rebuilding of her body from the method of transportation. The large golden pillars that stretched high into the sky, past the clouds in her line of sight were incredible. It was a sight that she couldn't describe with words alone, not to mention that the feeling this place gave off, it was like nothing mattered, it was so peaceful. There was a low whistle from her left. Looking over she saw a strange man with green hair looking around just like she was. It is brighter than I expected. So this is how the other side lives. Interesting. I wonder how they get work done if they always feel this good. Ah, you must be Ajuka and Athena, we have been waiting for you. A shorter blonde woman spoke kindly to them, behind them. As if watching over her shoulder was a silverette. My name is Artis, behind me is Nona, we will be your guides. Nona stared at Athena for a while before sighing, I will take Ajuka around. You two titty girls can spend your time together. She trotted forward before stopping in front of the mentioned male. Naruto will be joining us at the end of the tour so to say, he was dragged into the Seraphim Council as soon as he arrived back. Until then, we, his arbiters shall take care of you. Ajuka studied the woman in front of him for a few moments, sometimes these things happen. Though I could understand heaven's feelings on the matter at hand, having a devil and a Greek goddess appear in heaven must shake things up a little no. Oh, no, Gabriel and Grafiya got into a tle spat when they heard that Athena was coming. It turns out that they are still rivals, even after all of this time. Nona pressed a pair of fingers into the side of her temple rubbing it lightly. To be honest the Seraphim aren't all that worried about the two of you being here. They instead spent a great deal of time trying to figure out how to tell Naruto to keep Grafiya and Gabriel under control. Nona trailed off lightly as she grabbed onto Ajuka and Athena before dashing over to the other side of the room as the roof collapsed, and someone insulted Grafiya. There was a light groa. As a blonde-haired male stood up from the rubble, dusting himself off and pulling small bits from his hair and wiping away that which was stuck in his stubble. A seraph shouldn't make comments like that, Raphael. Came the lecturing voice of Naruto as he floated down to the ground, lightly slapping the seraph's cheek. Now look at what you have done, putting on such a shameful display for our guests. Whatever will we do with you? We should not mingle with the likes of them. We do not need it. With father gone, we are the supreme. The Ultima. He was cut off as a fist entered his stomach. Spit flying out and splattering onto the pristine white clothing that Naruto was wearing. Though it consisted of only a shirt and slacks, it still looked special. Raphael, we have decided to extend a branch of peace to the other factions. Going against this decision is treason to the Seraphim Council. Do we need to remind you of how traitors are dealt with? Surely you can remember Ribibael, correct? Naruto spoke calmly. Though there was a certain edge in his voice, a commanding one that many were not used to, Nona herself having only heard it a time before, or maybe two. Raphael lowered his head, refusing to meet his gaze. I may have spoken out of turn. Naruto nodded at his words, seemingly pleased with the answer he got. Very well, all is forgiven, though a second time will not be. Do well to remember that. Uriel, if you could please take Raphael to be treated. I believe that I have a few floors to repair before we can continue. There was a bright flash as the two vanished, leaving the guests alone with the arbiters once more. Nona let out a tired sigh. We really should begin. We have prepared rooms for you in the restricted district, so you need not worry about being disturbed during your stay. Only those with the extended permission of Naruto are allowed to enter, and you have both made that rather exclusive list. She waved her hand lightly for Ajuka to follow. We have been granted full access to the facilities of the restricted section for the tour. Judging from the information I have on you, I believe we should start our tour from the research labs and continue through to the library. Ajuka gave a small nod. That sounds nice, though. Is everything okay? It seems like Naruto might be having a bit of trouble with the Seraphim Council. There are reasons for that. It is not my place to speak of them, though Naruto is more than capable of dealing with the issues that arise. With those final words, Nona led Ajuka away, leaving Artis and Athena. The blonde gave a nervous smile to the goddess. Please do not mind Nona. She is a little stuck in her ways. She is a good person, honestly, though it can cause her a bit of trouble from time to time with the way she acts. In saying that, are you ready to begin, Lady Athena? Athena looked around in confusion for a few moments. Question was clear on her face. I was under the impression that King Arthur resided in heaven and worked for the prince. Would I be able to meet with him before the tour starts? You already have, Lady Athena. Artis gave a nervous chuckle as she scratched at the back of her head. I am Arthur. Impressive, though this also makes me worried. Is the prince someone that will surround himself with only beautiful women, even going as far as to turn men into the former? The brunette tapped her lips a few times before frowning slightly. Artis let out a squeak before frantically shaking her hands back and forth. No, heavens no. It was just that women were not seen as worthy rulers. So I posed as a man. This isn't the first time a misunderstanding like this has happened, but believe me, Naruto has been nothing but kind and understanding to my situation. The Prince of Chaos is sympathetic. I wouldn't have guessed that. Athena muttered more to herself than as a statement to Artis. The Prince of Chaos? The young blonde questioned in confusion. The blue-eyed brunette tilted her head to the side ever so slightly. Do you not know who you serve? I know that Naruto isn't what he appears to be, as well as that he is from a different planet, but other than that, no. I don't really know. Artis looked away for a moment. Did everyone but her know? The prince comes from the family that rules over everything. The air you breathe belongs to them. The water around the planet does, as do the stars that litter the night sky. Everything you see, everything you touch, is theirs. Prince Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Otsutsuki is the rightful ruler. Yet at the current time his uncle, now dubbed Virgil Kinslayer by the Pantheons, rules. He took the lives of Naruto's parents, and because of his young age, Naruto had to give the throne to his uncle, who quickly changed laws so that he would hold it until he is overthrown. Athena quickly explained, watching as Artis listened with wide eyes. In short, you serve the true ruler of everything known, as do we all. Even if heaven does not know it yet. Athena gave a light wave of her hand. Though I believe that you wished to show me around this restricted area. Artis nodded her head lightly. Still wrapping her mind around what she just found out. Yes, I plan on showing you to the bedrooms first, that way we can end the tour in the libraries where I believe you may wish to spend an extended amount of time. There is no need. If I need to know something, I will merely barter with the prince for the information. The young arbiter inwardly started to cry, it was all becoming too much for her. Why did she get stuck with the goddess who seemed to only want to do what she had pre-planned? Why couldn't she get a Juka? He seemed so much easier going than Athena. A light bulb appeared over her head. How about we do just a quick tour of the facilities and then we can spend a drawn-out time in the baths. I have experienced the baths of Olympus. These ones have the essence of Eden inside of them. Her words seemed to strike a chord with the goddess, which was good, even though it was a small lie in a sense. They had Naruto's essence, though he did create Eden, so maybe not. I shall let you lead me. Athena stated curtly. After all, none of her dearest sisters could claim that they had bathed in the waters of Eden. Grafiya and Gabriel had their heads bowed, even as the others exited the room. Directly in front of them sat Naruto, his eyes closed while Michael sat across from him. The two girls were kneeling in the middle of a circular room. It was the chambers of the Seraphim Council. For Gabriel this was a change. Normally she was on the outside of the circle, looking at the person speaking, not being the one looked at. To be honest, the judgment stairs had greatly affected her during her case. Though they did have some right to this, after all level 3 and 4 of heaven needed to be repaired after her little spat with Grafiya. Michael was giving a nervous smile to those still in the room, namely, Gabriel, himself, Grafiya and Naruto. Lilith had vanished, no one really knew where she went, at least Naruto didn't seem to panic, so she must have said something to him at some point. Yet still that was how the situation stood at the current time. We didn't mean to cause you such troubles, Naruto-sama, Grafiya all but whispered out, but because of how quiet the room was, she may have well as shouted it to the heavens. I understand that sometimes you just need to release yourself. Naruto started letting out a sigh. He too get pent-up frustration from time to time. Just when such a time comes, please keep yourself to the restricted area. Fights that spill out into the rest of heaven draw much too much attention to us all. We do not want for the lower-ranked angels to get the wrong idea and believe that we are under attack. The issue is not so much that your fight carried over into the lower districts, but more over the fact that it happened now. Peace, if we can even call that between the factions, is so fragile that the slightest slip could fracture it permanently. Gabriel flinched at his words. She hadn't thought like that. He had been working so hard to mend the damage caused to the bonds of the three factions, yet her fight with Grafiya that carried into the civilian districts could have been seen as a declaration of war by the devils. And her continuation could have been seen as the signal to start. Grafiya couldn't look up. If she did, then she might see disappointment in his eyes. That was a look she did not want cast at her. She flinched as the sound of a chair moving was made. Reflect on your actions. Michael, I believe you wanted to meet some of our allies. That does sound like it could be a nice change of pace. I believe they should be in good moods after the tours given by your arbiters. The chief seraph spoke calmly as a soft smile spread across his face. Naruto gave a small nod as he opened the door. I believe so. Nona doesn't think that a Juka is a pain, so she is putting in some effort, while Artis has just gotten out of the baths with Athena. Should I have someone prepare tea for us in the garden? A sound idea, Michael. Naruto paused as he was about to close the door. His brow quirked slightly. Are you two going to continue sitting there, or are you going to come with us? He nearly had to jump back as blurs of silver and gold appeared on either side of him. The door to the council chambers shut with a soft click as the strange shoes of Naruto scuffed ever so lightly against the floor. Almost like the kiss of a butterfly's wings against the soft skin of someone basking in a meadow. Grafiya was just as soft in her strides. Ghosts would strain the hearing just to check if these people were actually touching the ground. It was something that Naruto had drilled into them. Their feet and body should be light at all times, so at any moment you can dodge, dip or weave out of a fatal blow. Though the Silverette had grown much too accustomed to life in heaven, the food was much better than what she was used to, not to mention she was often forced out of her self-imposed role of maid. She found it hard to believe that she was once only a servant girl to the long-time friend of her current lover. She inwardly grit her teeth, biting back the feeling. How had they been friends? What could have possibly happened to turn an angel so damned crooked? It was a thought she often found herself drawn towards. She had heard that it was because of Naruto that he became like that. That he had just been made wrong. Made from her lover's dark side. Though Lilith was a being made from entirely that side, not just the leftovers, the raven-haired woman seemed far from evil. Jealousy. A whisper, ever so faint, reached her ears. There was a strong chance that Lucifer knew full well that Lilith was a portion of Naruto, a perfect half of his soul. Did Lilith turn him into that wretched creature she once knew? The raven-haired woman that wanted nothing more than to share the bed of the being she came from. Apparently Lilith had loved Lucifer at a time. Her hatred only came for him when he stole her child and locked her away. It made for a large amount of confusion. This Lilith was not the one she knew. No, the Lilith she knew, as far as Grafiya could tell, had been Lilith's daughter. Lucifer had given her the same name as her mother and used her to replace the empty space that had appeared, even though Lilith loved him. Was he that scared that she would turn against him? Turn against him like Jiraiya had. Like Naruto, Michael, Gabriel and all the other angels had. Why did such a thing happen? Obsession. Again, the whisper came. Though it didn't make sense. What could he have obsessed over so much that he was banished from heaven? Her lips pursed ever so lightly in thought. She dare not speak of it to the others. Any talk about Lucifer was quickly diverted away. It was clear that they didn't like to talk about him, yet even still Naruto still called the man his friend. It left an awkward feeling in her chest, making her wonder just what Lucifer did to earn the wrath of everyone in heaven, yet to still be called a friend by the one who should be ruling the plane. The one who should be ruling the plane. That was Naruto, yet, despite how everyone felt he would not stand up and take the place of Jiraiya. It was something that she could not understand, or was it perhaps that he was still mourning for the losses that came from the Great War? She looked at his back. It was white and made you feel protected, yet, he was missing something.